Just giving you a quick update on what's going on with this interview. MacBags did just finally reach out to me again to make me aware of the fact that they had actually didn't get in until 1 a.m. last night. They were traveling out of state because they're working on getting some sponsors for their MMA career. So this interview will still be taking place. As of right now, it looks like I'm going to reschedule it for 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. If there are any other problems, I will let you guys know. So, as of now, as far as I know, everything's in good faith, but I do want to make my guests as comfortable as possible. So, that was basically what I wanted to go over with you guys. I figure, if you want to, what we could do instead today, if there's any interest, I'll wait for it in the chat room. I could play a series of my various videos on this topic. If you're interested, we can totally do that. But yep. But no, Beg said they're coming on tomorrow morning. We'll see. So let me know, guys, in the chat right now if you would like. I will play some of my other videos for you guys and eat my breakfast, and then talk to you in the chat. So we'll do something this morning. But if you guys are not into it, I can head out, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Now waiting for an answer from the chat. Oh, okay. Yeah, we do have some new viewers here. I guess that's what we'll do. So I'm going to change that then. And let me edit the event. Okay. Okay. Nope. I don't need to worry about that. Okay. So we could talk about trans stuff in general or just the things about, well, yeah, actually, you know what? I think I know what I'll do. Let's go over just the trans issue itself. Kind of give you guys some of my background on that. And then that will also take it from there. But because I didn't think I was going on, I did order breakfast. So at some point, I'll be eating breakfast. So I'll just be playing videos, but I'll still be sitting here. So let me go ahead and bring up some of my previous stuff on this topic. I actually have a whole playlist of this stuff. And, obviously, I'll still be active in the chat room. Thanks again for coming today, guys. And like I said, Mac did just text me and they said they didn't get in until 1 a.m. If that's the case, I know that they were in like another city, like they were outside of their home state when I talked to them last. So that's the reason it got postponed in the first place. Mac realized that they actually don't have a very good setup for podcasting last time. And so no, but they did reach out. So they probably are just really tired. And in which case I want them to be, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for today. So, oh, you know what? That is an interesting point. There was a video about a pride parade that I did want to go over as well. But I probably want to do a separate video about that topic because I think it definitely, it deserves its own attention, so to speak. But I think I know what you're talking about. But let me go ahead and in the meantime, I'm gonna pull up other. So give me just a moment. All right. Thanks again also to all of you new subscribers. We did break over 5,000 last night, which was kind of funny to watch because I constantly have these weird shenanigans going on with my viewer count. So let me just change I'm going to change this video itself, and then we're going to change this in just a regular stream, and then I'll take it from there. All right, here we go. So, okay, now that I did that, new people joining the stream will see that. And if anybody asks, that's what's going on. As of now, it's going to be 10 a.m. tomorrow morning is when the actual interview will be going on. So I just wanted to update what was going on my channel, and then I'm going to go ahead and pull up some videos on this issue. I did multiple videos on this topic. We can also watch that doctor's video that I recommended to you guys earlier in my Clueless on the Left video that I just did. So let me see here. It's been a little while since I looked at these. Okay, blah, 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 yakety schmackety. You're listening to V Radio. Thanks for tuning in to listen to my velvet voice. V Radio, the Bob Ross of the internet. That's right, the Bob Ross of activist journalism. Today we'll be painting some happy little videos. with happy little Antifa members getting their asses kicked. That's right. So for Pride Month, yeah, there's been a lot of weird stuff going on for Pride, and I honestly think I'm now kind of getting to the point where because again, I think that gay people should be allowed to live their lives as long as they don't hurt anyone else. Um, is that somebody involved in this? I don't think they actually care about the the LGBT community at all, because what they're doing is just stupid. The showing their breasts at the White House thing, which I might add, Mac Bags also thought was really stupid that somebody did that. And then now these videos about like we're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children. That's literally what they were saying as they were marching down the road. I'm like, this is if you want more shootings, this is how you get more shootings. You say stupid stuff like that. That's a fantastic way to put your your community in jeopardy. It's crazy to me that anybody thinks that you know otherwise. And that's when it starts to look like, though, it's just like with the racial activism. There's so much stuff that's going on that in the racial activism that doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't make strategic sense. Like if you're concerned that the group of people that you were a part of is being profiled, you know, um, then as violent criminals, it really doesn't make a damn bit of sense to do things that would lead to that profiling looking correct. I guess would be the way to put it. So if you're concerned that the LGBTQ community is being profiled as gay, why would you march down the street saying we're coming for your children? So all right. So first I'm going to play the video that actually led to this interview request. And I want to be clear, the whole point of having the interview that we're going to be doing is that they want to clear the air on some things and, and answer for some things. And they made it very clear to me, Mac is not trying in any way to ask for softball treatment. They want to be, I'm going to be respectful. That's who I am. But I'm going to ask them the hard questions about the evidence that I have regarding their participation in sports. So we're going to go over that right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up. And then we'll take it from there. Okay. Remember, the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason plot. I know no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. So I felt the need to correct the record once again on the issue of Mac Beggs, as this picture is being circulated in the argument about trans athletes in sports. This is Mac Beggs in the dominant position here. Mac Beggs was born Mackenzie Beggs, a biological female. They transitioned to male while in high school, and the state of Texas does not allow biological females to wrestle biological males. This rule only exists in Texas. The reason it is important to point out that this rule only exists in Texas will be clear in a moment. However, first we need to get to the bottom of exactly when Mac Beggs began to transition from Mackenzie Beggs. This article, published in the Texas Tribune, was published on February 26, 2017. The authors of this article interviewed Mac and their family, and they stated that they began taking testosterone in the year 2015. The primary website used for recording a wrestler's career wins and losses and what tournaments they attend is called Track Wrestling. This is the primary account for Mac Beggs' career. It has the majority of their participation in the sport of wrestling. The issue that has to be understood once again is that the rule that prevents girls from entering boys' tournaments only exists in the state of Texas and only in their scholastic school competitions. So, for example, on this female wrestler's account, you can see that they entered both boys and girls tournaments. And this is in the state of Michigan. In the rest of the country, girls have entered boys' brackets, usually without any problems. And that includes at major national tournaments such as Fargo. As we established earlier, Mack Beggs began taking testosterone supplementation in 2015. They even fought in court in Texas to continue to be allowed to take testosterone while competing in the Texas Girls State Division. The same Texas Tribune article that I used earlier also states that Mack Beggs apparently did request to wrestle boys in the state of Texas in the scholastic school-based divisions. But the part of the story that is often not brought up is the fact that Mack Beggs still entered girls' division tournaments outside of the state of Texas, where they would not be prevented from entering the boys' division. Most of the major national tournaments have divisions for both the boys and the girls. And as you can see here, the date was 11/06/2016. This would be a year after Mack Beggs had begun to transition and was actively taking testosterone. But a year after transitioning, they entered this girls' tournament outside the state of Texas under their dead name, Mackenzie Beggs. If you look here, you will see that some of these names are highlighted in blue. That's because these are hyperlinks that will take you directly to this participant's track wrestling profile. If I click on this one for Maya Kretzker, you see her track wrestling profile. However, if I do the same to Mackenzie Beggs, you get nothing. And that's because this account was created so that Mack Beggs could enter this national tournament in the girls' division under their dead name, Mackenzie Beggs, an account that doesn't any longer exist. Here they are again, highlighted in red. Mackenzie Beggs from Trinity High School Wrestling in Texas. Well, maybe it's not Mack Beggs? Well, let's take a look, because every one of these tournaments has a video. Chloe Clemens of Eastern Iowa Wrestling Club versus Mackenzie Beggs of Trinity High School Wrestling. All right, well, let's have a look.
Mackenzie, you'll be green, you'll be red.
Second call.
You heard them refer to Mackenzie? There's Mack Beggs. Mackenzie Beggs entered this tournament a year after transitioning while on testosterone. This tournament was conducted in the state of Iowa, where they had no prohibitions whatsoever against Mack entering the boys' division. And they used their dead name. This is something that's supposed to be terrible to the trans community. But they willingly used their dead name to enter a girls' tournament while on testosterone. So now going back to Mack Beggs' primary profile, back in 2015, you can see that they competed in the girls' division and frequently did not even place. 2015, as we had already proved, was the year that they began taking testosterone. There was a marked improvement almost immediately, and in fact, during the 2 years that they competed in high school after transition, they went undefeated for 2 full years in the girls' division. If you go back to 2016 on Mack Beggs' primary account, as I mentioned earlier, you will dubiously notice that the girls' preseason nationals is not listed, and I already explained why. They used a different account. But the other thing you'll notice is that Mack did travel out of state to other girls' division competitions that they did not have to do so. So, for example, we have the girls' folk style duels in 2016. And as you can see, these were, when you click information,
I don't know what's going on with my internet, guys. 1 second.
conducted in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And as you can see here, the date was 11/06/2016. This would be a year after Mack Beggs had begun to transition and was actively taking testosterone. But a year after transitioning, they entered this girls' tournament outside the state of Texas under their dead name, Mackenzie Beggs. If you look here, you will see that some of these names are highlighted in blue. That's because these are hyperlinks that will take you directly to this participant's track wrestling profile. If I click on this one for Maya Kretzker, you see her track wrestling profile. However, if I do the same to Mackenzie Beggs, you get nothing. And that's because this account was created so that MACK Beggs could enter this national tournament in the girls' division under their dead name, Mackenzie Beggs, an account that doesn't any longer exist. Here they are again, highlighted in red. Mackenzie Beggs from Trinity High School Wrestling in Texas. Well, maybe it's not MACK Beggs? Well, let's take a look, because every one of these tournaments has a video. Chloe Clemens of Eastern Iowa Wrestling Club versus Mackenzie Beggs of Trinity High School Wrestling. All right, well, let's have a look.
Mackenzie, you'll be green. You'll be red.
Second call.
You heard them refer to Mackenzie? There's MACK Beggs. Mackenzie Beggs entered this tournament a year after transitioning while on testosterone. This tournament was conducted in the state of Iowa, where they had no prohibitions whatsoever against MACK entering the boys' division. And they used their dead name. This is something that's supposed to be terrible to the trans community. But they willingly used their dead name to enter a girls' tournament while on testosterone. So now going back to MACK Beggs' primary profile, back in 2015, you can see that they competed in the girls' division and frequently did not even place. 2015, as we had already proved, was the year that they began taking testosterone. There was a marked improvement almost immediately, and in fact, during the 2 years that they competed in high school after transition, they went undefeated for 2 full years in the girls' division. If you go back to 2016 on MACK Beggs' primary account, as I mentioned earlier, you will dubiously notice that the girls' preseason nationals is not listed, and I already explained why. They used a different account. But the other thing you'll notice is that MACK did travel out of state to other girls' division competitions that they did not have to do so. So, for example, we have the girls' folk style duels in 2016, and as you can see, these were, when you click information, conducted in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Oklahoma has no restrictions on girls entering boys' division tournaments. In addition, as we can see here, Junior Women's Freestyle Nationals, also in this case, out of the state of Texas and in Fargo, North Dakota. In 2017, USA Wrestling finally updated their policy regarding trans athletes and their participation. USA Wrestling is the major organization that conducts things like the Olympic trials and also conducts all of the national tournaments that I've already shown you. That was when they finally told MACK Beggs that they would no longer be allowed to enter girls' division tournaments, and that from then on out they would have to wrestle in the boys' division. It's very important to be clear on this. This ruling was not made to give MACK Beggs permission to participate in the boys' division at USA National Wrestling tournaments. They were already allowed to do this if they wanted to. It was only in the state of Texas that they were not permitted to wrestle boys. This ruling instead was made to prevent MACK Beggs from continuing to enter girls' division tournaments as somebody who is transitioning to male and therefore on testosterone. I was actually present at Girls Folk Style Nationals that year, coaching my daughter, the year that she won the national title, and they were present and were told they could not enter because of this ruling. No doubt some of you have already watched my video wherein I go over the 30 for 30 episode where MACK Beggs has been interviewed. MACK Beggs actually commented on this video and admitted that this was what was going on. Here you see MACK commenting on my video. It's a lot more complicated than that. Via USA Wrestling rules based on the state's extracurriculum activity, at the time, girls in USA Wrestling could only do Greco-Roman. This is totally untrue, as I've already demonstrated, but that's besides the point. MACK goes on to make excuses about participating in girls' tournaments when they didn't have to by saying they were trying to get mat time. For those of you who are not familiar with wrestling, the idea is the more matches you participate in, the better a wrestler you will be. They go on to say, I wanted to be great, not good. I didn't want to be average. I did what I could with what I was told I could do. Reach out next time. Peace. And I did tell them, well, hello, MACK. I'm sorry I only just saw this. I would love to talk to you further. How can I reach you? I never heard anything back. And just in case there's any doubt that this was in fact MACK Beggs commenting on my video, let's click. MACK Karam Beggs, at Mack the Punk. as you can see, videos here of Mack Beggs talking about their life as a trans person. When I decided to further investigate to find out how well Mack Beggs did when they finally went to college, where they will wrestle men, I saw 3 seasons, and I noticed in another article that they stated that Mack underwent top surgery, and therefore they were out. So that's why there's no matches on this one, and there's also no matches on this one. But when they finally got on the mat as a college wrestler in 2021, they had 2 matches, both of which that they lost. It's very difficult. It's not impossible, but it is very difficult for women to wrestle men. But one of the things that this also showcases beyond anything else, and the same thing is true if you go back over the history of when Mack Beggs would wrestle boys, they didn't usually do very well. And the reason why is that even testosterone supplementation is not going to be sufficient to override the advantage that biological males have over biological females in sports. Even taking testosterone is not enough. But it still provides a huge advantage over other females if you are a female on testosterone. As I mentioned in other videos I've done on this topic, that's why the Soviet Union and the Germans, like when there was a communist party like that ruled half of Germany, they all gave their women testosterone because it wouldn't show up on the drug tests, but it definitely gave them huge advantages in sports in the Olympics. Now, I've already used this clip in the 30 for 30 episode when it came to this topic, and I'll list this original video if you want to watch the whole thing because I go over some other details about this. But I do feel that it's a great way to end this video by once again showing the final reckoning, so to speak, at least when it came to Mack's high school career.
Y'all think he's a 2-time state champ? You haven't messed with me. Right, Mack?
Yeah.
That's graduation. I thought for sure maybe they'd say, and also in our midst, we have a 2-time state champion wrestling Mack Beggs.
I wouldn't want to. Okay. I wouldn't want it.
I just thought maybe they'd acknowledge it.
You want to know why?
Why?
Because I really don't feel like I deserve it.
Wow, that's a strong statement.
I'm being serious. Yeah, I feel like I won a state title. Yeah, that's true. That's inevitable. But
I won 2 of them.
2 of them
in a row.
Obviously,
undefeated.
Obviously, listen. But if you were to go against a girl in a girls' tournament, how would you feel? Would you feel like you deserved it?
But you were pregnant.
No, listen. Would you feel like you deserved it?
So that's the major statement. For one thing, you can notice, obviously, the dad was way more into that than Mack was. And that's an unfortunate problem that frequently comes up in wrestling. But the other major issue is Mack recognizes that they don't deserve their girls' state titles. They, still haven't completely owned up to all of this. And the biggest reason that I bring all of this up is that, once again, as with many other things that go on with the left, particularly when it comes to issues of trans people, whether it was them absolutely insisting at the Wii Spa that no pre-op trans person would ever want access to spaces set aside for nude women and young girls, well, that happened. Then they claimed that that was a hoax, and then that proved to actually be true. And not only was the pre-op trans person demanding that space, they were a sex offender. Then again, recently, as I just did a video about, in the state of Washington, a judge finally ruled that a similar spa in Olympus would have to admit pre-op trans women, i.e. biological males. Again, they claimed that nobody would ever want to do this. And in a similar vein, frequently we are told that no trans person would ever want to become trans to gain any kind of advantage in sports. But as I have demonstrated now, with the evidence that I have been told I didn't give before, Mack Beggs knowingly entered girls' tournaments that they did not have to enter outside the state of Texas, Texas being the only state where there were any rules preventing them from competing with boys. They did this even assuming their dead name after their transition to do so, created another account to do so, then deleted the account to cover up for it. That's the truth. I don't hate trans people, but I do coach girls who participate in sports. They work very hard, and they deserve their own divisions. The fight for girls to get equal treatment in sports is not even over. We're only just now getting to the point that girls have their own divisions. And that is why this issue is still important. People who are suggesting that these girls should just step aside and allow someone else to take that position from them are usually, that I've seen so far anyway, usually people who don't participate in sports, don't care about sports, have never had to work on trying to be better at a sport, have never had to look into sports being a way to pay for their college education. And it's extremely clear that the trans activists will engage in violence and threats on this issue. This issue is the only thing in my entire life of doing this kind of work since 2008 that I have ever been doxxed or had my life and family's lives threatened. That is how much they want to cover up the truth on this issue. I'll tell them the same thing I told them when they text messaged me to threaten me. Make sure you're armed, because I am. But that's not really how I want this to go. We need to stop lying about this. I agree, MACK begs should have been allowed to wrestle boys. And if they had, we wouldn't even know who they are. You know why? Because in general, even with testosterone, trans men do not do well with biological men in sports, which is also why you almost never hear any complaints about trans men competing against biological men. Despite all of the accusations that supposedly all of this is about people hating trans people or their religious beliefs or whatever, you virtually never hear any complaints about trans men competing against biological men. And the reason why is they have no advantage. Even with testosterone supplements, they do very badly. That is why we created women's divisions in the first place. Not because of how someone identifies or who they want to hang out with, but because of biological realities. If you enjoyed this video, please like and subscribe and ring the bell. You can check me out at hy.page/vradio, where you can find my channels on Rumble, BitChute, etc. You can join us on Discord.
I don't know what's going on with that video and why it's
We have a lot of
doing that, but we don't have to watch the rest of it, obviously, because it's just me talking about. If you enjoyed this video, then subscribe, whatever. So I have some other videos on trans issues I decided I would go ahead and throw up, since this has kind of just turned into a recap of the various issues surrounding why I decided to do this interview with MACK begs. So I'll stick with this. I am eating breakfast at the same time, so I won't always be able to get back to the chat immediately, but I'm going to stick with you guys. As I said earlier, MACK begs contacted me just a few moments ago and texted me and said, hey, can we reschedule for tomorrow morning, because I didn't get in until 1 a.m. and they were outside the state. So again, I'm inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt. We had a very good talk on the phone. And I think actually that this interview will be really cool. So in the meantime, I'm going to share with you guys some of my other videos on this topic, and and engage with you guys in the chat. Thank you for showing up. I hope none of you really put yourselves out to see it. But again, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And Winning Reality is in the chat. Yay! Winning Reality is apparently doing an interview with not Scott Nugent. Okay. I don't know who that is. I'm behind. But if you guys haven't checked out Winning Reality's channel, you should totally do so. Last night, we got over 5,000 subscribers, largely in part to the help of Good Logic. So it's fine. No, it's fine. Winning Reality, not a problem at all. So in any case, I'm going to go ahead and put on some more stuff for us. I have a few on this topic, and I'll probably also play that video that of the doctor who's going over the issue of trans athletes in sports at some point too today, because that video is really awesome and needs to be seen. So let me go ahead and find the video I was looking for, though. 1 second. You're listening to V Radio. If you haven't already, go to hy.page/vradio, and there you can find me on Rumble and Discord and BitChute and Odyssey and many other places, because
People like me, it's just a matter of time and how long the algorithm is actually going to be able to do the work. Because they don't like me. They don't like the truth. The truth will not set you free on the YouTube. I think I just became French and German simultaneously there somehow. Okay, so let me go back here a bit. Let's talk about Corey Mason. I had a weird, another video problem with the Corey Mason video, but Corey Mason was a trans youth icon, and in fact, their children's book on the issue of being trans is still being used in schools. And I uncovered the dark truth about what was going on in their lives after the fact. And this is something that actually Mac and I did discuss, is the fact that they kind of use Mac as a prop in the media, and they don't really know them as a human being. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring them on, so that you guys could, we can talk. But we're not just going to talk about that. We're going to talk about, just how they got into wrestling, what their experience with it was, and all of that stuff. So I don't usually bring people on to argue with them, and I definitely don't usually bring them on to humiliate them. That's not my style. But they did agree to answer the hard questions. So, because as you guys saw from that video, I've got hard questions like, why did you go to this tournament? Why did you go to that tournament, etc. And I have all the receipts, and it helps that I am a bronze certified USA wrestling coach, so I'm very familiar with what's going on. So, but they said, nope, nothing's off the table. We're going to talk about his dad and that weird part of that video I just shared with you guys about how it seemed like their dad was more into it than they were, especially about the bragging about being a 2-time state champion or whatever. So in any case, let's go ahead and watch this video about Corey Mason, and I will talk to you guys in a little bit as I'm going to eat my French toast.
So do you remember Corey Mason? She made this viral video specifically about trans kids being bullied, and I don't advocate for trans children being bullied, just so that we're clear. But you may remember this video got insane amounts of views. I mean, even this reposting of it has already gotten 970,000 views. But we're not going to be talking about this time period in Corey Mason's life. We're going to be talking about Corey Mason's fate later in life. They're now in their 20s. And needless to say, things didn't really work out the way that was suggested by the media at the time would likely happen. So let's learn a little bit about the background. This is from their incomplete website that I don't think ever was completed. More about me. I love starting new conversations and meeting new people, especially within the LGBTQ plus community. I came out when I was 9 years old and started taking puberty blockers at the age of 11. By the age of 13, I received my first dose of hormones, which was another big step in my transition. And I am so beyond thankful for my father, Eric, for helping me become who I am today. More on Father Eric in a moment. I know there's other trans kids out there who do not have the ability to receive treatment or support, and I find it absolutely heartbreaking. I want to use my name, my story, and my platform to spread awareness for the trans youth and speak up for those who are not yet comfortable or believe in themselves. I was taught love growing up. That's all I wanted to spread, nothing but love. We are not born to hate, we are taught it. So let's make a habit to unteach hate and spread kindness and love. Corey's story is still used specifically in schools to bring people, awareness of transness specifically. What do you do when you were born one gender but feel yourself to be another? Gender dysphoria affects thousands of people worldwide, but has been ignored or ridiculed in our culture. With this graphic novel, Corey Mason boldly shares her story of transitioning so that other kids with gender dysphoria and related conditions will no longer feel so isolated, hopeless, or lost. Corey Mason was born a girl trapped in a boy's body. Growing up, Corey was more interested in dolls than trucks, in dresses than jeans. Everything about Corey was female, except for her physicality. Known as gender dysphoria, this condition is devastating if not acknowledged, but society is slow to be sympathetic to the idea that a person's gender is not entirely based on physiology.
but it is instead fluid and a combination of emotional and psychological self-awarenesses, along with, or sometimes more importantly, physical characteristics. Identity tells the complex and moving tale of a young person who knows that their true gender is not the one they were assigned at birth. With unconditional love and support from her mother, Corey successfully starts the transition process with hopes of being comfortable in her own skin, being accepted by others, and raising awareness of young people who wish to transition. At 16 years old, Corey has become a voice for other trans teens, battling bullies and helping others who are on their own individual journeys of identity. No new content has been uploaded to this for years, but she had this YouTube channel set up, and like, you know, that's the video that we were looking at earlier, you know, put together specifically about bullying. But this channel and the videos that are on it have been used once again to kind of expose kids early on to what transness is and how successful they, you know, believe it can be as far as your transition. So this is more on what they had mentioned earlier, specifically about how essentially her mother decided to become her father. Mother and son from Detroit go through an incredible transgender transition together and are becoming father and daughter. Let's have a look at this local news video about it.
An extraordinary family drama. It involves a mom in Detroit with a transgender daughter. While watching her boy transition into a girl, this mother says she realized that she was, in fact, a man. So this is now a household with 2 transgender family members, and they say at the heart of this family is a marriage that is growing stronger. Here's my Nightline co-anchor, Juju Chang.
At just 15, Corey Mason's bravely sharing her transition from male to female.
I felt like a princess.
She made this video to combat bullying, and it went viral.
I know what I'm doing, and I feel like it's the right thing to do nonstop to help people.
Now she and her family are sharing more of their personal journey with the public. Corey's mother transitioning too, from Erica to Eric. After a lifetime of living as a woman, marrying and having 5 kids, Eric began his transition a year ago.
I will never forget the first dose of hormones that I took. It was like this overwhelming sense of calm and peace just came over me that I...
That's actually what happens when you take testosterone. It's not something specific gender affirming necessarily. Anybody who takes testosterone will have this effect.
had never experienced in my life. I was like, wow, this is what normal feels like.
There's me and Mom.
Eric says he was inspired by his own daughter's bravery. And for almost 2 years now, the two have been sharing their transition from mother and son to father and daughter.
So you two draw inspiration and support from each other, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
What was it like watching her walk this walk?
Just seeing her and her bravery just gave me the strength and courage to come out as well and face the world as my true self.
What goes through your mind when you hear Eric talk about you as a hero to him?
I feel like I've done my part and helped him through his journey as he's helped me.
That, I think, was probably one of the hardest things, too, is all my friends would tell me, you're so beautiful, you have this beautiful body, I would kill for your body. And I'm like, I would kill for not this body.
Just 4 weeks ago, Eric underwent a double mastectomy.
I was so overcome with emotion. I didn't expect for it to hit me that hard, but it did. It was like, wow, there I am, that's me.
This can't have been easy on your marriage.
At first, I think the biggest struggle was top surgery, for my husband especially, because he loved my body. As much as I hated it, he loved it. And at first, I think he struggled with it some, but he said, this is what will make you happy, so who am I to keep your happiness from you?
It was actually Eric who encouraged Corey to find her happiness, which is on clear display in this video when she received her first dose of hormones.
Do you know what that is?
True Emotion, garnering more than 7 million views.
Do you know what that is? The day you started hormones.
It was the happiest day of my life.
Why?
Because that's when I started to actually transition as a female. I could actually proceed as what I would like to do.
What's the best part of being a girl for you?
It's like dressing up in heels, dresses, and going to dances.
But despite Corey's excitement, she says these life changes have been anything but easy. Some of her peers taunted her.
I would get spit on and shoved, called names. One person told me I should just go and kill myself because...
And once again, don't do shit like this. I raise my kids to beat the fuck out of people who do stuff like this. But that doesn't mean that what they were doing was really what they should have been doing. I guess time will tell.
No one would miss.
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
He said that no one would miss me on this world. And that I shouldn't be here. There's no place for me to be.
But she didn't let it stop her. Last year, Corey's transgender anthem gaining more than 300,000 views on YouTube, raising awareness against bullying, something she says she's experienced plenty of. Corey says she was inspired by another transgender girl, Jazz Jennings, the now reality star, one of the youngest girls to transition publicly. She spoke to ABC's Barbara Walters.
Which is another person who's recently been in the news because they came out as, well, they didn't come out. They just said, I don't ever feel like myself. Many years later.
There are some transgender children that have not been able to be transgender, who even want to die.
I want to help those kids become the person they are.
We watched a video of Jazz Jennings, and I told my mom I am just like her at the end.
I realized that, oh my gosh, this is also me as well, but I can't think about that right now. I have to focus on my daughter.
It was so important to Eric to be supportive of his daughter because Eric himself struggled in silence for decades, trying to come to terms with his own identity.
It was difficult coming out to my parents. And I said, Mom, I'm just like Corey. I was born basically in the wrong body. And she said, how come I never saw this when you were a kid? I said, Mom, if you remember the fights we had and the things I asked for on my Christmas wish list. And she said, oh, I guess that makes sense.
Is that repression? Is that denial?
I think it's denial in that generation.
It is a fair question. How could you not have known?
Because I was not educated on what being transgender meant. If they would have said, this is what being transgender means, you're born with this anatomy and your brain does not identify with that, I think a lot of years ago, I would have made that connection.
Today, 1.4 million American adults identify as transgender, but 18 to 24-year-olds are more likely to go public than their older counterparts. What's unclear is how common it is for two people in one family to transition. Dr. Lauren Schechter performed Eric's mastectomy. He specializes in gender confirmation surgery.
In my practice, this is the first time that I've cared for a parent, or I should say a family who's got both a parent and a child who are transitioning. What I think is unique to some degree for Eric and their family is the supportive nature of the family.
Despite transitioning, Eric says his kids still call him Mom.
I think that Mom is an earned title. I feel like I gave birth to them, I nurture them, I comfort them, I'm there for them and have been, and I feel like you don't necessarily have to be female to be Mom.
What's it like to watch Eric go?
You know, it is interesting, and I made this point earlier, and again, I'm sorry about the video problem here. This was just for this video, but you definitely get the point when I play this stuff. Was that I mentioned earlier that I feel that whoever is behind the current wave of activism is like diabolically racist or like diabolically, anti-LGB, because a lot of the stuff they're doing is just really, it's just counterproductive. But when it comes to this, I kind of came to a weird conclusion, almost, well, I wouldn't want to say weird, more like a dark conclusion. If you were somebody who hated gay people and hated queer people in general, and you wanted to see them gone, wouldn't it be a really interesting trick to convince them to sterilize themselves? And that's exactly what they did. They're convincing them, because gay people also kind of feel this, like, because what is happening here, and Jordan Peterson points this out all the time. that there was a study that shows that if you just leave these kids alone, 80% of them come out as gay and then just move on with their lives. So if you were trying to prevent gay people from breeding, this would be the perfect way. Convince them that actually their lives would be so much better if they just changed genders altogether. And there's a big divide right now going on between the LGB and the T and the Q. And it's over stuff like this because they're not interested in, going the direction that things are headed. And it's unfortunate because I have plenty of gay friends who are not on board with indoctrinating children. They are not on board with any of this stuff being done with kids. So anyway, let's continue. And again, like I said, the kind of the clipping in this video, it won't go on past this part of the video.
Go through that transition.
It was very cool.
You don't have to be female to be mom. Remember, this was years ago.
But there was kind of a sense of loss a little bit too.
Eric's husband, 53 Les Mason, says having a spouse transition raises a lot of new questions.
Number one, for me is, does this make me gay? No. Does it change anything between my spouse and myself as far as our relationship is concerned? No, it doesn't. It made it better.
He told me that Eric's transition has ultimately strengthened their marriage.
A lot of spouses might think, well, this is kind of a deal breaker for me. But for you, this isn't.
It's not about the shell that you walk around in. It's about the person that you are. It's about the person that I fell in love with 10 plus years ago. And because that person now presents themselves in a different way, it doesn't change how I feel.
My husband is truly an amazing soul. Looking at my life now and the blessings that I have and the 5 beautiful children and beautiful husband, I think if I could do it again, I would not do anything differently.
What does it mean to be comfortable in your own skin, in your own body?
I can be who I want to be inside and out. And I can show the world that, you know what, no matter what, I can do this without you or with you.
For Nightline, I'm Juju Chang in New Baltimore, Michigan.
So that was the look back at the past. As you could see, Corey was a bit of an icon in the trans activist movement. So when I saw this Twitter thread, I was reminded of that story. It had been a long time since I had seen this video. But this individual here, Nig Hecky, provided I'm saying that right. Remember Corey, the young boy who wanted to be a girl that the media loved so much, especially after his mom transitioned out also? He's now 22 and then Twitter deleted this, but I understand completely why. But don't worry, I took a screenshot of it and edited it so that you could see it. This is a screenshot of the original tweet, and I edited it out. I have no idea how this guy managed to get this on Twitter. It had, over 100,000 views before it was taken down, and it was not edited at all. And it was a little video actually taken from, I'm assuming, her OnlyFans. And it says, to finish what he said earlier, do you remember this person? Now they do porn, a small glimpse into all of these trans kids' futures. And I don't think that's true, but I do think that certain icons like Desmond is amazing and Lactatia, etc., are obviously being exploited for people's sexual interests. That much is clear. I mean, if you remember the infamous picture of Lactatia, that's Lactatia, 8-year-old drag queen, being fondled by someone in what was a public photo shoot. I've shown this picture to a lot of different people, and I even had somebody recently tell me that there's nothing sexual here. If somebody was putting their hand on my daughter like that, let's just say I wouldn't be doing this video because I would be in prison. You would probably ask yourself, where is Lactatia's parents? Well, that's his mom sitting next to him right there during that photo shoot, all aware of exactly what's going on. Tell me there's nothing inappropriate about this pose. But I digress. So with that tangent out of the way, we come back to the original tweet that has since been taken down. This original was the breasts were uncovered and their genitalia, which is an undeveloped male genitalia, was in their hand in the video being manipulated. That part was blurred out. I guess that's how it stayed up as long as it did, but it did finally come down, and it's a good thing that it did. I had the unfortunate journalistic responsibility to try to confirm if this was real. And as a consequence, I had to go down a rabbit hole that I'm glad I'm finished with. But I looked at the images so that you don't have to. Suffice it to say, this person, who basically presents as somebody barely pubescent, is doing OnlyFans and porn, and I assume for profit. I mean, that's why people do OnlyFans. And the biggest problem with it is that the way that they present is so young. And what people do in their private time when they're adults, I don't care about. But again, there's a very specific kind of audience that replies to this sort of thing or responds to this sort of thing. Just like 8-year-old Lactatia or 9-year-old Desmond is amazing. You know, the young drag queens that, you know, you can watch people just go crazy over when they do their shows. Frequently, when you end up posting stuff like this, people ask you why you feel the need to post it, or if it's in some way exploitative to do so. And unfortunately, as I have found many times in the past, like when I've had to share the Lactatia pictures, people are just in denial that this sort of thing is going on. And there's really nothing short of like actually showing them that will finally shut them up, or at least make it so that they can stop denying it. You know, in our Discord channel right now, there's debate about the Lactatia photos, and because I tolerate other views, as long as people are respectful, the conversation is still going on. But suffice it to say, there are left-leaning people who think that all of this is normal or appropriate or whatever. But anyway, as you can see here, just with a quick Google search, did Corey Mason get into porn? You can find, if you don't believe me, you can go down this rabbit hole. I'm not showing this stuff for obvious reasons, nor do I have any interest in ever looking at any of it ever again. But it's there, and that was the fate of this person. After essentially being a hero of the trans movement, a book about their life still being distributed to children right now. And as I found on their Facebook account, their official Facebook account, things did not stay Brady Bunch in the trans family that Corey is part of. On August 25th, 2022, I was forced to pack up everything in my little room in my trailer and move out. At the time, I was living with my mom and 2 of my sisters, a dog, 3 cats, 2 ferrets, and a pet snake. Not knowing where to go was terrifying. At the time, I didn't receive help from any of my family members, not on where I was supposed to go, nor giving me help to find my own place. I was so pissed off that my mom had kicked me out of the house and gave me an eviction letter. I was so angry, hurt, and confused that my mother and father had betrayed to social media and the public eye that they were a loving, open-armed, caring family, but little did anyone know that what had happened behind the cameras and behind closed doors. However, after all of that extremely draining chaos, I was able to lift my head up and had friends that truly cared and helped me find my own safe space in my own name. It has been 2.5 months since I've been out in the world on my own completely by myself. Looking back 2 months ago, I'm learning to understand that everything happens for a reason. Life's going to knock you down, and not everybody in your circle wants to see you on top. I'm still taking it day by day, but I am grateful for everything that I've went through since the day I was born because it made me who I am today. Smart, intelligent, courageous, strong, giving, caring, young, beautiful trans woman. I am so excited to see where life takes me, new opportunities to come my way. I am so proud of myself for constantly being who I am and staying true to myself always, and never let anybody else knock me off my pedestal. Keep your eye on the prize and keep it going. This is just the beginning. Now, looking here, because I guess this is Corey with their new keys to their new place, this is probably gauging off of the picture that we looked at earlier of Corey in the OnlyFans video. This was probably around that time. Now, I can only hazard a guess. I cannot confirm, because this family more or less kind of faded from the public eye. I'm imagining that their participation in the porn probably had something to do with why they were kicked out of the house. Obviously, somebody can't suggest that this trans person is homeless because of their parents not supporting them for being trans, considering that their mom is now one of their dads. But again, to follow this whole situation to its final conclusion, it's clear to me that there's something amiss in this family beyond what would have normally been expected, you know, and it's also clear that there's probably, as always, underlined comorbid mental illnesses involved. And this is one of the reasons why I'm concerned about this. Not everybody who transitions is going to go down this dark path, but you have to wonder how many of these people that are currently being used by the media and specifically by their parents and everyone else to get this kind of celebrity status, like Lactatia's mom or Desmond's mom, etc. You have to think to yourself that, just like any other public figure, these people are going to end up exploited. And it seems that that's exactly what's going on. Just a quick editor's note, as I know this question will be asked by skeptics. How do we know who is in the videos? Well, at least some of the videos that I had the misfortune of having to sit through, you could recognize the tattoos, specifically this wrist and hand tattoo. So now the poster girl that was like the super sweet, 14-year-old girl doing this video about bullying is now on OnlyFans bearing it all. Pun intended. I still look back at this and I think that inevitably, at least I hope, when the other shoe drops, that there's going to be a point at which we all kind of look back on this and go, what the hell were people thinking? I hope. Thanks for tuning in.
So that
thanks for tuning in, folks.
That Corey Mason video is one of my highest view videos, which is why I'm also kind of embarrassed that my internet wasn't working right when I did it. But I think I got the information home, and it's, I don't want to shame sex workers or whatever. It more has to do with the fact that that person was, convinced to become trans, and there was literally a blatant video of them masturbating with their underdeveloped penis that comes about because of the testosterone. I have no idea. That video was on Twitter, and the account that posted it had posted a lot of stuff like that, really kind of breaking it down. Sorry. And without surprise, that video, that account got deleted, or rather, taken down by Twitter. But anyway, like, the video was blatant. The only thing they covered up was the breasts. And like, they just had their penis in their hand, and it stayed up on Twitter for a really freaking long time. And it was like a little, snapshot of them masturbating. I just, the major point is like I said in the video, they looked like maybe they could be like 13 if they were, a regular girl. And it was very clear that somebody was exploiting this. So anyway, moving on, thanks again, everybody, for tuning in today. I'm going to stick with you guys and, do a normal stream. I'm going to play lots of videos I've done on this topic, especially since a lot of my stream viewers don't usually watch the short form stuff. They're here for the streams. So today, as the Ghostbusters say, we're going to cross the streams. So, and once again, I'm now at 5,029 subscribers. So we'll see if that holds. I've had problems in the past where my subscribers mysteriously drop off, and then I talk to them later and they're like, I didn't unsubscribe. What the hell? In fact, during Good Logic's stream, I had several people tell me, I just subscribed to you, and for some reason I'm unsubscribed. So those shenanigans continue. Remember, guys, that the best way to support me, because I'm actually not looking for donations right now, is just to make sure that you share these videos, make people aware of my channel. I don't really do this for the money anyway. I do this because it drives me crazy when lies are perpetuated throughout, the sphere of humanity, so to speak. So, but let me go ahead and pull up something else for you guys while I finish my breakfast. You guys are listening to V Radio. And if you haven't yet, you can go to hy.page/vradio, and you can check out lots of other videos on topics like this one. Let me see. I'll pull up one. I know. Let's talk about trans terrorism for a moment. It's a rough one, and I'm still looking forward to getting the manifesto from the trans shooter, which I think is not being released for, well, obvious reasons. I imagine that it's probably full of, trans cis hate. So, but yeah. And just as like somebody said, you're always going to get censored for doing anything extreme, and that is always going to be the case. That's one of the reasons why I tell you guys, make sure you're with me on Rumble and Odyssey, because I don't plan on changing the way I do things. I'd actually, when I watch other channels like the Quartering and stuff, the people that I like their channel, but Sydney Watson, that's another one. where they have to sit there and speak in code. Like, you're not even just allowed to say the word groomer, you know, like, what the hell? You know, like, you're supposed to like speak in this code for words that, you know, that you're not allowed to say. I will literally go to BitChute only if that's what it comes down to, rather than subject myself to that kind of ridiculous 1984 newspeak nonsense. But that does mean that I'm going to take a hit in the algorithm. You know, I also use profanity sometimes. And I play raw video footage because I'm trying to make a point, you know, and it's just, if you like that kind of content, which most of you tell me that you do, you're going to have to support it. And that means sharing it, because nobody else is going to do that. So let's watch this video about trans terrorism.
So there's been a lot of talk about words that incite violence, or even words that are violence. There's an awful lot of discussion about this, specifically, usually in favor of censorship. And I've been told that it's violence and inciting violence to even, I don't know, bring up that there are, in fact, scientific points to be made about whether or not trans athletes should compete in sports, stuff like that. That's been violence or inciting violence. And daring to discuss anything negative about trans people is encouraging violence against them, even if you haven't said anything about actually doing any violence. I've also heard that supposedly just the right wing in general is speaking to incite violence. So with that in mind, and in the wake of the recent shooting perpetuated by a trans person, let's have a listen to this trans person.
If you back a wild animal into a corner, they're going to become a dangerous animal. So if you want to die on that hill of yours of righteousness and moral majority, then you go right ahead. I dare you to try and stop me from going into a women's bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make.
So if you do not allow this trans woman to go to the bathroom of biological women, they will kill you. That's what that means. It will be the last mistake you ever make. Let's continue.
I dare you to try and stop a transgender woman in my presence from using the bathroom. It will be the last mistake you ever make.
If we are in their presence, this person's presence, and we do not allow another trans woman to use the biological women's bathroom, then they're going to kill us.
This is a call to action and a call to arms to everybody within the United States that are scared, worried, have children that are transgender, lesbian, bi, or gay. This is a call to action. You need to arm up. Plain and simple. Go out, buy a gun. Learn how to use it efficiently, through and through. Because the time to act is now.
And the action apparently will be that if they try to deny you access to the women's bathroom as a trans woman, then you should kill them. If you see them doing this for someone else, you should kill them.
You need to protect yourself, and you need to protect your fellow transgender brothers and sisters and theys and thems. You need to protect the rest of us in the LGBT community, as I'm going to do myself. Because there are lots of people like me who are not afraid to die. I love my girlfriends to death, but I would rather die for them to secure their safety, freedom, and future than to live and not have anything done. So you go ahead. You protect your kids.
So let's recap. This individual stated that if you try to prevent them from using the biological women's bathroom, they will kill you. If in their presence you try to prevent another trans woman from using the biological women's bathroom, they will kill you. This sort of thing is absolutely just directly calling for violence. And what do they say? Buy a gun. It's time to buy guns and to protect people. Because that's the other funny thing about this. They're not talking about arming up and defending themselves in the event that someone tries to do violence to them. just the act of trying to prevent them from being allowed to use the bathroom is enough for them to shoot you. So I don't really think this message is going to help the trans community very much. And I would dare to say that this sort of rhetoric is definitely going to encourage more violence to trans people.
Yeah, so I don't see how that video is, like basically that person coming on and saying if you try to prevent me to go to the bathroom is going to help anybody. You're going to shoot them. The other thing is like, how is it that this doesn't get turned into a conversation about trying to incite violence when it's very obvious that that's what they were doing? Very much a rules for me, but not for thee situation. So let me go ahead and grab something else for you guys. I'm almost completely done with my breakfast now. So you see, what do we want to look at? What have you guys missed on this topic? Ah, yes, this is going to be relevant to something else I was talking about. So we'll watch this.
And non-affiliated.
Here we go.
So back on March 12th, I tweeted this out after observing this video. In before it's actually real. Wait until this video is used as evidence that if you oppose pedophilia, that you are a Nazi. Language and violence. Several anti-drag groups, including avowed neo-Nazis, White Lives Matter, Proud Boys, Patriot Front, and non-affiliated conservative activists, protested outside a drag show today at a public park in Wadsworth, Ohio. Pedophiles get the rope, quote-unquote, chanted an armed neo-Nazi group waving swastika flags at families attending the all-ages event, FAGS, I'm assuming, go home. They said Sieg Heil, they chanted while pointing stiff arm salutes at attendees. There will be blood. Anyway, I kind of predicted immediately when I saw this, which was a while ago now, that what this is about, because first of all, we've already kind of figured out that Patriot Front are just glowy CIA guys, and most of the real neo-Nazis were taken down by the FBI many years ago. They were just looking at feds, so I knew right away that this is going to be a situation of going, oh, well, if you oppose pedophilia, then it means you're a Nazi. Needless to say, called it. So it didn't take long. Now we have what appear to supposedly be Nazis showing up at these protests, and immediately trans activists have suggested that this means if you oppose them, you are a Nazi. As you can see here, TERFs, gender-critical bigots, these are your people. Good luck denying it after today. You'll notice that she isn't in any way pointing out what is in the picture, which is that they are holding up a sign that says, "Destroy pedo freaks." Even in this comment below, the Venn diagram of transphobes, homophobes, and Nazis is just one circle. Again, they're still not addressing what's on the sign. The trans activist says, if I was protesting for a cause and Nazis showed up to protest alongside me, I'd probably stop. And then, again down below, says this is likely the first moment in history that Nazis have stood on the steps of State Parliament building and been allowed to chant and salute for hours straight under police protection. This is the anti-trans conspiracy movement. The main thing that's important here is that they've been suggesting that opposing transness and all of that is immediately fascism somehow, even though there's nothing in the definition of fascism that has anything to do with it. There's nothing to stop, say, a communist country from also be opposing these things. It has nothing to do with fascism or communism at that point. And here they are hearkening back to the rally that I pointed out earlier from the 12th, just adding this to the pile of, quote, it's not just a one-time thing. They really are on your side and agree with you a lot. So again, associating people who oppose pedophilia directly with fascism and Nazis. So here's another one. When Nazis show up on your side and start flying Nazi flags and doing Nazi salutes, it is now a Nazi rally and you have three options. 1, leave, make them leave. 3, be at a Nazi rally. To literally no one's surprise, y'all chose option 3. And then the next person says, so you were saying that Nazis are calling KJK a pedo? Were they there to protest her? But the final person pointed this out. You should be concerned that these are the type of people you are attracting. That should be a wake-up call. So again, opposing pedophilia makes you a Nazi. So just to be clear, even when somebody tries to clarify, and on whataboutism and calling us pedos, so you're cool with Nazis agreeing with you then? To which one of the guys arguing against them points out, I don't check with the Nazis to decide what to think, ever. I also don't assume every or any real person in the Pride Parade supports pedophilia, just because NAMBLA is there, marching with them. This is a, solid reply, which is, I'm not saying you're all pedos. To which this person again just says, you're doing the thing the Nazis were doing. Do with that what you will. It keeps coming back to, you can't oppose us or you're a Nazi, even though they clarify that their problem is pedophilia. Again, ignoring what was on the sign, when your cause aligns with literal Nazis, you might want to reconsider your cause. It's all supposed to be a chilling effect to suggest that if you're going to protest against us, you must be a Nazi. You stood with Nazis today. We will never forget. So, exactly as I predicted, Nazis show up at some of these rallies, and that allows them to suggest that opposing pedophilia, the thing that most of them will not acknowledge was the main point of contention, makes you a Nazi. Called it. So you can probably expect to see this trend only continue. And it's interesting that because they haven't had any real Nazis show up to these things in a long time, that conveniently the glowy Nazis show up to fill the gap, to try to give these people some kind of legitimacy that you have to be a Nazi to oppose what they're doing. And going forward, I'm going to be doing some more content specifically on the links between some of the early queer theorist, Marxist movements and their connection to advocating for pedophilia. There's actually an anti-fascist book specifically that mentions that children need to be sexualized as young as possible to protect them from fascism, and that opposing children being sexual is fascism. And that's an ongoing popular author on the topic named Foucault who had written that book. And it's interesting because I know of people who have asked people on Antifa forums about that book, and you don't get an answer, and the comments are usually deleted. So, like and subscribe, ring the bell. I'll be putting out some more stuff. I just kind of woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't go back to sleep. So I said, well, let me just pop out some content. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, folks. You're listening to V Radio. I'm going to be playing some more stuff today for you guys because my interview from earlier unfortunately had to be postponed. MacBag says that they'll be available, however, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So I hope you guys will join me then too. So I'm going to kind of stay along the same vein. If there is another topic you guys want me to address today, since I got up to do this, then we can do that. This is good. This is me going after Jon Stewart's response to What is a Woman? And if you guys are interested, I'll also play the Discord debate that came about because of this one. So let me go ahead and throw this on. So recently, Jon Stewart has gotten back into the fray of right versus his show. The problem with Jon Stewart back into a format that is basically just The Daily Show. And unfortunately, I used to really like Jon Stewart, and I still do about a lot of things. Like, he's the one who fought to get the 9/11 first responders their medical treatments and things like that. But now he's gone full woke. And the funny thing is, again, I'm still on the left. I still probably agree with him about a lot of things, but I don't agree with lying. I don't agree with misrepresenting the facts. And that's what he's doing about a lot of these topics, and this is definitely no exception. On his recent show, The War Over Gender, which was considered to be like this epic takedown of Matt Walsh's What is a Woman, I'm going to go over a few different specific things that are glaringly, obviously wrong. Now, in this clip, Jon brings on a panel of quote-unquote experts, including 2 parents with transgender children, as if that somehow makes them experts, a lawyer, and an endocrinologist. And the endocrinologist addresses the alleged crazy myth that all of this might actually be for the profit of the people involved.
And so then what it shifts to is, this is a profit center for you, that this is a cynical exploitation by big pharma to make money off of confused children.
That too is crazy, because the areas of medicine that are brought in for gender-affirming care are heavily mental health, pediatrics, primary care, endocrinology. If you look up where the money centers are in medicine, those are not they.
I had 5 colonoscopies last week.
Not part of gender-affirming care.
Now, Jon just leaves the matter of whether or not profits have anything to do with this as settled at that point. The problem is, those of you who follow my channel have probably already seen this clip, but Matt Walsh found people who went undercover and uncovered the fact that actually a lot of money is being made. So what follows was a video taken without their knowledge, where they're explaining to the hospital why they have to get into gender-affirming care, because it makes a lot of money.
Starting in January 1st of 2017, according to the Affordable Care Act, insurance carriers are mandated to cover medical expenses for trans folks. Some of our BUMC financial folks in October of 2016, started a couple of years ago, put down some costs of how much money we think each patient would bring in. And this is only including top surgery. This isn't including any bottom surgery. And it's a lot of money. These surgeries make a lot of money. So female to male chest reconstruction can bring in $40,000. A patient just on routine hormone treatment, who I'm only seeing a few times a year, can bring in several $1,000s, because that requires a lot of visits and labs. It actually makes money for the hospital. Now, these I got from the internet, but it's from the Philadelphia Center for Transgender Surgery, which does a lot of surgery for patients. And I just want to give you an idea of how much these bottom surgeries are making. And I think this has to be an underestimate. This is for a vaginoplasty. They're quoting roughly around $20,000 for a vaginoplasty, but that doesn't include your hospital stay, that doesn't include your post-op visits, that doesn't include your anesthesia, your OR. So I would think that this has to be a gross underestimate. I think that's just like the surgeon's piece of it, which anybody who's ever been in the hospital knows that that's like 10% of it. And then the female to male bottom surgeries, these are huge money makers. Again, I think this has to be an underestimate. If they're quoting around $20,000 for a phalloplasty, there's been different things that I've read that said it could be up to $100,000. Dr. Winokur, who's our surgeon, says that there's entire clinics where the entire clinic is supported just by their phalloplasties, and that is like a fraction of the surgeries that they're doing. These surgeries are labor intensive, they require a lot of follow-ups, they require a lot of OR time, and they make money. They make money for the hospital.
So now, in this clip, after a montage of making fun of Republicans on this question, he brings up the issue of trans athletes in sports. I've already done a multi-part series on this topic. I have looked over the science that apparently he has not. But let's get into the clip first, and then I'll have more to say.
77 anti-trans sports bills introduced this year alone. There have been more anti-trans sports bills introduced this year than trans people dominating sports in the history of women's sports.
So I've heard this kind of reductive argument before, wherein we're going to suggest that because it hasn't happened a lot yet, meaning that trans athletes dominating sports hasn't happened a lot yet, therefore it's not a big deal. The problem is that once you make something legal, it's going to happen more often. And this is the kind of genie that's not going to be easy to put back in the bottle once you've taken it out. And the damage that will be done to women's sports in the meantime, is irreversible. And once let's say we go 10 years down the line, and then all of a sudden you got transgender people winning Olympic medals and, winning awards all over the country. Do you think you're going to be able to just tell them all, yeah, sorry, you're going to have to give all that back? Do you think that's how this is going to work? The reality is this: we didn't create women's sports because of how people identify or because they wanted to hang out with other girls, or because they felt girly and therefore should be in a separate group. We did it due to certain biological realities. And it's really ironic because at one point he plays a clip of a trans athlete who did in fact dominate.
Legislators are trying to ban doctors from providing gender-affirming care.
So I did a really brief video about this person, MACK, a while ago because they went on 30 for 30. And on 30 for 30, which is a sports documentary, they went over MACK's career and essentially went over the fact that MACK, once they got on testosterone because they are a female to male trans, competing in the girls division, they went from being mediocre to undefeated for 2 whole years. And despite the fact that they claimed that the reason why is because Texas legislation would not allow MACK to compete with boys, they showed up at national tournaments where they easily could have just went ahead and competed with only boys, yet still ended up in the girls division. I will put a link to this in the cards at the end of this video. But let's hear again what MACK had to say about their feelings about their accomplishments in wrestling.
Y'all think he's a 2-time state champ? You haven't messed with me. Right, MACK?
Yeah.
That's graduation. I thought for sure maybe they'd say, and also in our midst, we have a 2-time state champion wrestling, MACK Beggs.
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to.
I just thought maybe they'd acknowledge
it. You want to know why?
Why?
Because I really don't feel like I deserve it.
Wow, that's a strong statement.
I'm being serious. Like, yeah, I feel like I won a state title. Like, yeah, that's true. That's inevitable. But
I won 2 of them.
2
in a row.
Obviously.
Undefeated.
Obviously, listen. But if you were to go against a girl in a girls' tournament, how would you feel? Would you feel like you deserved it?
But you were
no, listen. Would you feel like you deserved it?
So again, John, just because it hasn't happened a lot, yet, doesn't mean it's not going to happen more. The more acceptable it becomes, the more unacceptable it becomes to oppose it, up to including censoring, threatening girls on these teams if they speak out about it, etc., then you're going to see a lot more of it. And again, you're not going to be on the front lines trying to fix that, when the time comes. When we finally do get to the point that what many of us who've been involved in coaching women's sports, including myself, because my daughter was a wrestler, already know, which is that this is not going to be fair. The fight for gender equality as far as sports is not even over yet. And we're just telling women that their, issues don't matter anymore. Because in the woke world, there is this weird hierarchy that goes on, and this is an example of it. So in this next clip, he ambushes the attorney general in one of the states where they have banned the early transition medicines and surgeries. And she gets a couple things wrong because she wasn't prepared, but that doesn't mean that she was an idiot. He was asking a lot of very specific questions, and she didn't have all the answers on hand. But I'm going to clarify one of the more important ones. And one more quick note. You'll notice that he uses a laugh track, which is basically just recorded laughter frequently. As I guarantee there wasn't a studio audience in the room when he was talking to this woman. Just be aware of the fact that strategically placing laugh tracks around your jokes is a great way to kind of mentally manipulate people into thinking that what is being said is funny, even if it's not.
We don't need to allow children to be able to take those medications. That there are many instances where...
But that's not true. It's not for everyone. There's one. These are the established...
Well, I don't know that that's not true. I don't know that...
Then why would you pass a law then if you don't know that that's true? Wouldn't you?
Well, I know that there are doctors and that we had plenty of people come and testify before our legislature who said that, we have 98% of the young people who have gender dysphoria, that they are able to move past that, and once they have the help that they need, no longer suffer from gender dysphoria. 98% without that medical treatment.
That's an incredibly made-up figure. That doesn't comport with any of the studies or documentation that exists from these medical organizations.
So it is inaccurate to say 98. The actual number that she misquoted was 80%. And it doesn't just come from nowhere. It wasn't just a made-up figure. And it did, in fact, come from some of these, as you put it, medical experts. I'm going to provide a link to this article in the description, but this is from the National Library of Medicine. So as you can see highlighted here in the purple, evidence from the 10 available prospective follow-up studies from childhood to adolescence reviewed in the study by Ristori and Steensman indicates that for 80% of children who meet the criteria for gender dysphoria, the gender dysphoria recedes with puberty. Instead, many of these adolescents will identify as non-heterosexual. In other words, they're gay. That's what 80% of the time this is actually really all about. This is actually the study that Jordan Peterson quotes all the time that is a thorn in the ass of the trans movement.
Protecting children means overriding the recommendations of the American Medical Association, the American Association of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society.
We don't have enough data. We don't have enough to show that these drugs are effective and that these children are better off and that we should encourage these.
Or it's not enough for you.
It is literally scientifically impossible to make the claim that you have knowledge of the long-term consequences or benefits of any treatment or scientific anything if said thing has not been done long enough to even establish that. You cannot say, for example, that a vaccine is safe for people indefinitely if you've only tested it for a year. It's impossible, okay? And along the same lines, we are now discovering that there really is not a lot of data to suggest that this is good for people. In fact, now data is starting to suggest that it could be dangerous, including causing cancer. I have a trans friend with cancer right now. So it's not just a question of whether or not it's enough data for you or for anyone else. It's not scientifically possible that you even have data about the long-term effects of any of this. And to suggest otherwise is fucking asinine. Brett Weinstein and I talked about this when he was on my show. I'll link that in the cards if you guys want to listen. In this article that I'll provide in the description, we have gender reassignment of children is a big experiment. Hundreds of children with gender dysphoria are subjected every year to quote-unquote treatment with hormones and then with genital mutilation, completely without a reasonable basis in terms of science, proven experience, and often without ethical review. Professor Christopher Gilberg and others at the University of Gothenburg write this. This is in an article entitled The Swedish U-Turn on Gender Transitioning for Children. Sweden has officially ended the practice of prescribing puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones for minors under age 18. They have recognized the experimental nature of treating minors with puberty blockers and hormones and have established new protocols that deviate significantly from WPATH and the quote-unquote professional associations that the Canadian government and healthcare authorities are listening to. You can access the official documents and read more at the summary published at, there. Is gender transition medically necessary? The graph below shows all referrals to gender clinics in Sweden. The inverted U shape of the curve is extremely interesting. Referrals to gender clinics fell off a cliff in 2019. Why? And why no rebound? Does the Swedish experience tell us something about the hype and potential disillusionment surrounding the practice of medically transitioning children? By Louis Friesen, Chief Physician, Associate Professor of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at the KID Stockholm Clinic for Gender Incongruence and Gender Dysphoria, delivered it at a Swedish Medical Ethics Council seminar, February 6, 2020. The sudden sharp increase suggests a triggering event. Certainly, the explosive growth in natal females seeking gender transition is a new phenomenon throughout high-income countries. It has coincided with the advent of social media and the popularization of transgenderism in mainstream media and online. Swedish child psychiatrist Sven Roman has compared the explosive growth in the number of cases of gender dysphoria to other psychiatric conditions, such as eating disorders and self-harm behavior that are known to spread with social contacts. This is the social contagion issue. Basically, it becomes a trend. It becomes something to become accepted, to become cool. He documents the process of discovery that the medical community went through to understand how to best treat these kinds of conditions. Over the past decade, he says research has proven that supporting psychotherapy can reduce or stop self-harm behavior within 3 months. Of the avalanche of gender dysphoria cases being referred, he says, unlike the epidemic of self-harm behavior, gender dysphoria, care providers are not exploring to find the right treatment. Instead, on a broad front, drastic treatment with high doses of sex hormones and breast and genital surgery is introduced. This despite the lack of any scientific evidence for these treatments for children and probably not for youth adults either. So, it says here, in the fall of 2019, there was a 65% decline in the number of referrals to gender clinics in Sweden. This corresponded with experts calling on the government to review clinical protocols and more balanced media coverage of the phenomenon of regret among gender transitioners, including the airing of a documentary entitled Trans Train. Trans Train is great, and you can find it with subtitles, because it's a Swedish documentary. There's actually multiple parts. I will make those available to you with links in the description. The 3-part documentary includes several interviews with detransitioners and revealed that medical transition of minors is not evidence-based. A high-profile trans woman in Sweden, Aleska Lundberg, also came out in the media saying that if she were to go back and make the decision again, I might not have had the surgery. She said she believed that there was a more scientific basis for this healthcare, but has since realized that that is not the case. She says people deserve a more complex narrative than the simple public narrative that the media has been promoting on the topic of gender transition. Referrals have remained steadily lower, indicating that the medical necessity of gender transition was questionable for many of the youth being referred for treatment. We are told that the treatment of minors, now unofficially, includes referring many to psychiatric evaluation. Previously, we are told that almost 100% of trans-identified youth who referred to the gender clinics were prescribed puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones. So, in other words, there is no scientific basis for this, which is what Walsh actually says in his reply to Jon Stewart. What studies, John? There are no studies. There really are not. And again, like I said earlier, it's a basic scientific principle that you cannot make the statement that something is safe in the long term until it's been tried in the long term. He referred multiple times over the course of his episode about scientific studies and peer-reviewed this and it's just bullshit. It's a lie. Now, I'm confident that Jon Stewart himself is being lied to here. Hey guys, just a real quick note. I just put up a poll in the chat on YouTube if you guys want to vote to determine what topic we will look at next before I end this stream. Thanks again for tuning in today. I will continue this video until it's finished. But he didn't do any due diligence, and an awful lot of that episode is just like basically the equivalent of clicking the laugh react to somebody on Facebook without actually addressing what they're saying in any meaningful way. And I hope that this video helps people to understand that. I'm not going to go over his entire video, and I actually wonder whether or not this is going to stay up on YouTube because I don't know if I'll get copyright strike for it. But if I do, don't forget to check out my website so that you can see the other places where this will inevitably end up. I'm going to put this back up on BitChute. It's going to be on Odyssey. It's going to be on Rumble. But I urge you guys to take serious caution and research these things for yourself. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Christian. I don't have religious opposition to what this is about. I just smell lies and bullshit, and I'm uncovering it. You should also check out Brett Weinstein and his wife's response to Jon Stewart's, issues with the trans issue. So this is my little HY page where you can find all the different places that you can check out V Radio. All right, guys. So far the poll says more trans stuff. I will give you guys just a little bit longer to vote. Thanks for tuning in and joining me today. Like I said, I'm sorry that the interview that I promised has been held up again, but they did say that, in good faith that, they got in at 1 a.m. and I know that they were traveling out of state. So I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, wait a second. We're tied. More trans stuff versus BLM Antifa stuff is now 50-50, guys. So participate in the democratic process. Engage in mob rule what is it that we will discuss next? I've got plenty of stuff going back for a while that I'm sure, especially a lot of the people who enjoy streams, have not watched yet. So, more trans stuff pulled ahead, 60% to 40%. So again, guys, what topic would you like for me to cover next? The poll is active. The polls are open. And I want to once again shout out Winning Reality, who's in the chat. Thank you very much for all of your help over the past year. Co-promotion is the way. That's actually one of the reasons why I was so happy the Good Logic brought me on last night. I was on his show from like 8 p.m. till midnight, or actually it was more like 1 a.m. when we were done. And I want to thank all of my new subscribers who joined us at that point. Oh, and it's neck and neck again. More trans stuff or more BLM Antifa stuff. So it's even again, guys. So I can't decide what is it we're gonna play next. But yeah, make sure that you check it out. As far as the poll, and then that'll determine where we go next. I mean, if it comes down to it, there's nothing to stop me from doing both. I'll stick with you guys a bit longer. I got up early this morning to do this, and some of you guys did that as well. And so this also though gives me an opportunity for the streamers, because there are people that I've noticed that their participation in YouTube seems to be all about like, okay, let's watch something interesting, and then we'll talk. As far as like in the chat room, and there's definitely something about that. Somebody's asking, when are you going to make a video based on the Prairie Fire lead Gosney give you? I'm going to be doing that. What I'm looking for is more of a smoking gun. I'm on a few private Antifa forums, obviously covertly. They don't realize that's who I am. And so, I'm trying to get, more of them to kind of open up about what the connection is. And the reason why I feel that there is a connection to the modern Antifa is because of the fact that when you listen to the documentary about the Weather Underground, their rhetoric sounds exactly the same, like almost identical. So there's definitely some kind of connection between the Weather Underground, which was a radical communist terrorist movement in the 60s, and modern Antifa today. I believe that without a doubt. But the reason that I don't just throw stuff out there is, as you guys know, I'm very careful, about just throwing stuff out. Kaiwan Calendar says, are you going to interview Katie Borisenko? I don't know. I don't know who that is. I will look them up for you, though. I do take requests here on V Radio. I will look into it. So, but in any case, so it looks like BLM Antifa stuff is pulling out into the lead. So we may be shifting gears here, folks. I will definitely then let's have a look, see what we got here. One of the things that we'll do this one older video that I did about Antifa. It goes over the fact that when people suggest that this is not a movement, or it doesn't exist, or whatever other horse shit, that there's no organization, that that's just obvious nonsense. And when I was at Occupy, they would just hang around us because they were hoping to radicalize Occupy to be a violent movement. I also have this video where we go over this whole issue about Antifa and like what Winning Reality is talking about right now with regards to ideological subversion, and what would happen in the event that Antifa actually quote unquote won is not what they think it is. So we can watch that one too, but let me go over this one down here because it kind of analyzes a major Antifa action where it's extremely obvious to anybody that is watching it that what you're looking at is an organized domestic terror group. Like, there's no way that this is just some random organic thing that apparently, supposedly, it's an idea, and it's an idea that dresses up and gets ready to go, and then all somehow moves around in formation and has the same, general worldview, and all knows to show up in uniform, that just supposedly happens on its own. So this is a much older video of mine, like near when I started the channel. So, as a consequence, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys haven't seen it yet. But in this one, and that's why the logo is so much uglier than the one I use now. This video, I analyze an action on a Columbus statue, and it's extremely obvious that this is more than just a random mob of people. So we'll go into this one, and then I'll continue the poll. to see what else you guys might want to talk about today. Thanks for tuning into V Radio, guys. I'll be here with you a little while longer, playing some videos. And again, the Mac Bags interview has been moved to 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Let's go. Okay, folks, so I wanted to record another video. This one is actually not about anything very recent. This is actually just about Antifa in general. Whether or not Antifa is an organized group of people, is it just a random group of people? I'm sure that there's probably, like, you know, individuals calling themselves Antifa all by themselves that are, you know, not really organized in any specific group, but when people say that it's not anything, that there's no organized group of people that call themselves that, or that they don't ever get together and do anything, one of the points of this video is that I would say that's probably not the case. Now, the first thing I'm going to point out with this first clip is that if you look at this clip, you would think that this entire protest at the Columbus statue was throwing things at the police. And you know, there's really, this is how you get people saying there were no peaceful protesters and such. So I'm going to play this for you, and you know, take a look at what you're looking at here, and consider the fact that this does end up basically making it look like the entire protest is attacking these cops. Now, one of the videos that I'm going to play later shows a little bit more of this situation, but if you were looking at this, it would be pretty ridiculous to suggest that this was somehow a peaceful protest. But, you know, you also notice that despite the angle that this all comes in at, it doesn't, you know, it does look like it's the whole protest. But, so, here's an aerial view, actually on one of these other tweet videos that I'm going to use, of that same situation. And I'm going to point something out to you that's also going to be pointed out in one of the later videos. So here you have an aerial view. And this is the same situation. There's this little cluster right here of people in all black using umbrellas. They were a little more tightly packed together earlier. You know, but this is a formation, okay? I've studied a lot of shield wall tactics, usually just as part of one of my hobbies, just studying, like, you know, Roman tactics and, you know, how formations work. Not to mention the fireworks they're throwing, but, you know, so there was, these are carts, and these carts have the objects that the police are having thrown at them. There's frozen bottles, PVC pipes that are actually sharpened. There's all kinds of stuff that the cops are going to talk about in their, you know, video. But needless to say, you also can see there are all these other people that are not engaging in throwing stuff. It's primarily all coming from this little group here, all dressed in black with the umbrellas covering them to prevent them from being ID'd by cameras overhead. So, again, let's get to the police video that kind of shows how these people came together, and gives you an idea of how all this works. I would also point out that actually before, and the cop's going to re-say it, but before these guys showed up, there were apparently peaceful protests for about an hour, and then this happened, and then an escalation happened after that where the police are finally fighting back. You know, but the police also at this point, how are they going to know that it's not the entire protest attacking them? And more importantly, who benefits from this situation? That's what you should be asking yourself. So now I'm going to play this police video where they're doing a presentation about what happened at the Columbus statue. Now, I'm going to put up a disclaimer. I should have said this at the beginning. I don't think there should be a Columbus statue up. I think that's ridiculous. I live here in Michigan, and there's a statue of General Custer up I'd love to see taken down. There are certain people that I don't believe by any means should be honored by statues, It's not about that. This is about analyzing the fact that there was, in fact, an organized group of people who obviously planned. I would assume they had to have drilled it in some way before going. There's no way that a random group of people organized this, just on the fly. They had to have had a plan about it. They had to have had meetings. I'll let you just watch for yourself.
So prior to this video starting, we had about a 1-hour rally at Buckingham Fountain with people exercising their First Amendment rights with no issues. The video is going to kick in as they start marching southbound on Columbus Drive. This is an overhead view that shows the group walking southbound on Columbus from Buckingham Fountain toward the Columbus statue. As you can see, there's several thousand people. And I'd like to point out the size of the banners in the front, which are approximately 5 to 6 feet tall, and all connected by PVC pipe, which will become important later on. So here you can see minimal police presence at this location. We have police cars in the rear to protect the rear from any vehicles that may come up behind First Amendment protesters that walk down the streets, and they have been doing that throughout the last month and a half. This is where you see the crowd start to march into Grant Park behind the Columbus statue, so they would be just north of the Columbus statue heading into the park. Okay, here's where we see the protest take a turn for the worse and turn into a riot situation.
Now, take a moment, because this comes back. This is the same banner that was lined up earlier at the front of the protest. Now, you see that cluster of people all wearing black? Okay, now they're pointing an arrow at this guy because he was dressed like this initially. He's going to come over here and he's going to change his clothes into black, like Antifa garb. Anyway, I'll let the officer continue from here, but I just wanted to be sure that you are thinking about this and comparing it to the video that I showed you, because this is before that happened. Pay very close attention to the fact that these people had a plan. This is not a random group of people who just happen to all be dressed in the same color who showed up at the same protest.
A lot of these individuals put up umbrellas and hid behind those banners among the foliage down the hill, so are shielded from our officers' sight who are on the ground. And as you can see where the arrow is pointing out, this is just showing an individual changing from his clothing into all black clothing. And you'll see as the video progresses how they form up and march toward the statue. So here, again, a lot of the protesters are moving in front to shield this group who are all changing clothes and preparing weapons to be thrown at the officers who are standing at the statue, which is approximately half a block away. And now, again, you see the protesters moving in a platoon-like fashion with the banner that is all connected by PVC pipe.
Okay, so again, when he means platoon-like fashion, that's the formation tactics I was talking about. And again, that's not something you can just go out and say, hey, let's go in formation and do this thing. No, that's something you practice. You probably drill it.
Towards the statue, and here's where they start marching south in Grant Park towards the statue. The PVC pipe is then taken apart from the banners, and a lot of that PVC pipe was sharpened on the ends to a point, which was being jabbed at the officers up when they get closer to the statue, and you'll see a video of that. Now they're forming up. You'll see the banners come down, and then they start moving. What you don't see from this video on the back end is a lot of the bicycles that are forming a wall around the bicycle behind. So here's a gentleman dumping out weapons to be thrown at the police, and immediately they start multiple felonies of throwing objects at the police who were standing on the statue.
I want to show that again, so I'm going to pause it. But they literally had weapons all ready to go, and the guy just poured them out, encouraging protesters to use them on the cops. Let's see that again.
So here's a gentleman dumping out weapons to be thrown at the police, and immediately they start multiple felonies of throwing objects at the police who were standing on the statue. We've seen frozen water bottles, frozen cans of different types of substances, rocks, explosive devices, and then obviously here comes the PVC with the banner that was broken apart and then jabbed at the officers. I want to point out that we've had multiple protests at the statue prior to this event that were all peaceful, and we respected everyone's First Amendment right to protest peacefully, but this was not, what you're seeing here was obviously an ambush on the police officers. So within the group, there are people pushing carts and holding bags that had the items to be thrown at police. So they had multiple restocking of items to throw at the police, weapons basically. And here's another look from the statue looking out southbound. You can just see the volume that the officers were under, the volume of attack. We had multiple officers injured, multiple officers concussed. Then I'd like to point out there's the sticks being thrown. The officers, at one point you'll see one of the officers move over, an incendiary device or an explosive device blows up near his eye, and you can see him walk away holding his eye. That officer's eye is damaged. He has to go back daily to have his eye checked by the eye doctor and may require surgery. It's going to happen here shortly. You'll see the officer in the white shirt, the sergeant, walk away holding his eye after that explosive device blew up in his eye right there. Here's more incendiary devices that were thrown at the officers. With that, I'll turn it back over to the superintendent.
So again, I want to take a moment and stress that you saw that there were enormous amounts of people in that crowd that were not participating in that. Now, here's the kicker. This is the problem that I don't think people are really addressing, which is that when people say things like silence is violence, you know, if you're not going to say anything about it, then you're part of the problem. That goes both ways. If you don't support violent protesting and you just stand by and let that group of people organize what was a very organized attack on a group of police officers, then, you know, if you're not going to do anything about it, then you're part of the problem. You know, if we want people to be, you know, we want to be able to hold people accountable for not doing enough to fight against police corruption or violence against black people or whatever, then you also can't just sit there and let something like that go on. And, you know, a lot of the people actually were just sitting there with their cell phones out, and that was the extent of their participation. But nobody was calling them out, and nobody was trying to stop them. And I don't recall seeing anybody, this is another major problem that I keep running into when I debate this on the internet, is that people are saying, well, that's not us, they don't represent us, but nobody calls them out. Nobody publicly says anything about it. Not only do they not physically intervene, they don't say anything about it. So when they get upset that Black Lives Matter and Antifa are being portrayed as being a violent mob,
But they don't do anything to prevent that from happening. They don't do anything to even condemn the behavior when it happens. It makes it difficult for anybody to buy that. It makes it difficult for anybody to believe that you're not complicit in it, or at least, you know, sympathetic to it in some way. So, but anyway, the main point is, the reason I wanted to make this video is that the people that are telling you things like, you know, there is no Antifa, or Antifa is not really an organization, or, you know, or Antifa is not, it has no central leadership or whatever, that was an organized attack. It wasn't an attack that would hold up in any kind of actual civil war, obviously, but that was an organized effort, you know, right down to spilling the weapons out, and, you know, just the way that they formed up and stayed in formation the entire time. Those people had a plan before they ever even got to the park. And they were the spearhead of a peaceful march, what was supposed to be a peaceful march. So, again, if people are not going to spend any time calling this out, then you can't blame anybody for associating you with what's going on right there in front of you. I've noticed that this is a problem in general with Antifa, with Black Lives Matter. It was a similar problem in Occupy, because we were like a leaderless mob. So you're in this weird situation where you were free to say, well, those people don't represent us anytime somebody does something bad. But then you can say, well, yeah, those people were members of Black Lives Matter or Antifa or Occupy when they do something good. While that works for, like, you know, soundbite kind of people, it doesn't work for intelligent people who are going to look at the situation deeper and say, no, I'm sorry, you are accountable because you didn't do anything about it. And this is kind of at the core of the problem that I don't think people realize. Now, there's another element to this that I've been hinting at for quite some time. And the reason that I think about this is that I was an activist back in 2008 when the Patriot Act was passed. And the Patriot Act, along with the Military Commissions Act and a lot of different post-9/11 pieces of legislation that passed, were designed specifically to deal with domestic terrorism as a major threat. The Timothy McVeigh bombing was another major contributor to that. So the majority of the Patriot Act's negative stuff that could be pulled on a regular citizen doesn't go into effect unless you become a an enemy combatant. But if you get labeled a domestic terrorist, which actually there's provisions in the Patriot Act even for the president himself to make that decision, like without even Congress or the Senate, then you can be stripped of your citizenship and then carted off to secret prisons presided over by secret tribunals. That stuff has been in the waiting, like all the way back since 9/11. And when you guys allow yourselves to either be complicit and allow people to be violent on your behalf, hey guys, I put up another poll about what we'll watch next. I've been kind of having fun going over some of this older stuff, so I hope you guys are enjoying it. Again, participate in the poll, and that'll kind of determine where we go next. Hope you guys are enjoying some of my older content. Like I said, a lot of the streamers don't watch the smaller content, but this gives you guys an opportunity to go over all this with me while still being able to stream and, you know, enjoy the chat room. So please participate in the poll. I'll finish this video. Do destruction on your behalf, arson, you know, then inevitably you are becoming associated with terrorism. Back in 2008, we used to joke about it all the time as independent journalists, like, I'm sure I'm on a terrorist watch list somewhere. And this stuff has all just been waiting to be used. I'm actually kind of surprised that Trump hasn't used it yet. And it's just a matter of time, because one of the other problems that I don't think you guys you realize you're creating is that public sentiment for getting the police and the military to act against you is getting more and more popular all the time. You're not having the effect that you think. Burning down some buildings and fighting some cops who've been ordered not to shoot you is not you engaging in a glorious battle. You're not Viet Cong, you know, you're not Taliban. You're basically at this point a group of kids throwing bottles. And that's not going to go the same for you if police are ordered to shoot you. It's not going to go the same for you if you get labeled a terrorist and end up in Guantanamo Bay, although I guess they've closed that, or some other secret prison. And I feel that there are somebody, I think that there are elements on the left and the right to some degree that want to do this, but there is somebody who is trying to manipulate the left into getting civil rights activism, and anti-corporate activism labeled a terrorist ideology. And once you can pull that off, all kinds of legislation that's been set in stone well before this will suddenly come into effect, and you'll be asking yourself, what the hell just happened to my rights? Well, your rights are gone now because you're a domestic terrorist, and because you scared the populace into not having support for your cause, they're going to be clapping as the cops finally cart you off. Again, that's not how I want it. That's not what I want it to be. But you guys aren't listening. You don't realize the larger implications of what's going on around you. And you're not thinking. That's one of the biggest problems that's going on right now that drives me crazy. People are not thinking. You don't realize that you're being manipulated. And everything has become so polarized that you can't even have an intelligent conversation that in any way deviates from what your group wants you to be saying. And this is true of the right, and it's true of the left, and it's out of control. And the less people are thinking, the easier it is to manipulate the mob. This is actually a Chairman Mao tactic. When Mao took over China, he would basically send out provocateurs to cause mass chaos because it's easier to mold a group to major changes, including totalitarian ones, if you can create mass chaos. Yeah, everybody's thinking, well, major changes would be good. Well, the problem is that the kind of major changes you're going to get by causing chaos are going to be people who are going to be more comfortable with you taking whatever measures that you want to make everything safe and peaceful. And that's how you get people to agree to fascism or totalitarian communism, neither one of which do you actually want. So think about that, folks. Yeah, that was an oldie but a goodie. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. But I used that one to put to bed this notion that supposedly this is just some unorganized group of people with no central authority or organization, because that's just obviously bullshit. That was like 60 or 70 people all organized into one black bloc, obviously executing a carefully laid plan, including how we're going to get the weapons there. People changing into black bloc literally in the middle of their protest. So again, a really big deal, but also like kind of exposing that really all of the violence was being perpetrated by the people in black bloc, but that they very carefully took video of what was taking place to try to make it look like the whole crowd was attacking the police. But I'm pretty confident that the Antifa in question were not aware that they were being filmed the entire time from overhead. So let's go back and look at our poll. The poll is currently in a three-way tie, 29%, 29%, and 29% between trans stuff, critical race theory stuff, and Antifa stuff. We have 7 votes. There are currently 19 people watching on YouTube. So please make sure you participate in the poll. Once again, Kywin Calendar, I answered you about this earlier. I don't know who Caitlin Borisenko is. I looked it up on Google and I couldn't find anything. So if you want me to talk to this person, email me about it or come to the Discord and talk to me about it, because I don't know who you mean. I Googled them and couldn't really find anything. So, but in any case, poll is still ongoing. 7 votes so far. We are trying to determine what topic I will tackle before, we are done today. Currently, the poll has up, do you want to watch more trans stuff? Do you want to watch critical race theory stuff? Or do you want to watch Antifa stuff? There's a 3-way tie. Antifa stuff has pulled ahead a little bit. I'd like to see some more votes. What kind of stuff do you want me to talk about today? A lot of you guys came here for my interview, which unfortunately had to be held over till tomorrow. So I wanted to spend some time, with you on that. Yeah, and Eric Holmes, that's what I searched, and I came up Carolyn Borisenko. I reached out to them. They never got back to me. They asked to look at my channel and never talked to me again. So I don't know. I'd like to talk to them. But it's up to them at this point. Antifa stuff again, pulling ahead at 44%, folks. We could watch my documentary analyzing Michael Forrest Reinhold murdering Jay Danielson. That one was pretty good. We could go over that. I have some other Antifa footage. A lot of it's violent. That's actually one of the things that led to me not liking Crystal Ball as much as I used to, because on a recent Breaking Points stream, she stated that Antifa was quote unquote mostly fake, as if there isn't, hours and hours and hours of footage of, Antifa beating people up. So, another vote for Antifa stuff. Participate in the democratic process, laddie and lassies. I really need you to go to the poll. Go to the poll and vote. Vote about what you want to watch next. Here on V Radio. Aye, let's do it. Let's do it, y'all. 10 votes out of 18 people watching. So, see what I've got. All right, we're going to go back to the V Radio channel. You're listening to V Radio. Thanks for tuning in today. It looks like, according to the poll, we're going to be moving on to, once again, another Antifa-based video. Here we have my channel. Going to be going through it and having a look and deciding what we're going to watch. All right, so let me see. Blah, blah, blah. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Let me see. Blah, blah, blah. Yickety-schmackety. So I did a deep dive on the Michael Forrest Reinhold murder, because there were a lot of people that were arguing about what took place. And still to this day, we still get people who just openly lie about this. It was weird watching this go down, because Antifa initially tried to deny that Michael Forrest Reinhold was one of them, and then that story kind of unraveled, and then they moved on to just turning him into some kind of martyr. So I'll throw this on, and we may be done after that, because we've been at this for a couple hours. Hope you guys have enjoyed this stream. I was about to say scream. I will, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., be interviewing Mac Beggs. And if there's any other problems, we'll let them know. I mean, I try to let my guests postpone anytime they need to, and Mac was traveling, so that was why I got postponed initially. And then, then they finally texted me this morning saying, "Hey, I didn't even get in until 1 a.m. Can we do this tomorrow?" I was like, "Yeah, that's fine. We'll do it." Hello, everyone, and welcome to my second edition of my documentary about the murder of Patriot Prayer member J. Danielson. Shot and killed. Can you describe? Able to. Hello, everyone, and welcome to my second edition of my documentary about the murder of Patriot Prayer member J. Danielson at the hands of Antifa member Michael Forrest Reinhold. Being as how it was the anniversary of this event that took place last year, I decided to go ahead and have another look at this old documentary. I was able to fix a lot of the sound issues so far as the volume. I apologize that the sound still sounds kind of fuzzy. My equipment was nowhere as good back then. But at least you'll be able to hear it at an equal sound level. Not only did I fix that, but I also added some new footage that was brought to my attention literally right after I had uploaded my first attempt at doing this, where I just fixed the sound. So I decided to incorporate that footage into this video. At the ending, you'll also get my commentary on the current dialogue about what had taken place and how it's currently being spoken about by Antifa, because they seem to have changed their attitude about how they're going to treat this situation. So thanks again for tuning in. Please consider supporting my work on Patreon, and please like, subscribe, and share this video. Hello, everyone. This is my video about the recent incident in Portland between Antifa member Michael Forrest Reinhold and Patriot Prayer member Aaron J. Danielson. It's at this time that I'll again put up my disclaimer that I am a left-leaning independent. I am not a right-winger. I am not a left-winger. I do lean to the left, but I would not say that I identify exclusively with either side. I've actually started to feel that the right-left paradigm has gotten so far out of control that people are unable to think for themselves. And if you take a moment and just view the graphic that I use for my show, that will give you some indication as to what my feelings are about the two major parties. With that said, let's get into this video. I made this video already as far as the footage that we're going to be reviewing. I'll be using the VLC media player and pausing it periodically to make any further comments that I feel are warranted beyond the narration that I had already used when I made the video itself. This video begins in, I would say, the middle of what is known as the Dunlap video. There was a independent journalist who was walking the streets of Portland named Dunlap, and his video was actually used in the official police investigation that led to the arrest warrant against Michael Reinhold. So this part that I've moved the video up to is one of the first times that Michael Reinhold is visible in the video, and I'm going to go ahead and hit play here. We'll take it from there. So is Reinhold over there. See his sandals. He and his buddies have been kind of milling around for a while before the video got to this point. There he is again, making his way down 3rd Street.
Dude, did you miss the whole line brigade?
The actual incident takes place down here.
Of Portland.
Cool. So when I originally did this video, the CCTV footage that shows what took place immediately after the video you were just watching was not available. It is now. So what I did is I'm going to incorporate it with my reading of the arrest warrant for Michael Forrest Reinhold. It says here, during the investigation, Portland Police Detective Corey Stenzel of the Portland Police Bureau's Digital Forensic Unit obtained video surveillance from the Moda Tower, located at 601 Southwest 3rd Avenue. I reviewed surveillance footage from a camera above the garage entry located on the east sidewalk of Southwest 3rd Avenue, just south of Southeast Adler Street. The field of view of the camera looks north along the east sidewalk of Southwest 3rd Avenue and captures the intersection of Southwest 3rd Avenue and Southwest Alder Street. I noted the following actions of Reinhold during my review. 8:44:05. Reinhold is at the northeast corner of the intersection waiting to cross southbound on Southwest 3rd Avenue. 8:44:16. Reinhold crosses Southwest Adler with a white female in a white t-shirt and shorts. Reinhold and the female are staring east down Southwest Adler Street. Subject number 2 and another white female are following a few steps behind. 8:44:23. The female in the white t-shirt stops walking and stands against the wall as Reinhold continues. Danielson and Chandler Pappas are seen rounding the corner from the east and turning south onto Southwest 3rd Avenue. Reinhold looks back toward Danielson and Pappas, but continues walking and begins reaching towards his waistband. 8:44:26, Reinhold turns into the garage entry and reaches towards his left front waist area. Reinhold conceals himself, waits, and watches as Danielson and Pappas continue walking by. Danielson and Pappas do not appear to interact or communicate with anyone and continue southbound on Southwest 3rd Avenue. Danielson appears to be holding a can in his right hand and what appears to be an expendable baton in his left hand.
After Danielson and Pappas walk by, Reinhold begins to emerge from a garage while still reaching towards the pocket or pouch on his waistband. Subject number 2 looks back toward Reinhold. Danielson and Pappas cross westbound southwest 3rd Avenue, and Reinhold and subjects number 2 follow them. The shooting occurs shortly thereafter and is not captured on surveillance video. Now, this is where the video switches over back to the Dunlap video. Now, the reason I'm making a note of this is that Dunlap at some point stops because he hears a revving engine. The revving engine was coming from a black Charger, meaning a car, which is later revealed to have members of Antifa inside and a member of Black Lives Matter. I kind of made the note, it was like, is this guy accelerating to catch up to the scene? He seemed in quite a hurry. And you'll notice as the video plays, he also runs a red light to get even closer to the scene immediately after the shooting.
I love it when I hear revving engines. Not really, it kind of scares me.
Okay, so now the video is going to slow down to half speed. Reinhold's torso turns, indicating he is changing into his gun stance, preparing to fire. Bear mace cloud is immediately followed by gunfire. Bullet sounds always have a slight delay in slow motion. Just another note, the police officer in the police report also kind of shared my view that the stance that Reinhold took was indicative that he was getting ready to fire a firearm. If you pay really close attention, because we're going to slow this video down again, you'll notice that it's very clear that Reinhold was already in his stance, pointing his gun at Danielson before Danielson raises his hand to shoot the bear mace, but we'll get to that in a moment. So what you're about to see is new footage that shows a bit closer up perspective on what was going on during the shooting. Unfortunately, it pans away right as Reinhold would have been lifting his pistol. I feel that my previous video analysis shows clearly that Reinhold raised his pistol and that Jay bear maced him in response. Now, I will say that on the Antifa spin side of this, they're trying to say that, you see, this is all we needed. This proves that it was self-defense. And I have made the argument multiple times that if Antifa wants to say that shooting somebody is an appropriate response to bear mace, considering that Antifa aggressively and offensively bear maces people without provocation on a regular basis, that's a really dangerous precedent to set. So to recap then what we just looked at, Reinhold spotted Jay Danielson behind him, decided to duck into a garage to allow him to walk by. Reinhold walked what looks to be around and outside, probably around that car that was right next to them, to get around in front of them, because he went from behind them to in front of them. Now, another
piece of Twitter BS that I've been seeing from Antifa supporters is that, you see, he was following him, meaning that Jay and Chandler were in some way following Reinhold. The problem is that if that was the case, they would have followed him into the garage that Reinhold ducked into, and they didn't. They didn't even take note of the fact that he had stepped away, and they started crossing the street in the other direction. Reinhold had to go out of his way to get around in front of Jay Danielson and Chandler Pappas. Now we're going to go back to video, and you will again see that black Charger pulling up at the tail end of the new shooting video that I just showed you. Now again, we're coming back to that black Charger that members of Antifa and a member of BLM will be getting out of after they pull up to the scene. And it's been noted by other independent journalists that this black Charger has been seen at a lot of protests in Portland.
Go, go, go!
I got mace in my eyes. Ow. Eyes.
Here come the cops.
Do you have anything for eyes stuff? Yeah.
So that was a another, like a basically audio enhanced version of the first camera view. This next video will actually be from phone footage that was taken from across the street. The sound is clear. In the first part of the video, the camera or the phone is for whatever reason pointing at the ground. But what's most important about this particular part of the footage is what is said between these people. I would imagine that the person with this phone was probably only about 6 feet away or so from the action when it took place. So I listened to this a lot. I recommend that if you want to be able to hear clearly anything in a video like this, that you actually put on a good pair of headphones. But this is the transcript. Voice number 1 is screaming, "No, no." Voice number 2 is, "Hey, we got someone right here." And then you hear "no" again, kind of actually at the same time. Then you got, "We got a couple right here." And this is the part that I don't actually see a lot of other people mentioning that they heard, but I heard pretty clearly the same voice that said, "We got a couple right here," get quieter and say, "He maced me. He's pulling it out." And then the third voice, which I think belongs to Reinhold, says, "Right here?" Like as in he's confirming, "This is the guy who maced you?" And that's when the 2 shots are heard. Now, over on the left, you're going to see Reinhold and the one that's referred to as Subject 2 in the police report running off. They're very briefly in this video on this side. You get to see the black Charger car pull up again. Although it's the same, it's obviously the same pull up. It's just we're playing video from 2 different perspectives. More Antifa also come from the right.
need an ambulance? Gracie, do you need an ambulance?
Yeah, call the ambulance.
Call 911 now. Sir, I'm a medic. I just give me directions. Where are we? Help me. I need straightening now.
Hey, they're right here. All you there. Right here.
We need a medic.
Hey, you're fucking sorry, man.
Now, this video is just downright disturbing. Again, I'm on the left, but I cannot support this kind of activity. I don't support anything that resembles terrorism for any political purpose, not just because it's immoral, but because it doesn't work. I can get into that at another time. However, this is a clip, actually 2 clips, of Antifa celebrating, along with Black Lives Matter, the death of Aaron Danielson. Same night.
Y'all are not angry. You're not paying attention. If y'all are not angry, you're not with me. Everybody needs to realize what's going on in these streets. Our community can hold its own without the police. We can take out the trash on our own. I am not sad that a fucking fascist died tonight. And tonight, I just got word. The person who died was a patriot person. He was a fucking Nazi. Our community held its own and took out the trash. I am not going to shed any tears over a Nazi.
Now, I am assuming what she meant by the community being able to handle things without the police would have been the recent experiments with things like the Chaz Chop, which I would say actually did not really go over so well, but that'll be the subject for another video. So, more aftermath. Chandler Pappas, Danielson's friend who was standing next to him during the shooting, gave testimony to Common Sense Conservative and to Tucker Carlson on Fox.
Last night, it escalated to the point that they executed my partner. They hunted him down. They hunted us down. They recognized our Patriot Prayer hats. For anybody who doesn't know Patriot Prayer, Joey Gibson, the Citizens Advocate, he's a good man. We support him. He's a Christian and conservative. So they identified our hats. We've got a couple of them right here. We've got a couple of them right here. Pull it out. Pull it out. And is that what they said? That's what they said. We turned around. It didn't even register that somebody was pointing a gun at us until the shots went off and he took off running. The shooter took off running. And it takes a second for you to process everything that happened. Did he just shoot at me? Okay, I'm okay. Turn over, and Jay's dead.
So back to the original shooting, was there anything that inspired or that led up? Was there any confrontation that led up to the shooting?
No, I didn't even know who these guys were. I remember kind of being set off because you turn around and you typically see people in black bloc, and this guy had all white, and I remember that stood out to me, and it took me a second, and then the next thing was 2 shots went off. I don't have any idea who this guy is. I don't think he knew who I was. I know he didn't know who Jay was. Jay's always kept his head down. He's always just been mellow.
So did it look like he was attacked because he was the easiest target or the first target? Or?
I think the 2 of us alone, away from the rest of the Trump rally with all the trucks and all the other noise going on, I think they isolated us and they thought he could get away with it.
So it's 50-50 whether you're standing here or Jay today?
Yeah.
So you do believe it was just a random assassination attempt?
Yeah, I think it was planned. I think they were looking for somebody to hurt. I think they were looking for somebody just like us who was down there unprotected, who didn't go and bring guns because we didn't have the intention to kill people.
So, you say he was killed, he was shot and killed. Mm-hmm. Can you describe where he was shot and how it was?
Yeah, he was shot right in the chest. So, as I said, the shots went off and I kind of take a second. guy takes off and you're processing everything. And I acknowledge I don't have any bullet holes in me. I turn to check on my partner, and he's on the ground. I asked his, I said his name. I asked him if he was okay. He's non-responsive. I rolled him over. I started looking for a wound to plug up, and I saw a fair bit of blood. Ended up finding a hole right in his chest, right just to the right of his heart. He had no pulse, and at that point, Antifa medics, which some of them, to their credit, really do go out there to try to help people, but they came to intervene and try to effect whatever kind of help they could, and that lasted for all of 8 seconds and a little bit of arguing because I wasn't sure if they were going to try to finish the job or try to kill me. And thankfully the police were right around the corner. They came and separated everybody, and they had EMTs on him, and probably less than a minute. But they blew his heart out. He was probably dead before he hit the ground.
What are they saying?
I don't pay attention to everything that they're saying. I know that they came up behind us, they shot my friend and killed him.
Was there warning? I mean, were you in the middle of a dispute before this happened?
No.
Or what? Tell us the circumstances, if you would.
Just the yelling. I mean, when they started yelling at us, we turned around, and I didn't even have time to register that somebody was pointing a gun at us before the shots went off.
But do you recognize the man who pulled the trigger?
Yeah.
And is it this man? We have his picture on the screen, who the police say is the main suspect?
Yeah, I mean, mostly what you see is a white blur. I recognize that he was a white guy, and what significantly stood out to me is that he was the only person downtown that night, other than myself, wearing a white shirt.
Huh. What were they screaming at you before they murdered your friend?
Like, we got a couple right here, we got a couple right here, pull it out, pull it out. And then... and you turn around and you don't quite understand what's going on. And before I got a chance to process anything, it was over.
Did you point a firearm at them?
I don't bring my firearms downtown because I don't go down there with the intent to hurt people. We occasionally bring bear spray to keep them off of us. That's you can see in that video, that big cloud of smoke. They shot him through his can of bear mace.
So you were unarmed, they were armed. They didn't demand anything, they just identified you and assassinated your friend.
Yeah, this hat's a pretty big target out there. This hat, a MAGA hat, anything that's pro-American, pro-patriot.
So just a brief interjection here. While it's entirely possible that Chandler was not armed with any firearms, the police report does say that Danielson did have a firearm on his person, but that it had been holstered and that it had not been used. I will provide a link to the police report that you'll be able to find in the description of the video.
I had no choice. I mean, I had a choice. I could have sat there and watched him kill a friend of mine of color, but I wasn't going to do that. You know, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. What I will say is that I felt that my life and other people around me's lives were in danger. And I felt like I had no choice but to do what I did.
And just to reiterate, you feel that it was totally justified?
Totally justified. Had I not acted, I am confident that my friend and I'm sure I would have been killed, because I wasn't going to stand there and let something happen. Honestly, I hate to say it, but I see a civil war right around the corner. That shot felt like the beginning of a war.
Now, one of the things that kind of strikes me about that interview is that he felt the need to point out, well, I did have a choice. I could have stood there and let them kill a friend of mine of color, like he's got a virtue signal as to why he shot the guy. I don't find any evidence anywhere in any of the video of any friend of color that he was coming to the defense of. It honestly looks to me like he, snuck up on the guy and shot him, essentially, or, came around the back of that red car that you see in the video. There wasn't any confrontation going on before that. It does sound like, when you listen to the audio from before, that he's saying, you know, there was that comes back to that point I made earlier about him, somebody saying he maced me, he pulled it out. Now he is seen, meaning this is Danielson we're talking about, with the mace and then a baton in his hand, and that's in the police report as well. But again, you know, why he felt the need to say of color just kind of strikes me as he's virtue signaling. Anyway, Reinhold is eventually located by the police and federal officers. He is killed in the encounter. 2 witnesses say he fired first in the report. Washington Post writes an article briefly admitting that 2 witnesses testify to this, but then details another witness saying the police opened fire first. I'm going to get into this kind of silly controversy here. So I just want to take a moment to comment on the media's handling of what happened to Reinhold at the hands of police when they tried to apprehend him. And specifically how it affected discourse in regards to this situation. Here I am on the People for Bernie Sanders group, one of my typical groups on Facebook, and it was posted September 11th, 2020 at 8:45 a.m. They quoted Michael Forrest Reinhold, the wanted man, wasn't obviously armed, a witness to the scene said Wednesday. In fact, according to Nate Dingus, Reinhold was clutching a cell phone and eating a gummy worm as he walked to his car outside an apartment complex in Lacey, Washington. That's when officers opened fire without first announcing themselves or trying to arrest him. Dingus, a 39-year-old man who lives in the apartment complex, said in a statement shared with the Washington Post. Now, there is already another report that was put out before this that included the fact that there were 2 other witnesses who also said they saw what happened. And I'll be including a video here of the statements of one of those witnesses, along with some footage of what happened immediately after he was shot. But more specifically, what it is that bothers me is, aside from the fact that, you know, this headline basically leaves out that the fact, you know, basically that there were 2 other witnesses who say that he fired first. It's the reactions that I got, you know, reading this. And I even said this. I said, interesting how even though this article openly admits that there are 2 other witnesses that reported that he fired on the police, that this is the outcome and narrative people were hoping for, so they're latching onto it. There were a lot of people who said some pretty strange stuff about this. In fact, I've even had people say, well, he wasn't Antifa, but he was anti-fascist, as if that makes any sense.
Now, I want to take a moment and comment on why I pointed out that it was odd that all of a sudden they were saying that Michael Reinhold wasn't Antifa. Some of you will still encounter this if you deal with these people online, but basically they say, well, are you anti-fascist? Do you like fascism? No, well then you're Antifa. And I always suspected that there was something to that because, you know, it's kind of like the Patriot Act. Well, of course you like the Patriot Act. Aren't you a patriot? You know, and of course you support Black Lives Matter. Don't you think Black Lives Matter? It's a trap that's designed, you know, very clever, you know, for the purpose of trying to make people feel pressured to join. I had always suspected that it had something to do with some kind of agenda of radicalization. So I was on this private forum, frequented largely by Antifa, and I asked the question specifically at that time about, you know, why is everybody trying to say that Antifa is not anarchist? I thought that was always understood, that they were anarcho-communists. And so, you know, then everybody is Antifa topic came up, and then they said 4 years ago, many Bernie brothers just being radicalized who showed up. This person says, anyone who opposes fascism is Antifa, quote unquote, is a generalization that is being used to radicalize folks. It works. Here's another clip from that same private forum. It's all about optics. If we can make the liberals believe that they are also Antifa, they will be further swayed towards the left. We all know that 1940s America was no less fascist than Germany, but we're not going to win people over by shouting that. So, again, this notion that everybody is Antifa was their strategy, and some people still try to use this strategy, particularly when they're debating on Twitter or Facebook or whatever. But the big problem here was that initially when the Michael Reinhold thing happened, it really kind of put a black eye on, you know, their whole image, because For the longest time, you would argue with them about the violent tendencies of Antifa, and they would spam this article at you that says that, you know, no deaths linked to Antifa in so many years. And when Michael Reinhold murdered somebody in the street, that kind of screwed with that whole image. And, you know, so that's one of the reasons why they were squirming in their chairs trying to figure out how to handle this. Now, 1 year later, things have changed significantly, and I'll get into that in a moment. But first, we're going to take a look at some footage from the witnesses that for some reason we're not getting any press. This is something I was pointing out in the previous clips from the old video, was just that basically the internet, you know, buzz was that there was a witness that said that, you know, the police just drove up, pulled out their guns and shot Reinhold, and that, you know, that there was no gunfight. And there was a single witness who also just happened to be the guy who was sheltering Reinhold in his house, who said, you know, oh no, you know, he had a gummy worm and a cell phone, and, you know, they just pulled up and shot him. And they leave out the fact that there were multiple other witnesses that said, no, he pulled out a gun and fired at them, and then they fired back.
Yeah, you see him? They doing CPR on him. They lit his ass up. I'm telling you, if y'all would have heard it, man, it sounded like fireworks. That's how many shots. I was like, the fuck is going on out here? Yeah, that nigga dead, man.
He didn't live here. He's from Portland.
Has a friend there? Or
I
something?
believe that's his friend. Yeah, a friend or family, because they definitely had him in their apartment. And the thing is, the marshals were already in this neighborhood. They already got sight of that he was here, so they were waiting. And as soon as he did come out, he tried to grab his gun. They got him. It was really scary. I've never seen anything like it. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, the fugitive was coming out of this apartment over here. He comes across, and then that's just when you hear shots. All of a sudden, you know, windows busted out of 3 different cars, as, you know, shattered windows. They shot someone's house over there, hit their fence, hit their brick wall. Like, it was pretty scary. I was pulling up when it was all happening, so I could have even been out here in the crossfire, you know what I mean? Because I was coming into her home, and the shots are happening right in front of her home. Just imagine if I were to have been here right at the time it started. Who knows what could have happened. His car was sitting right here, and he jumps out of his car from right here, and he runs, and he's running, and you see this glass right here? This is where they shot his car. This is his car. This is his glass windows right here, because they shot his glass windows right here. He made it as far as this mailbox and was gone at that point. They killed him. So
was he ever able to drive?
No, he was never able to drive. He started his car. He was right here. He started it, and then he shot fire, whatever. Then they started shooting back. He got out. He ran, and then they got him right there. Police department cannot. He's right there. You see his bloody arm?
Right.
Yep.
Oh my God, they killed him.
He did open fire first, and he did do what he did first. So any person would have gotten shot down, no matter what you look like, no matter who you are.
So now, 1 year later, we come to the dialogue that is currently being spread about this event. And Antifa went from initially, you know, trying to worm their way out of taking responsibility for what Michael Reinhold did into turning him into a hero or a martyr. You know, and of course they refer to the police killing him as a murder, and that's really all they want to emphasize, other than occasional cruel things that they say, you know, to essentially celebrate Jay Danielson's death. Now, it's really important to note that the reason that this is relevant, beyond just any issues of them lying about it or changing their story, is that this means that Antifa not only supported what he did, but celebrated it. Just kind of like in that earlier disturbing video I showed you of their reaction that same night. And if that's the case, you know, this whole notion that, you know, everybody's Antifa, you know, and if you oppose fascism, then, you know, you're Antifa. I want to, like, make a point that I've made several times when debating that issue, which is, I'm Irish. I support a unified Ireland. I do not support the IRA because they targeted innocent people. That's the truth. There's this, otherwise you get this false dichotomy of you either go along with everything that we're doing or you're fascist. So let's take a look at some of this. As you can see, they were going to have a vigil for Michael Reinhold. That actually got interrupted because of another event that just took place a few days ago that I'll be sharing here in a moment. Note that in the lower right hand corner it says, Jay got what he deserved. Antifa Sacramento tweeted, 1 year ago today, and Leo and Lacey Township, in coordination with the feds, did execute Michael Reinhold, a member of the anti-fascist movement. R.I.P. Michael, solidarity with you forever. And here's that powerful piece from Idris Robinson, an ode to Michael Reinhold. So they made poetry for the guy. And anti-fascist abolitionist tweets, on this day 1 year ago, feds and local cops conspired to make a martyr of this man, fellow Antifa militant Michael Reinhold, who tried to defend PDX from Nazi invaders. This is just another textbook example of how Antifa has delusions of grandeur about what the scale of their conflicts are. There was no Nazi invasion of Portland, and all they really did at that point, they weren't defending from anything. It's not as if Jay Danielson was trying to take territory. It's just nonsense. So Jay's friends and family had done a memorial at a tree that was close to where he had been shot. And of course, Antifa defaced that. Melissa Claudio Lewis says, looks like Jay's tree got hit during the evening's festivities. Fash are not welcome in Portland. And as you can see, they use obscenity here and deface this, way that people have decided to remember their fallen friend. And you're also noticing that this means that this is Antifa taking pleasure in celebrating that they murdered somebody. This is not a peaceful movement or organization or idea or whatever the hell we're going to call them today. So since the murder, Antifa obviously has not really let up. If anything, they've become more bold. Local law enforcement basically has their hands tied, as the DA will just simply cycle these people back out and release them without charges as often as they can get away with. And I have more or less just kind of joined with a group of other anonymous activists to analyze their propaganda and disprove it. They recently, for example, stabbed somebody in the chest in Los Angeles and then tried to spin it to suggest that the reason that they did it was supposedly to defend themselves from a skateboard. And again, we come back to so shooting or using deadly force on somebody who's hitting you with a skateboard, is acceptable. Well, what does that remind me of? But in addition to that, there's also this incident that just took place. The man on the left is Tiny. He's a member of the Proud Boys. And this is him limping away after being shot by a member of Antifa when the Proud Boys were pursuing Antifa in Olympia. And the common lie that was being passed around about this, that ironically took place on the anniversary of everything that we just went over with Reinhold, is that supposedly he shot himself in the foot. Now, I did a whole video about that. You guys can check it out on my channel. I also did a video debunking the Antifa nonsense about the stabbing in Los Angeles. But, as you can see, thanks to the work of Mary Todd, who does an excellent job of analyzing footage, there is clear evidence of somebody in black bloc firing the shots. And there's also clear evidence that Jay's hands were full and he can't possibly have ever even had a gun in his hand, let alone shoot himself in the foot. But this kind of crap is just going to continue. You guys have to be able to critically look at things that are going on. And if you happen to be the people on the left, recognize that there are people who have a vested interest to lie to you, just as much as they do on the right. I'm not saying the right never does this, but we don't need this. This has been terrible for the left. Any good work that was done by leftists, that were actually competent activists, this point is undone, because the face of the left now is, Michael Forrest Reinhold. It's people like that, and that's, it's just not competent activism. It doesn't help anybody. They're not deterring any fascists. All they're actually doing with stuff like this is making people who would have been, say 3 years ago, completely aghast at the idea that, there might be some kind of police crackdown or whatever on any kind of activist. They would have, never supported that, are now suddenly more and more comfortable with draconian measures that could be taken against activists. That's all that Antifa has accomplished with all of this activity. Nothing else. They haven't even accomplished their anarchist goals because, you know, the idea of roving gangs, marching the streets, burning things, destroying property, attacking anyone they don't agree with is probably the least effective strategy you could ever deploy to get people to agree that maybe we don't need the police and maybe we don't need the state. So to be blunt, you know, if you're the one directing this kind of activism, you're either somebody who wants the left to fail or you need to call a proctologist to help you get your cranium out of your rectum. Well, everybody, thanks for tuning in to this second edition of this documentary. Hey guys, I noticed the viewer count was going up, so I posted a poll, see if you guys wanted me to continue for a little while. I guess I don't really have anything else to do anyway, so if you would like to do that, if I get a poll that says majority wants me to continue, then I'll just keep playing some cool videos from the past and talk to you guys in the chat room for a little longer. You're listening to V Radio. Thank you for tuning in today. Once again, to let everybody know what's going on. MacBags did contact me shortly after the show was supposed to begin and texted me and said they were sorry and that they will be available tomorrow morning. What happened is that they were traveling from out of state and they apparently did not even get back to their house until like 1 a.m. So, and that's fine. You know, I want them to be clear-headed. You know, and again, I got to emphasize, guys, Mac coming on my show is kind of a big deal because, you know, they don't have to do this, but they want to answer for the tough questions that I proposed, you know, and they're not running from me on it. And they made it clear that they're willing to let me, you know, ask whatever I want to ask. So we went over it in detail because I don't really like to ambush guests. That's not really my strategy. But I think that the conversation went really well. And then based on that poll, I'll start another poll to see what you guys, especially those of you who are new to my channel, might want me to cover. I've done stuff about critical race theory. I've done stuff about election fraud, which I'm now allowed to talk about again. I had done a special about election fraud and got banned for a week, but apparently now you are allowed to discuss election fraud. I have a friend actually who was the person who testified before Congress who said, yes, I've been hired to write software programs to rig elections. That's a real thing now. You're allowed to discuss it. We could talk about social media, Elon Musk, you know, basically kind of anything you guys want. I got a lot of different stuff on here that I like I said, the people who watch streams don't always watch the shorter form content. So yeah, contact, whatever that is, you know, contact that thing. They don't watch that either. So, but yeah, so I'm going to look again. And I've also got like stuff from Kenosha. You know, I imagine you guys have probably seen all that stuff now, you know, do fast food tier ratings now. I don't understand. What is that? Fast food tier ratings. Like which fast food restaurants is everybody's favorite? I mean, like there's people who are right and there are people that are wrong about that. And the ones who are wrong, obviously, the people who disagree with me. Grounds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the Daryl Brooks trial. I remember that. I did an extensive documentary on that too. Yeah, that guy was straight up white. I'm sorry, black nationalist, black supremacist, and it never came up during the trial. They never discussed the very blatantly anti-white racism that was on Daryl Brooks's social media. You know, we can watch that at some point if you guys want to. Let me see what people are saying. You know, you guys up for it? And obviously, I don't take it personally if you don't want me to continue. I've been doing this now for going on 3 hours, and I don't have the energy to like I didn't have anything else prepared because I thought I was doing an interview. So, but yeah, it looks like 93% with 15 votes out of 20 people watching to continue. So I'll keep going then if you guys are interested. Let me start another poll. This one will be about what we're going to watch next, democracy in action. So let's do it, homies. By the way, I don't know if you guys listened to my original music that I used to host on the channel. And mind you, it was really old. very bad recording on an old tape deck that somebody got their hands on and say, hey, dude, do you remember this? So there will be, I found my guitar player thanks to the internet, and I will be re-recording my original music. At the time that I was writing music, I was a singer-songwriter, and it was during the late 80s, early 90s. The music that I did primarily would be like thrash metal, like Metallica, or hard rock, like Guns N' Roses. I did stuff that could be considered hair metal. I don't really like that term because some of those guys actually really, made really good music. Um, but we're going to be re-recording it, and I will be releasing it to you guys. I got, some new stuff. As far as like, I got some new equipment. My son is actually working on being a guitar player. So me relinking up with this guy is just a wonder of the internet, because nobody knew where he went, because he moved out of Michigan and he didn't leave a phone number or anything. It had been years, like literally over a decade since anybody had talked to this guy. And I found him, and he still remembers all of our old songs. So I'm going to re-record our songs, and we're going to put them up here. And I'm going to say, like, it's been a long time for me, so I don't sound perfect. So I'm not going to say that there isn't going to be some enhancement, here and there, but I'm more just interested in making the song sound good. So, but anyway, I'm going to put together the poll about what we're going to watch next. BLM stuff, Antifa stuff, trans stuff. Let's see, BLM stuff, Antifa stuff, trans stuff, critical race theory stuff. Oh, I can only do 4 things in a poll. So if there's something else you want to hear about, and I can get enough support from it in the chat room, then we'll do that. So, but yeah, I do music. Guns N' Roses was my favorite band. I wrote a few different songs, usually for girls. I wrote a lot of songs for girls. And of course they ended up, it never ended up working out in the long run. So I stopped writing songs for girls. But yeah, my musical taste. The funny thing is, the songs that I wrote could very easily be gutter punk. No, although I do appreciate punk. My son is more into punk than me. Guns N' Roses was technically originally a punk band. Most people don't know that. So, oh man. So far, Antifa is still in the lead on stuff that you guys want to watch. TN. What? How should I? What is it? TN Tricycles PDX. Tennessee Tricycles PDX. What is it you're trying to say there? Big hair ballads. Yeah, I wrote a lot of that stuff. I haven't warmed up at all. In fact, I was choking on my breakfast earlier, so my voice would sound pretty terrible. But like, you see. So don't tell me that you love me forever. And don't say that we'll always be together. And don't say it'll be you and me through all eternity. 'Cause forever isn't long enough for me. That's one of the songs I wrote. Cheesy love songs. Really good stuff there. So anyway, all right, Antifa stuff is still in the lead with trans stuff and BLM stuff coming up, in a tie for 25%. No votes for critical race theory as of yet. If you guys are interested, I'll obviously, go back and watch my archives going back for years, where I cover different stuff. So you see, blah, 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 arrested, Schverbig-Nergen, who's a what's it's with that one stuff. Yeah, at that one place that one day. While you guys are voting, I'll play this little 13-second comic book clip that I made. Yeah, that was a kind of a prank I played on my audience because at the time an actual thing was going on, the trial was still going on. So, well, this would cover Antifa and trans stuff at the same time. I guess we'll throw this up. All right, here we go, guys. Did you guys remember the Wee Spa incident? Extensively covered by WYSIWYG TV, J. Lee Quinn, and the late but great Villain Report, all three of which I have interviewed on this channel. They were present when a spa in LA had widespread protests that eventually turned violent. Well, turned violent on one side, for sure. Well, in case you forgot, let's take a quick look. Just a little trip down memory lane. The Wee Spa was an incident wherein a pre-op trans person exposed themselves in a nude Korean spa. For those of you who are not familiar with that, generally they are separated by gender because you are supposed to be nude. And that means that both women and children were present. This is the controversy that exploded.
We Spa, so you don't, so it's okay. I just want to be clear with you. It's okay for a man to go into the women's section, show his penis around the other women, young little girls underage. Your spa, We Spa, condone that. Is that what you're saying? Like I asked. It's so he could stay there. He could stay there. What sexual orientation? I see a dick. It lets me know he's a man. He's a man. He is a man. He is not no female. He is not a female. He is not a female. Hold on. He is.
In addition to the extensive coverage by people on the ground, I also want to credit Mary Todd, friend of the channel, who does excellent work in investigating Antifa. But on day one, it was just peaceful protesters who were mostly like soccer moms with cardboard signs like they were at a PTA meeting or something, journalists, and some street preachers.
Keep walking.
Just an idea. Some more highlights of Just an Idea.
Peaceful protest, back!
Or, of course, this one, which was a fantastic forensic breakdown by Mary Todd.
Are you pushing one in your fucking
So just think about that when the next time an idiot like Cenk Uygur just suggests that it's not a big deal to get hit in the head with a skateboard. But I digress. The Wee Spa situation was also a classic example of the Antifa types and their ability to deliver misinformation. But the constant argument was that the whole thing was supposedly a hoax, that it never took place, that there was never a pre-op trans person who exposed themselves with the Wee Spa. Unfortunately for them, eventually the truth came out, and in fact, not only was there a pre-op trans person at the Wee Spa exposing themselves to women and children, they were also a sex offender. And in typical fashion when it comes to the way that the alt-left works when it comes to things like this, initially they just deny it and suggest that nobody supports it. Then they moved on to saying, well, maybe some people support it, but it's still not happening. And then eventually to, well, where we are now, which is not only is it happening, it should be happening. And if you look back on my channel and all the coverage I've done, I've got like Twitter conversations where that exact whole like thing is going on. That entire sequence of denial to, yeah, we actually agreed with it the whole time. Well, here we go again. The thing that is supposedly never going to happen. A trans person who is pre-op is never going to at any point try to insist that they be admitted to a space set aside for nude women or nude girls, as the case may be. This trans individual launched a lawsuit to complain and try to force compliance from a similar spa in Olympus. There was an interesting bit of controversy about this because initially the trans person suggested that they were denied entry at the door, and then it turns out that they had lied, that it actually had happened on a phone call. They had called up and asked about the policy, and they didn't like what they heard. The Linwood Times got an exclusive interview with the lawyer for the spa, who's still trying to fight this.
Our clients are traditional Korean spa. They are Christian, and their clientele are all women, always have been. And part of the process in coming to the spa is nudity. It's not optional nudity. It's not you have a towel around you nudity. It is a bona fide requirement. And our clients believe in modesty. They do not believe, as between the sexes, that women and men should be naked amongst each other. Haven Wilvich had gender reassignment surgery less than 2 months after filing this complaint to the Human Rights Commission that entry had been denied. Haven said that the owner of the spa said thus and such to them. And that's not true. We went back to the Human Rights Commission and said, look, this person never came into the spa. They never talked with the owner. None of this ever happened. And instead of the Human Rights Commission investigating further, and that's what they're to do, is investigate complaints, specific complaints. They said, and I quote, the time for you to ensure that Haven Wilvich does not feel discriminated against has passed. You must change your website language from biological women to women. This is just a license for individuals who are mentally ill to come in and take advantage of a situation where women are vulnerable. It also boils down to an essential taking by the government of these people's business.
This activist now claims he is a she, has the surgery. Is that not enough?
I know. That person could come in now because no one would know the difference. If you present in the nude as a female, you're allowed entry. And that has always been their position. They don't know what has gone on, and they're not going to pry into people's, surgery histories. If you present in the nude as a female, you are allowed entry to this spa. That should be sufficient. But a person who is 2 months away from gender reassignment surgery, who complains and tries to ruin and destroy this business, that's harmful, if not a malignant intent.
Washington State's requiring now this business to admit, trans women.
Personally, I don't really have a problem with it.
What are your thoughts on this as a customer?
Women are women, trans women are women.
There are underage women in there, though, 13 years old, who would have to be subjected to someone walking around with a penis.
Penises are part of the body. It's who we are.
What if the owner is not okay with it?
I have no problem either. It's their business. They can decide what they want to do. It's a private business.
Would you keep coming?
Yes.
Either way?
Either way.
So what this brings to mind to me is an older video that I did with basically one of my favorite clips of my old friend Villain Report before he passed away, having a logical argument with an Antifa protester who was present at the Wee Spa. One of the biggest problems that we have here is that the women that were being interviewed that you saw on Twitter all seem to at least claim that they would be comfortable with it. But the way that things are going, if you are not comfortable with it, then you're being told that that's on you. You don't want a penis around you or your underage daughter, that's on you. There's something wrong with you if that's the case. Let's have a listen.
I'm not attacking you. I'm not hurting you. I'm asking you a question. Are you here because you believe in trans rights and women's rights? Not anything else. Those two specific things. It's a yes or no.
Because I believe this is
yes or no question. Honey,
you're not here for the right reasons.
I don't.
Given the right to become a would have dignity and respect. I think that women have the right to.
As a female, I identify as both female and trans, and I'm non-binary.
Wait, what did she just say?
As a female, I identify as both female and trans, and I'm non-binary.
How the hell do you identify as both female and trans and non-binary? No, seriously, how can you be all three of those things? Because if she identifies as a female, and she's clearly biologically female, and she somehow identifies as trans, and is non-binary? Like, what the fuck?
I have the right to be in spaces where I feel safe. If a trans woman needs to be in a woman's space to be safe, that is her right. That is her right. I am a biological pussy having.
So getting back to the point here, what she just said is, as a trans person, she has a right to feel safe. If she has to go to a female space to feel safe, then that is her right somehow. And as Villain points out, many females don't feel safe around penises. So what does she go on to say about that?
Person, okay? I have a uterus.
Women don't feel safe with male genitalia in their private space.
So predictably, there's been protests outside of this spa because of this. But I'm going to stay on top of it and I'll see what happens. No violence that I'm aware of so far. But at the end of the day, they didn't need any because apparently a judge ordered them to just simply allow a pre-op trans person, if they so desire, to enter the space set aside for nude women and young girls. Again, the thing that before the Wii Spa, we were told was a preposterous right-wing fear-mongering conspiracy theory, and that no such thing would ever happen and that nobody ever desired it. I'll stay on top of this story. Thanks for tuning in. And be sure to check out all of the other streamers that I suggested today, WYSIWYG, Jaylee Quinn, and Mary Todd, and Villain Report. I will link their channels in the description. But anybody who tells you that Antifa doesn't exist is obviously smoking crack or just spreading lies. Usually the second option. What this, however, again, I really have to come back to this. This is one of the reasons why there's a division between the LGB and the T and the Q. As was pointed out by Leah Keith when I interviewed her, longtime feminist. There are things that the gay community does not want anything to do with, and this is one of them. So keep that in mind when you're discussing the LGBTQ whatever community, that they're not a monolith. Gays Against Groomers proves this. Trans Against Groomers proves this. There are people who have better sense in mind, better understanding of everybody's individual rights. It's just astonishing to me that we went from almost immediately from the Me Too movement that, even making a woman uncomfortable was sexual harassment, even if you didn't intend to suddenly now, if a person decides that they are, female, and just walks around in front of you with a penis, that you're just supposed to be comfortable with that. And if you're not, well, then you're an evil person. And if you are uncomfortable with it, that's on you. That's your problem. Thanks for listening. Thanks again for tuning. All right, everybody. Got solid 20 viewers right now. If you guys want to continue, we can keep going a little longer. I need some more caffeine, though. Let's see what we got here. Looks like at 6 votes on my poll. Do you watch Beau of the Fifth Column? Did you know he's affiliated with Antifa? I realize that's kind of a double question. So, so what I was going to say, was if you guys didn't know this, I actually debated Beau of the Fifth Column on Twitter. But if you guys are not familiar with Beau of the Fifth Column, it won't mean anything to you. But he has a huge channel. For a while, apparently the internet algorithm was diverting right-wing people to his channel because he looks like your quintessential right-wing gun guy, but the reality is he's Antifa. And he's a felon. And I exposed that in one of my videos a while ago. But if you guys aren't even familiar with him, then it won't really mean anything to you. So let's have a looky. What should we watch next? Yeah. All right. So let me see. Why is it displayed like that? That's weird. There we go. Let me see. All right. Have a look at what's going on in the chat. See what you guys are interested in today. We got 20 watching right now. Put up a poll. See what people say. What should we watch next? Only have permitted 4 options, so shake it up a little bit. Different topics. Blah, blah, blah. Yakety schmackety. So we got through censorship on here. You see, I do have a interesting documentary, but it's pretty long. Usually wait till January 6th to play it. Let me see. What about okay. Yeah, only 4 options. Make them count. So I'm going to I'm going to go to some of my better videos, and I'm going to put the option of which one we'll watch next to see what you guys are interested in checking out. Let me see. Okay. All right. So the poll is up, folks. 4 options: videos about censorship, videos about what is a strong woman. That was one of my best videos. I also did a video about, let's have a look, racism between Asians and blacks. That was a really good video, kind of exposing the truth of that issue. I also have a series on trans athletes and sports. See, so far censorship is starting to shoot ahead. Oh no, racism between Asians and blacks just took a big boat too. Anybody else? We can talk about anything really. So, it's just a question of what people say. So the voting is still going on. Looks like racism between Asians and blacks and censorship are now tied. We have 5 votes out of 24 people watching. So keep voting, and then we'll determine what topic we will tackle next. Racism between Asians and blacks is pulled ahead at 50% with 8 votes counted. Well, thank you, Winning Reality. Yeah, we can talk about bringing you on. For sure. If you have any comments on that. So, but let me get to the end of this poll. 10 votes out of 22 people, 12 votes. We're looking at racism between Asians and blacks is pulled ahead. I did a very good deep dive study with actual numbers research. And the reason why is because of all the hate crimes against Asian people that were being committed. And they keep blaming it on white supremacy. So it's actually one of my better videos. And that's why I put it on there. The What is a Strong Woman one is a good one about kind of debunking certain modern feminist nonsense. Well, Liezel, Joe took a lot of shots, so it wasn't for lack of trying. All right, so we got 12 votes out of 22. So far, racism between Asians and blacks is pulled ahead with a strong lead. Yep, Stop Asian Hate was hilarious as a spectator. You saw that, Jacob Beats? Yeah, I did a really funny breakdown about this. You guys will have to endure some Michael Eric Dyson, though. That guy sucks. Yeah, you're not supposed to talk about the culprits, the actual culprits in Asian hate, attacks. Yeah, so far it's pulling ahead, though. I've only got 12 votes. I'd like to get some more. 21 people watching the stream right now. Can I get some more votes in the poll? Your choices are videos about censorship, videos about what is a strong woman, videos about racism between Asians and blacks, or the issue of trans athletes in sports. So far, no votes for trans athletes in sports. I mean, I have talked about a lot of trans stuff today. So, but that's where we're at. I'd like some more votes. Please vote now. Vote now. Pretty please. Get out the vote. Participate in the democracy. The democracy. Yes, participate in the democracy. The democracy. 13 votes. Oh, we're getting closer. I think what I'm going to do while this vote is going on, because I'm going to try to get everybody to vote, is I'm going to play something funny that's not from my channel. I don't know if you knew this, but they did extensive studies on the effects of drugs on spiders. Very good, briefly, very entertaining. It's only 1 minute and 50 seconds long. But it should really reform your ideas about the war on drugs. I'm going to play this while those of you who have already voted in the poll, are sitting and waiting to see what we're going to watch next.
The wood spider is the most accomplished of all web-building species. Recently, scientists gave these tiny creatures a variety of psychoactive drugs to observe their effects on web building. When given a minute dose of LSD, the spider's web took on an unfamiliar, minimalist structure. When given caffeine, the web structure was not affected, but the spider's behavior was. Given THC, the active ingredient in marijuana, the spider didn't build a web. It built a hammock, where it lay all day and watched the caffeine spider go. When given alcohol, the spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers, waited till the caffeine spider was exhausted, then came up behind it and popped a cap in its ass. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. When winter came, the marijuana spider had no place to live. It ended up in the crack web as the crack spider's bitch. For more information on the crack spider's bitch, contact the Canadian Wildlife Service in Ottawa.
For more information on the crack spider's bitch, please contact the funny thing is that guy actually was the person who did that originally. He is a actual person who does documentary voices, so it was interesting. So they did that little documentary. But has this changed your viewpoint on the use of drugs? I mean, you should really consider. I don't know about you, but I would not want to end up like the crack spider's bitch. So before you use marijuana, you should seriously consider out. I thought that was serious for way too long. Yeah, I know, Justin. For usually, people usually tell me I didn't know what was going on until I saw the restraining order. So, wow, the votes are lighting up. We have 15 votes out of 22 people watching. It is stuck on censorship versus racism between Asians and blacks is currently tied. So, make sure you guys check this out. We got to vote to determine what we're watching next on my long stream to try to make up for the fact that, fortunately, the interview that I was supposed to do today is postponed till tomorrow. So I'm paying you guys back with this nice long stream, welcoming all the new subscribers who joined us from Good Logic. Racism between Asians and blacks pulled ahead to 50%, 16 votes out of 25 people watching. Let's just try to get a few more votes to see what you guys want to see. I've seen that. Yeah, I know. It's funny to me how many people haven't seen that. It's an older video. It's a really good internet meme about the effects of drugs on spiders. Crack spider's bitch. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers. What else can I put on that's humorous while we're waiting? I don't know. Let's see. I actually had this funny video that, I don't know, that one's different. All right, okay, so the poll is locked up again with 17 votes out of 24 people watching, 47% to 47% on do we watch a video about censorship or a video about racism between Asians and blacks. So it's tied up, guys. 17 votes out of 23 people watching. Please participate in the poll. Participate in the democratic process. Get your voice out there. You're listening to V Radio. If this is your first time checking out V Radio, do check out my archives. You can go to hy.page/V Radio and check out lots of stuff that I've done over the years. Oh, man. What a day. I didn't get good sleep anyway, so maybe it is better that the interview was held up a little bit again, because I was up late last night with Joe Good Logic. So, all right, guys, I'm going to close the poll in 10 seconds, provided it's not freaking tied. I've never had that happen before. All right, well, okay. So currently the poll is at 17 votes out of 22 people watching. What will we watch next? Censorship or racism between Asians and blacks are currently in the lead. 17 votes out of 22 watching, and then we'll take it from there. See, you'll think for yourself video changed my life. Think about it every day. Oh, well, that's awesome. There's a whole series actually of do you think for yourself? That goes back for a while because it's actually one of the biggest thing on this channel is trying to get people to think for themselves. I don't care anywhere near as much about them agreeing with me about everything. So yeah. You're listening to V Radio. Please participate in the poll to help us determine what we will watch next. 18 votes. Censorship has pulled ahead, folks. So we can watch the racism between Asians and blacks after we watch my video. Oh, Tiffany Black, I haven't seen you in forever. All right, we now have 10 seconds left, folks, and then I'm going to finish this poll, and then we'll move on. Currently, censorship is the number one at 50%. We're going to count off now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.5. 0.2. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so censorship is now the next one, and then I'll play the racism between Asians and blacks videos, and then I will take a break because it's been like 3 hours. So, ending the poll, the next video will be about censorship. Unfortunately, my favorite video that I did about that, actually, ironically, got censored on YouTube. So, if you want to watch that one, it's a BitChute exclusive, and I do mention it in this video, but it's really important that you watch this anyway, because this video goes over why they want control over social media. And it's way, way more insidious than you probably think. The why were they panicking about Musk buying Twitter? And now I made this video before the Twitter files, I might add. So it was kind of interesting because I more or less kind of predicted exactly why, they want that. So it wasn't even that long ago. Hold on a second. So actually, before I do that, hold on a second. Before I do that, let me see how long the one about democracy was, because that's also a censorship video and it's shorter. So we'll do this. This one is really creepy. We'll watch this one first on this topic. Okay. Because this one's really important to understanding your political system and also like the part that the media plays in it. So we're going to play this one. So Elon Musk shared this tweet, and I went ahead and shared it on my wall. And I think he did it specifically because of what is in this video. And I decided that while I did share the tweet, I want to go ahead and do a Do You Think for Yourself video on this topic specifically. And as I say here, when the mainstream media says our, in quotes, democracy, it's a Freudian slip. They believe they own it. And for many years, they did. In other words, our democracy does not mean you and me. It means the mainstream media owned our democracy. And who purchased that? Well, that would be the people who own the mainstream media. This is kind of what I was trying to communicate when I debated Sitch and Adam on this topic, because they believe that money has nothing to do with the outcome of elections. I'll probably still do a video about that later, but the main point here is this. When the media says a danger to our democracy, this is what they're talking about. And when you see other, like particularly the leftists who dominated Twitter, talking about our democracy, they were referring to the advantage that they felt they had when Twitter was being manipulated to be dominated by only one side of the narrative. Now, to my right-wing listeners, don't believe for a second that this is not also an issue on the right. And I'm going to get into that in a moment. But first, let's listen to this bipartisan media, meaning both sides, well, all sides of the media, are featured in this montage of media outlets, all seeming to say the same thing.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest
responsibility
is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and trending irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So when you listen to that, again, one of the things you notice is that all of these people seem to be reading from the same script, despite the fact that some of them work for CBC, ABC, MSNBC, NBC, and Fox. And that's because very few people actually own all of your mainstream media outlets. And I've discussed this on previous podcasts, but I will say that what we're looking at is this. During the Reagan years, they deregulated specifically the fairness doctrine. It used to be illegal not to give both sides of an issue. Then, during the Clinton administration, they deregulated how much of the media one person was allowed to own. There used to be a limit, I think it was you could only have so many radio stations or TV stations, and then you were literally forbidden by law to own more of it. And then finally, there was a federal lawsuit against Fox News that they won, wherein essentially the determination was that the news is not actually required to tell the truth. So all of those things together contributed to what we have in the modern media. Now, so far as our democracy, if you look at the history of how the media has controlled, quote-unquote, our democracy, then you will understand exactly what they are really worried about. They're worried about the fact that they will not own our, quote-unquote, democracy directly anymore, or at least it'll be much harder. If you listen to that rant, part of it was to say that independent media outlets were reporting disinformation or adding their own bias, as if the mainstream media hasn't been doing this for years. And again, this is a bipartisan issue. Joy Reid and, say, Hannity, or, they all have their bias. And you're usually tuning in because it matches your bias. People who actually want to hear the truth, well, that's kind of a smaller subset of the citizenry, which is unfortunate. But that's what I'm trying to fight by having this channel. Let's move on. This one is one of my personal favorites. I am frightened by the impact on society and politics if Elon Musk acquires Twitter. He seems to believe that on social media anything goes. For democracy to survive, we need more content moderation, not less. This is a profound statement, but it kind of reflects what unfortunately many people on the left who are currently on board with censorship believes, which is that unless they are winning, democracy is not functioning. And they enjoyed having their finger on the scale, so to speak, to control the narrative in one direction. If there is any narrative control, whether by the right or the left, you don't have a democracy. Because a democracy is only going to actually correctly function if everyone has a free access to information and then can arrive at conclusions about how they want to vote in their best interest based on the information they have. The problem is they want you to vote a certain way And so unless they can control what you see and hear, they don't feel the democracy is working. I've done multiple videos on this topic in the Do You Think for Yourself series, some of which you'll have to watch on BitChute, because ironically the censorship video was censored by YouTube. I also did one specifically, about why are they panicking that Elon Musk wants to buy Twitter. I will also put that one at the end. And it's really important that you look at this, because science actually shows that if you can convince about 25% of a given population to agree or to believe in an idea, that it tends to create a social chain reaction that will lead to the rest of a society agreeing too. That's what they're fighting over. And to them, democracy isn't working, again, unless they're controlling what information you are exposed to, unless they are winning. Before the internet, our elections were drastically different than they are now. And this was definitely true for both the Democrats and the Republicans. The media used to control who got into the debates, and, well, they basically still do, but the debates were primarily, and I believe still are primarily, the way that people make decisions about what candidate they're going to choose. So they had total control over who you were even exposed to. If they didn't put somebody on television, they didn't exist. It was a very different time. The same thing is true of what documentaries you might see. Really everything was controlled, because you only had maybe 12 channels on one part of your television, and then if you clicked another dial, you could get access to a couple more channels on another part of your television. There wasn't 3 million channels. There wasn't internet uploading. The choices were extremely under control of the mainstream media. And so going back to the main point here, when they discuss what they believe is our democracy, they're referring again to the media having previously just owning democracy. The ability to control what candidates you even hear about is the real threat to our democracy, quote unquote our. When you want to control democracy, because once again, it's their democracy, it's not just about the debates, especially now that we have the internet, but it used to be. They used to just control democracy entirely, but now that's a little more difficult with the internet. But again, going back to the main point, the media, who is again purchased and owned by extremely wealthy people, also gets kind of notes about what candidates they should reflect on positively and what candidates they should reflect on negatively. And this is once again true of the left. I mean, here we have MSNBC, and it's just as true as, on Fox on the right. They have specific people that they're told to favor by the people who own these companies. And they may give an interview, say, to Andrew Yang or, somebody like that. But if there's somebody that they've been told to disfavor, then the pundits are going to ask them questions that are designed to make them look stupid. And they're going to talk about the candidates in a negative way when they're not in a situation to defend themselves. And then they will give positive questions and easy questions to the candidates that they've been told to favor. This was all covered and understood back in 2008, but again, this is their democracy. This is the democracy that belongs to the people that spent the money to own the corporations that run your media. And when it comes to third parties, well, the media kind of ensures that they don't exist. They create really stringent rules to determine who gets into the general election debates. And if they report on third parties, it's usually to do so in such a way as to make them look like ridiculous, fringe elements. And in some cases they are. I'm not saying that they're not. I mean, the last Green Party candidate was a straight up tanky socialist, and the Libertarian Party's had some crazy candidates in the past. That's true. But the reality is, that's not how our democracy was meant to function. That's not what the Founding Fathers had intended at all. That's the reason political parties are not even in the Constitution. We were supposed to be able to run as individuals based on the merits, of who we were and what positions we had as individuals. And people were supposed to be able to decide what their views were based on, their own experiences as individuals. And what I mean by that is, For example, I'm a pro-gun rights, pro-healthcare person. That's not even possible in our current, situation. Like you're told that you're an extreme right or extreme left based on your position on either of those things. And I've talked about this many times in the past. So who is it that benefits from this? Well, one thing that the two major parties agree on is they don't want anyone else in the, getting in their way. And so the Republicans and the Democrats both work together to be sure that third parties don't get into debates and don't get attention. And so again, our quote unquote our democracy, they bought and paid for it. And they don't want you to interfere in it. If you really want to be free, if you really want to think for yourself, you're going to have to recognize that this is true not just of elections, but of just about anything the media says about, current events, whether it's the war in Ukraine, whether it's the COVID vaccine, whether it's anything. And you're going to have to check yourself for bias because everybody has them. It's a question of where does your bias come from? I try to make my bias come from extensive research about the topics that I'm trying to come to a conclusion on how I feel about. And that used to be how most people would conduct themselves, the scientific method, right? But be honest with yourself. If you heard a rumor that was negative about Joe Biden and you happen to be somebody on the right, you're probably going to believe it. If you heard a rumor about Donald Trump and you happen to be on the left, you'd probably believe it. And that's kind of what they're banking on. The difference is the media used to be paid to be reliable. That used to be the concept, was that we're going to tell you the truth and you decide. But all of that's gone now. So, once again, consider this very heavily when you decide what you're going to share or what you're going to believe. All right, folks. So that was one of my videos, The Danger to Our Democracy. Wasn't it a little creepy to hear the media talk like the frickin' Borg from Star Trek because they were literally just reading from all the same cue cards? And like I mentioned, all those media were different. That was Fox and MSNBC and basically every station available, all telling you why people like, say, me and Winning Reality and Logical Checkmate and Good Logic and, Adam and Sitch, unless they're talking about the Iraq War, in which case they have their head in their ass. But anyway, all this independent media is important, guys. And the reason they say it's a danger to our democracy was because they controlled democracy. We don't even really think about this. And people who didn't live without, basically people who've never lived without the internet, they don't even understand. It was really powerful. Other candidates just didn't exist when you were limited to 12 channels, maybe 4 of which actually worked. Yes, and I would agree, James K. This stream is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Trademark. Hey, Arby. Arby's going to be coming on my show because he's doing a study about the I forget the name of it, but the W path, but it has to do with the trans stuff, and he's going to get into that with us. It's going to be a great stream. Looking forward to present that to you guys. So I'm going to have one more video about censorship, and then we'll move on to the racism between Asians and blacks. Another thing I wanted to tell you guys about that I'm working on is we're thinking about doing a unichannel, a channel where I just have it on all day, streaming different people's stuff, anybody who agrees to be on the channel, and I'll try to put their most modern stuff on it. Because back in the day, in 2008, when I was a podcaster, that's what we would do. We had a one channel you could tune into, and then it would just rotate between everybody's stuff. So I'm going to put a lot of channels together that I support, and we're going to have, a stream where I play all of their stuff. And I'm going to be able to also inadvertently put people say Neo Unrealist on there, who's now currently stuck on Rumble. We'll stick him in the rotation. And the idea will be that I know that a lot of you guys prefer to be in a stream with a chat room. So that'll give you an opportunity to get exposed to people like Strategic Eyes. If you haven't checked out Strategic Eyes, he's awesome. Winning Reality is awesome. Polyfrog is awesome. Good Logic is awesome. And we'll just have it on an endless rotation so that you guys can get exposed to new content all the time. I'll need more moderators. obviously, because I would want the channel to just be, not be a shit show. And generally my main rule is just don't overdo the personal attack. And the biggest reason why I do that, guys, is mostly just because it's a form of censorship in its own right. If you make the chat room into a shit show to the point that people don't want to participate, you've effectively muted all of those people. You've effectively robbed them of their ability to talk. I don't want a chat room that's just full of assholes that more or less dominate the conversation. And if you really know what the fuck you're talking about, you shouldn't be reliant on personal attack. That's why in our Discord we have that role, and it leads to a lot of interesting, conversation. That's for sure. And that doesn't mean we can't discuss like people who are not in the conversation or people that we're not debating with. So, for example, I just did a video about Emma Vigeland when they went on Tim Pool. That woman's an idiot. If I was debating her, I wouldn't call her an idiot. I wouldn't call her names. I would make it very obvious that she's an idiot because I would expose her with information that she very clearly does not have, especially when it comes to the trans stuff. That video still getting views. Was actually pretty popular. You guys can watch that one. It's kind of long though. But I exposed Emma Vigeland, and I also exposed this other lady who was testifying before Congress, who said, well, there are people who think they can beat Serena Williams and score a point. It was like she was such an idiot. And Riley Gaines dismantled her during congressional testimony. That was a good one. But all right, so this next video, folks, is really important. Oh, one more thing. Speaking of democracy, I forgot to mention this. I put up like a little mock election poll. So far, it has 15 votes. If the election were to happen today, you could choose between Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, RFK Jr., or some third-party candidate. I really doubt anybody in my stream would be voting for Joe Biden. So I didn't put Joe Biden on the poll. Currently, Donald Trump is ahead with 62% of the vote. Everybody else is tied for third. Tied for second place, I guess, with 12% of the vote. 16 votes out of 22 people watching. Donald Trump is in the lead in our mock election. If the election were today, who would you vote for president? But yeah, so in any case, let me go ahead and go back to this so this is probably, honestly, one of the most important videos I've ever done. And I kind of talked about it a little bit before because I thought about doing it but first I wanted you guys to see this is incredibly dangerous to our democracy video, because that's another one that's extremely important, but it was a little shorter. So I decided to start with that one. But this one that I did, and again, this was before Elon Musk sold or bought Twitter. And I lived before because we weren't sure if he was going to buy it. But this will expose a lot of hypocrisy about censorship. This vradio.us does not work anymore, unfortunately. And the person who is managing it for me, my friend Ray Powell, he passed away. But if you guys do want a central hub for all of my links for Rumble and BitChute and all of that, which is really the only way to get all of my stuff, especially since a lot of my stuff, I just have to stick on BitChute because I can't even play it on YouTube. Make sure that you go to hy.page/vradio, and there you can find all of my different mediums. I'm on a lot of different places for the sake of redundancy. All right, so why are they panicking about Musk buying Twitter? And again, this is before the Twitter files, so we didn't know for sure what was going on with Twitter or that they were actually engaging in this. And in this, I'm going to get into some real scientific studies. I'm going to go over some stuff that if I just told you this, you would think you were listening to like an Alex Jones InfoWars. But the reality is the mainstream media reported on this, folks, and I have all the receipts, that they are trying to use social media to control you. And that's the real reason they don't want Musk to own Twitter. Let's get into it. Companies like Amazon and Twitter, etc., for censoring Donald Trump. There we go. So it wasn't even that long ago that people on the far left were defending companies like Amazon and Twitter, etc., for censoring Donald Trump and other right-wing conservatives, in the name of, dubiously for the left, mind you, private companies can do whatever they want. It's not censorship when they do it. They were just fine with it because private companies can do whatever they want. And It seems as though that attitude has changed now that they have a concern that the private company might not do what they want. That was literally the situation that led to me creating this meme using Nazis burning books as an example of why the censorship mentality itself is wrong, that you can't engage in this, that humans can't be trusted with this kind of power. And of course, they, always said, false equivalency, blah, 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 because, what we're doing is not what they were doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They always had some kind of like word salad way to dance around the issue and defend themselves, claiming that, if by chance a private company decided to censor what they wanted, they would be just fine with it because that is the right of the private company. It was even more ridiculous, for example, to have them do things like, quote, Citizens United, something that Bernie Sanders has been speaking out against for years. And these are leftists, mind you, quoting Citizens United as a reason why it should be okay for companies to censor people. And what is that? Just for those of you who may not know, Citizens United was the Supreme Court ruling that basically allows corporations to have free speech as if they were individuals. And it's been used to, donate enormous amounts of money to political campaigns to control our democracy. The idea that leftists would ever quote Citizens United in the positive as if it was a good thing or, it was just mind-boggling to me. But again, when you're beating Trump, that was more important to them than anything. They would compromise any ideal to come to that conclusion. That if they got what they wanted and they got no more Trump and no more mean tweets, then it didn't matter what they had to do to get there. The ends justified the means, including up to and including, voting for, say, a rapist like Joe Biden. And exactly as I predicted, people on the left lost their shit the second they were concerned that a private company might be owned by someone who they don't agree with, and therefore the censorship pen might be in the hands of somebody who either might censor them or, more importantly to them, not censor the people that they want silenced from social media. I'm frightened by the impact on society and politics if Elon Musk acquires Twitter. He seems to believe that on social media, anything goes. For democracy to survive, we need more content moderation, not less. And then somebody comments, so rich people owning media is fine as long as they agree with your political view. Okay, got it. What kind of democracy needs censorship to survive? Well, false democracies, perhaps, like authoritarian governments that kind of go through the motions of having a democracy, but don't really. They need censorship to survive. Democracy is supposed to be about informed individuals making decisions, and then the consensus of those individuals comes together to form a democratic solution to a problem. And if you cannot be informed, then what they really are coding this for is if our view is to prevail in a democratic society, then we need more content moderation. And I think that's largely because of the fact that, unfortunately, a great deal of what's going on the left right now requires people not to be informed to go along with it. It requires people to be ruled by emotion. I know a lot of you guys poo-pooed on my positive review of the recent Matrix film, but again, the Wachowskis have had a lot of impact on me. I mean, that's why this is V-Radio. Openly stated, through the villains of that movie, what they were up to, which is the reason they need to make things more about emotion is that emotions are much easier to manipulate than facts. That's what this is about. They need to make Twitter only about emotion, not about facts. Not about any facts that are not convenient to the direction that they are trying to manipulate people. We're going to get into the science about this in a moment. This article snippet from the Washington Post is a perfect example of the hypocrisy in which I mean, because when I was making this exact same argument to the left before, they all laughed at me and said that was ridiculous. But I said plainly, so let me get this straight. You guys are the left. We're all supposed to be concerned about the power that the wealthy wield over society. So you're just fine with wealthy people deciding, what we can and cannot say on their platforms. And they, of course, said that was ridiculous. But now that, again, one of those wealthy people might be somebody who, may actually engage in censoring social media or not censoring social media in the way that they want, all of a sudden it's important to prevent rich people from controlling our channels of communication. This is what I was saying from the beginning. And again, people were very cruel about this. They laugh at you, like to suggest this sort of thing. This is the ridiculous polarization that we have. People just don't think critically anymore. And again, we're going to get into the science about why in a moment. So let's talk for a moment about why they want to control social media. Why is there this huge panic going on that Elon Musk might purchase Twitter and not use it in the same, manner that other wealthy people who have owned it have used it? Why are they, absolutely losing their shit over the possibility that they may not have as much control over Twitter? Well, I think a lot of people just kind of tune out social media. Like, there are people who just don't have Twitter. In fact, I didn't use Twitter for years because I didn't like the character limit. There are people who don't go on Facebook. So they think if they just, tune out of these things that they're not relevant to their life. But the reality is that there is a very insidious thing going on here. And just like the rest of the political rhetoric, I think a lot of people on the left in particular right now are just kind of rolling their eyes at the insanity going on in the vocal minority of the left. And they assume it'll just blow over. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Eventually people will get their heads screwed on right. The thing is that that's not going to happen. At least not if we don't do something about it. And we're going to get into that in a moment here. But I want you to also be aware of this. For all the things I'm getting ready to tell you about what's wrong with social media, I don't think you should get off of social media. I just think you should be conscious of this when you're going on social media. For all of the bad things that have been done with social media, plenty of good things have been done with social media. I mean, for example, you wouldn't even be listening to me right now if it wasn't for social media. But let's take a look down the rabbit hole. So way back in 2011, this scientific study was brought to my attention, and it ended up being revised later, and we'll get into that in a moment. But this research was done to see how much of a population needed to hold a view before that view would be held by the majority. And they used some mathematical models to kind of come to their conclusions. But at this point, they thought it was only going to be about 10%. That if you could get, basically if 10% of the population holds an unshakable belief, their belief will always be adopted by the majority of society. So the scientists, who are members of the Social Cognitive Networks Academic Research Center at, Rensselaer, used computational analytical methods to discover the tipping point where a minority belief becomes the majority opinion. And I think what's interesting about this is not just about what they found, but also who funded it. If you come down here, they will show you. The research was funded by the Army Research Laboratory through, SCNARC, part of the Network Science Collaborative Technology Alliance, the Army Research Office, and the Office of Naval Research. So that's who funded this. How much did they fund it? Well, let's take a look. So to the tune of $16.75 million, the military threw into researching this technology. What does the military need with knowledge like this? Why is it important to the military? And what other government agencies likely had their fingers in this? And I know now we're getting into what would be considered to be tinfoil hattery, but mainstream media reported on this. Here's an article in The Guardian, revealed U.S. spy operation that manipulates social media. This article was put out over 11 years ago. And remember what I've told you guys, it's interesting when you look at things not even that long ago, and you find a different insight about things that are going on right now. The news would never talk about something like this right now. So here's one of those mainstream articles, and then here's another one. If The Guardian's not mainstream enough for you, this is CBS News. So why does the Air Force want hundreds of fake online identities to on social media? This article's still up. Again, back in 2011 was when that was published. And this is mainstream media. This is CBS. So this is CBS News reporting on the fact that the government and the military actively paid people to create software for the purpose of manipulating mass opinion. This is why everybody's panicking about Twitter, It's why they're panicking about social media moderation in general, because they're aware of the fact that people can be manipulated, through massive amounts of, basically, if you are exposed to a massive amount of people who hold a certain opinion, then it can have a powerful sociological and psychological effect on individuals, because you are basically compelled to try to hold only popular views. And that's the reason why the military was investing in this. That's the reason why the government was investing in this. And there's another article on the topic, and I'm going to share all of these. But here on Computer World, army of fake social media friends to promote propaganda. It has been recently revealed that the U.S. government contracted HB Gary Federal for the development of software which would create multiple fake social media profiles to manipulate and sway public opinion on controversial issues by promoting propaganda. So it could also be used as surveillance to find public opinions. Hey, real quick, guys, because again, I made this before the Twitter files. Don't forget that there was a big hoopla that Twitter didn't want Elon Musk to know how many bots were actually on Twitter. And this is why. This is why. They didn't want anybody to expose the fact that they knew that armies of bots did exist on Twitter to try to sway public opinion. With points of view the powers that be didn't like. So this is not tinfoil hattery, guys. We're not looking at InfoWars here. This is mainstream media coverage of this issue. And it's a real issue. And that's the real reason these people are pissing their pants, because they might lose control over Twitter and some of the major, social media. The reason why they absolutely need to have all of these things under control. Now, this article printed at least online, in 2018, shows that the updated science on it was that it takes about 25% to sway a population. So this is the reason why they're just peppering us with all of the woke stuff, and you ever watch people online about that stuff, man? It's like people, like they have nothing better to do with their time. All they do all day is sit around and spread this stuff. And that's because this is what they're going after. They're going after the 25%. If they can get 25% of people to go along with their agenda, then they can sway the entire society. That's the reason why they want so much control over social media. That's why they want any view that does not go along with that censored. And the reason why is because if you allow opposing viewpoints to come out into the public, then that will, hinder their ability to manipulate people, because then it doesn't necessarily look like a majority. It doesn't necessarily look like the rest of the world believes this. We've already seen this, in multiple situations where companies are doing this thing where they obey Twitter, and then they come to find out, what the hell, that didn't really sell as well as I thought, because Twitter doesn't actually represent a majority, but they could certainly look like it. And this is all a psychological effect. Remember, I do this Do You Think for Yourself series specifically to try to address psychological effects that pretty much work on everybody. And if you're conscious of them, then you can mediate how much power they have over you. But they're real. And that's the reason I hope you guys watch the rest of that series, because this is vital, like self-defense for the brain kind of information. So the effect is called the bandwagon effect. And the bandwagon effect is essentially, the peer pressure. The bandwagon effect refers to the tendency people have to adopt a certain behavior, style, or attitude simply because everyone else is doing it. The more people that adopt a particular trend, the more likely it becomes that other people will also hop on the bandwagon. So you need to control what the perception of the bandwagon is. If the bandwagon is saying that trans, female athletes should just be allowed to participate in sports, and that anybody doesn't like it is automatically an evil person who shouldn't even be allowed to have a job, that's the bandwagon, and that's what you want everybody hearing, then more and more people will go along with it. If they, again, control what the perception of the majority is, meaning, in other words, what people perceive to be the majority view. And you only need about 25% of people to believe it before it starts to become, adopted in almost like the herd mentality of humans. One of the things that the human species has a real problem with is the arrogance that we are above all of the things that happen to animals. And it's just not true. We have the ability to ponder on these things and perceive these things. That's where the differences lie. But if you don't perceive them, if you don't spend mental energy on understanding that these forces still have a sway over you, they will have sway over you. You can't just ignore them and have them go away. They're there. And that's why I did this series specifically to address this. You need to be aware of the fact that just because everybody in your circle of friends believes something, it may or may not be true. And it's entirely likely that an awful lot of your friends who believe this or think that they believe this are only going along with it because they think everybody else is. This effect stems from a very primitive part of our brains that more or less is the reason why you have anxiety if you don't think you have a lot of friends. You have anxiety if you're not popular at school, for example. It's an early version of the pack herd mentality, because human beings in a primitive society, if you were excluded from the group, it wasn't just a matter of, maybe you wouldn't get invited to parties. If you were excluded from the group in a primitive society, you were likely to die. Now, I've recommended some of these before, and here's a couple of ways for you to check them out for free or for very cheap. The Creepy Line is a documentary about social media. Specifically, it has social media whistleblowers coming forward about the algorithms and about how they seem to be designed in such a way to, well, they claim it's just to maximize profits, but what they're really after is that they need to keep you engaged with your phone or with your computer so that they can get more ad revenue. That's what they say it's about. But these documentaries go further into the real ramifications of what's taking place here, because the divides can get really out of control. I'm already starting to see this now in my real life, which is one of the reasons I've been gone a little bit, as I've got blackpilled for a little while about this, interacting with people that I know in person. But I'll get into that in a moment. But The Creepy Line is a great documentary. You can watch it for free via Tubi TV on YouTube, and I really suggest you check it out. Another really good one you can see on Netflix called The Social Dilemma. They cover similar ground, but they do so in different ways with different guests and kind of expose a lot of this stuff. To give you an example of just how out of control the division thing can go, basically what it amounts to is, in the simple form, is this. There are two things that are most likely to keep you engaged with your phone on social media or with your computer and social media. Things that piss you off about the opposing viewpoint, or the opposing people, or things that completely reinforce your worldview, things that help you stay in your bubble. So if you're only exposed to those things on a regular basis, not only does that allow really crazy shit to get into your brain, whether it's QAnon or BlueAnon. For those of you not familiar with BlueAnon is like when you meet leftists who just have the absolute most ridiculous beliefs. I just dealt with that, as I said earlier, from somebody in my real life, and I'll get into that in a moment. But the point is that you can be divided so much because you're only ever exposed to the most extreme, ridiculous, and in many cases, bad versions of the opposing side. In one African country where Facebook was pretty much the way they interacted with the internet, because they pretty much only had really small phones, not necessarily small physically, just weak phones, and Facebook was the way they interacted with the internet. They managed to cause a genocide because one tribe decided they needed to kill the other based upon their interactions on Facebook. I also want to tie in here what happened with Libs of TikTok, or what's still happening. Libs of TikTok is an account that basically just gathers up videos of people, mostly from the really extreme ends of the LGBTQ community, and puts those videos together in compilations. They're not editing them. They're not taking them out of context. They're just posting videos of what these people say and do and believe. These are videos that these people posted publicly on their own. So they're trying to sway public opinion with it. But they needed to find the person who was gathering these extreme examples and showing them to people. And they needed to dox them, show up at the houses of their family members, just like in a chilling effect, and why they're, defending this act of, horrible journalism, that they're going after them, because they need to have a chilling effect on anybody who's using social media to, again, counter the narrative. Remember that what they want is to create a false consensus that this is accepted now, that these behaviors, these thoughts, these things are accepted now. And they also need to create a false consensus that anybody who does not agree with the people who do stuff like the videos you see in Libs of TikTok is evil. Not just that you don't agree with them. They are a bad person. They are evil. They should not be employed. They should be removed from society. And, again, remember, they're only going after 25% of the population to hopefully be able to sway the majority of the population to go along with these ideas. And I would also advise that you guys check out Glenn Greenwald's report about this. Glenn Greenwald is an excellent journalist, probably one of the few that really has old school journalistic integrity. You're not going to agree with everything he says, and I don't either. But his take on this was absolutely fantastic. And if you have not subscribed to Glenn Greenwald already, you probably should. Also, a V-Radio BitChute exclusive, because ironically it was censored by YouTube. If you have not watched this, I will put a link in the description, and I seriously urge you to go back and watch Do You Think for Yourself Part 5. The BitChute version is complete and uncensored. We really need to understand the power that censorship has over our ability to think. It's not just about what information, we are permitted to see. What information are we not allowed to see? And why would anybody want to have that control? And in this version of it, I play some clips from the recent film about Fahrenheit 451, which I feel does a fantastic job of modernizing this classic novel that was talking about the dangers of censorship. And just it's not just about whether or not I don't get to say what I want. It's about the fact that other people don't get to say what they want to you. And they may have important information. They may have things that would completely change your perspective. And that's the reason why they want control over this process. If you go back in time, I thought about this a while ago. Let's say, for example, the presidential elections. The mainstream media had a complete stranglehold on what candidates got exposure and which ones didn't. Most of that was usually through the debates. That was how a lot of people made their decisions about candidates. Then eventually, when the internet came out, you got these candidates like people like, say, Ron Paul, Dennis Kucinich, Mike Gravel. For those of you who are too young to remember, these are candidates. So, for example, actually, this would be a great example. Candidates like Bernie or Donald Trump in the old days that would have never gotten anywhere because they just control how much they're allowed to talk. I remember, during the debates, I remember one debate, for example, somebody did a time stop thing where they showed exactly how much each candidate got to speak. And it was really interesting that, like, for example, in one of these 1 to 2 hour debates, they let Mike Gravel, who's anti-war, anti-establishment, he got 5 minutes. And then it goes up from there, usually with the best candidates getting the least amount of time. So Dennis Kucinich, I think, got 8 minutes. This isn't a Democratic debate, obviously. And it just went up from there. Well, why didn't they want Dennis Kucinich being heard? Because he was talking about impeaching George Bush for what went on in Iraq, and speaking negatively about the Patriot Act and a lot of other really bad stuff. Mike Gravel, I already pointed out, and those of you who've been following me for a while know that I worked for Mike Gravel. So they just controlled everything that you were exposed to. And meanwhile, Hillary Clinton got an hour. So you give one candidate 5 minutes, you get Hillary Clinton an hour. And don't think that this is just the corruption of the Democratic Party, because the same shit would happen to Ron Paul. He was a Republican libertarian. And I remember distinctly, for example, there was a time when they kept putting Rudy Giuliani in all of the debates, and they wouldn't let Ron Paul into one of the debates. And he asked why, and they said, well, you're not polling high enough. He's like, I poll higher than Rudy Giuliani literally everywhere, so what are you talking about? So they had to relent and go ahead and let him in. But they wanted him out as fast as possible. Why did they want him out? Because he was, again, an anti-war candidate who was pro-liberty, who was anti-Patriot Act. So basically, for a lot of the same reasons that they wouldn't want Mike Gravel or Dennis Kucinich, talking, they didn't want Ron Paul talking. And that's one of the things that I've been trying to communicate to you guys for a while, that, everything has changed, even from just 2008. A candidate like Bernie or Donald Trump, they would have gotten minutes, and everybody else would have gotten lots more time. And they don't have that control anymore. And at first I thought to myself, and this is what we all thought back in 2008, man, they're going to just try to censor the internet, aren't they? And I realized, no, that's actually far more brute force and not anywhere near insidious enough. They're going to do things like, say, create armies of fake social media to promote propaganda.
They're going to try to sway public opinion with it. They're going to learn how to use the internet. They're going to learn how to use it against us, essentially. And that's what they're doing. So you have to protect yourself, not only with knowledge about why censorship is bad, but also just in the basic understandings of the different psychological and sociological phenomenon that people who want to control you will use against you. You have to educate yourself about this stuff. Because at the end, that's going to be the only thing you can use to defend yourself. You know, a perfect example of this bandwagon effect I'm talking about was when the Nazi Party was trying to take power. They strategically placed people who were basically, you know, actors for them in the crowds to cheer at certain times when Adolf Hitler was talking. And the purpose of that was to get that bandwagon effect going. Like, oh, wait a second, the tribe really likes this guy. They want him to be chieftain. I better go along with this. So, you know, be aware of this stuff. Watch the entire Do You Think for Yourself series, and I'm going to keep making more of it because I'm trying to expose you to the reality that there are certain psychological and sociological effects that you probably think you're above and may not realize are actually still wielding an enormous amount of power over your ability to think clearly and to affect how you perceive the world. That's really what my work is about. That's what this is about. That's why I'm not really into the right versus left right now. I have my views. I'm more concerned about the future of our country. I consider myself an American, you know, and I feel that people who don't agree with me are not necessarily inhuman. What a crazy, controversial idea, right? So in any case, thanks for tuning in, guys. I will be putting out some more content. I'm sorry about the long break. Part of it is that I need to be in the right mindset, you know, for me to be able to do this right. And that's one of the things that has just not been going on. I mean, I guess I told you guys I would talk to you about this, and I was going to take Sorry about that, guys. I realized that I had myself muted. So anyway, I'm putting together another poll. We had kind of determined blacks versus Asians and racism, but we've had some people pop in here. So anyway, so we got blacks versus Asians and racism, strong women, who are they? Let me see. Because we've covered censorship, we're going to eliminate that. We got some other stuff on here. Let me see. What else do I want to throw on this poll? Let me see. Old content that I've done in the past. That's good. Let me see. Well, we'll just put it between these two for now. And if you guys are enjoying this, I'll continue doing this as long as there's activity. So just let me know. Here we go. Nope, that'll do it. I guess I have to put something on here. I'll throw I'm done for the day on as an option. Here we go, folks. All right, please participate in the poll. 22 people watching now. I get two good videos that I've done in the past that you guys have probably not seen. Blacks versus Asians on racism and their racism. Strong women, who are they? This poll is blowing up. I got 22 people watching, 5 votes so far, 8 votes so far. Blacks versus Asians and racism is taking the lead so far, and nobody wants to be done for the day. So I guess we're going to continue going. Yeah, give me my Asian hate. Yeah, that is one of my better videos. So, let me see here. All right. So I'm going to go back, bring up my channel. Make sure you go to hy.page/vradio and check out my BitChute channel because there's a lot of stuff that I only upload there.
So, so far, blacks versus Asians when it comes to racism is currently in the lead. I will take another look in a moment. Thank you guys for tuning in with me today. It's actually been kind of fun to go over some of my older stuff that a lot of you guys who just discovered me haven't seen yet. So, it's been interesting. Hope you guys are enjoying today. Again, tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will have my interview with Mac Beggs, provided that nothing else goes wrong. They had gotten in late because they were out of state. They had flew in and hadn't really gotten the sleep they wanted, and that's fine. Honestly, I didn't sleep very well last night either. I was up all night with Good Logic on his show. Got me over 5,000 subscribers, so I hope you guys have enjoyed this stream, and I hope to see more of you in the future. And if you see anything on here that you haven't checked out yet, make sure that you go back and look at my archives, because I got a lot of stuff that's timeless, meaning it's just always relevant. So, like this one right here, for example, right conservatives. This is my video literally addressed to my conservative audience. And it's one of my favorites. And we might throw that on there at some point if we're still here. But in the meantime, let me check the poll. You see, we got 58%. It looks like we'll end up playing Strong Women Who Are They at some point. Winning Reality, Super Chat, yay! Let me pull that up. Hold on a second. Super Chat from Winning Reality. Loving it. Do more of this. He's loving it like McDonald's. Sorry, guys. Okay, so let me find this video. Jeez, it's been a little while. You know what? I'm just gonna be a lazy man, and I'm gonna use the search function. So, because again, I know a lot of you guys like doing streams more than these videos. So you guys haven't seen some of my best stuff. So this one, of course, is flagged as being offensive, right? That usually means you know what you're doing.
Say this to black people.
All right. Yeah, you're going to say that to black people. All right. God, I hate that guy. All right. So I'm going to look back at the poll. Yep, we're still at 67%. So I'm going to end this poll. Thank you guys very much for tuning in today. We're now going to watch my video dissecting the truth about racism and hate crimes against Asians and who are the perpetrators. And I have the real data. It's another one of my deep dives. I do a lot of stuff like this, whereas I go get all of the real data and then I break it down for you in videos like this. This kind of stuff takes a lot of work, which is one of the reasons why it annoys me that some people have high subscriber counts. Sitch and Adam were shit talking me, but the majority of their stuff basically amounts to them playing videos of Vosh and shitting on him for 12 hours. And they do some independent research of their own, but they don't do a lot of stuff like this. And this takes so much more work. In order to get my, dot all my I's and cross all my T's, I have to go through and find sources, for one, that neither side can just reject outright, which is so you can't really use MSNBC. You can't use Fox. You can't use, outlets that are known to be, a problem, depending on who you're trying to convince. If I'm saying it to the left and I use an MSNBC point that proves my point, then obviously, they're going to take that. But for the most part, I try to stay away from any such sources. And I go to the scientific documents myself. That takes a long time. There were times that it would take, I'd get up at 9 a.m. and I would literally not be done with my video until about 9 p.m. And this might even be a 15-minute video. And it's because I spent the whole time trying to make sure I actually know what I'm talking about. One of the biggest things that I want you guys to take away from watching my stuff is you're not going to agree with me about everything, and I actually don't want you to. But what I do want people to do is to start moving past opinions. Everybody has a right to their opinion. I'm not trying to say you don't have a right to your opinion. But one of my mentors was a guy named Jacques Fresco. He was featured in the movie Zeitgeist Addendum. And I actually met him, became good friends with him. And one of the things he said is that it's not that I don't want people to think for themselves. It's actually the opposite. He said that when you say that you have a right to your own opinion, that's dangerous. He's like, the reason that it's a problem is because people just shoot off on the mouth about stuff that they don't really know what the hell they're talking about. And they won't, at that point, because they become emotionally invested in their opinion, then they won't take in new information, which basically means that they're stuck at this level of ignorance because it's more important to them to look like they're winning the argument than to actually have some idea of what they're talking about. And so what I would like to see is society take a step back and go back to thinking logically. The other thing about this is science itself is being shat on because people are abusing science. Science is not the problem. The scientific method is not an institution on its own. The scientific method is I get evidence, I test that evidence, I test my hypothesis, and then I submit that to other people who then can in turn do experiments to see if I'm right. That's the scientific method. The problems that you're having with science right now are people that are supposed to be scientific experts basically just saying bullshit and then publishing it in journals. There's a political aspect to it that has invaded the scientific method. Science itself is not at fault for that. That's like saying your calculator is bad. Like calculators are bad. Well, I mean, if you program the calculator wrong, yeah, it's not going to work. But a real calculator does work. So, what I would say basically is before you open your mouth about something, do some damn research of your own. Really know what you're talking about, especially if these topics are important. And don't let anybody do your thinking for you. And that includes me, right? So go out and seriously investigate. Also, investigate while being conscious of your own ability to be biased. Be aware of the fact that you may have a certain perspective on things. Like this all started like me, having a channel again started because I went into the Kyle Rittenhouse thing investigating it. And it was actually because I had just watched the videos of that idiot who kicked that guy in the head in Portland, Marquis Love, and I was like, Jesus, somebody's going to get shot. Somebody's going to go crazy. He's going to shoot people at one of these things. And then I heard about Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm like, well, here we go. This must be the crazy gun, conservative guy that everybody was claiming exists. And then I did my research and was like, nope, that's not what happened. And then I told the truth in such a way that alienated probably about 70% of my audience at the time, because the left just wants to be fed a fucking trough of, approved lines. And again, if you're right wing, don't think this doesn't apply to you too, because it happens too. It just so happens right now, the left is proving to be a really easy fucking target. And I just did a video analyzing Emma Viglin's, thing on Tim Pool about how easy of a target she was in that situation because she didn't know what the fuck she was talking about, and it's not just her, and so you get into situations like that and it calls everything else you say into question. So actually bother to know what you're talking about. Don't try to have an opinion, having a conclusion after doing real research, and then be willing to change that conclusion with new information. If you do anything shorter than this, you're essentially just participating in some kind of religion, period. So anyway, without further ado, black racism towards Asians, the real data.
From this country, piece of shit. You fucking kid. You fucking kid. You fucking kid. You's a kid.
Say this to black people. When we
from this country, piece of shit. You fucking kid. You fucking kid. You fucking kid. You's a kid. Get the fuck out of here, you chink. The fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I'm on the sidewalk. You chink. You some fucking chink. The fuck out of here, you chink. The fuck out of here, you fucking chink. Stay away from the car. No. Listen, as long as I'm on the sidewalk, I'm good. All right. Where's the fucking chink right here? Yeah, the fucking chink. You know what my fucking lawyer is? You know what my fucking... Suck my dick. 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 You can give him a better. How about that? Suck my dick. Suck my dick. Black people can't be racist. Get the fuck out of here. Suck my dick. You fucking chink. I said it. You chink. I said it.
So I had wanted to do this show for a while, but the video that I just showed you is actually what finally motivated me to go ahead and do it. But as I'd said in my video about what is racism, I pointed out that the only effect that has come about because of telling people of color, specifically black people, that they can't be racist is that they go out of their way to be racist. And the whole time they don't even, they have this, get out of jail free card, essentially, to go ahead and be as racist as they want to be. In that case, saying things over and over again, racial slurs in this instance. I ask you to imagine what it would be like if the roles were reversed and say that was a white person calling a black cop the N-word over and I'm going to refresh this again. I don't know what the deal is because I've done my speed test. There's nothing wrong with my internet right now. But for some reason, I'm having these problems. If it keeps going on and it just gets intolerable, then we'll stop for the day. But anyway, do enjoy this video, guys. I'm gonna refresh this. Maybe you may have to go back to where we were, and hopefully that clears up the constant spinning.
Say this to black people.
About some way to go ahead and be as racist as they want to be. In that case, saying things over and over again, racial slurs in this instance. I ask you to imagine what it would be like if the roles were reversed and say that was a white person calling a black cop the N-word over and over and over again. But again, don't forget, according to them, black people can't be racist no matter what they're doing. No matter whether or not they're asking for a genocide, it doesn't matter. Again, I did a different video about that topic, and I would urge you to listen to it if you haven't already, because I present some very solid arguments about why that whole concept is horseshit. Anyway, so of course, with the current upsurge in black on Asian crime that has been taking place, the critical race theory types had to figure out some way to blame that on white people. White supremacy causes black citizens to commit anti-Asian hate crimes, Colorado professor claims. The educational watchdog campus reform spotlighted the commentary of Jennifer Ho, which preceded President Biden's newly signed legislation aimed at combating hate crimes against Asian Americans. Anti-Asian racism has the same source as anti-black racism, white supremacy. So even when it's one race hating another race and neither of those races is white, supposedly it's still white supremacy. Ms. Ho wrote for The Conversation, so when a black person attacks an Asian person, the encounter is fueled perhaps by racism, but very specifically by white supremacy. White supremacy does not require a white person to perpetuate it. So, in other words, all racism is white supremacy. Does that sound like, not exactly what they meant? Well, there's another article where that's exactly the headline. White supremacy is the root of all race-related violence in the U.S., according to this article. Amid the disturbing rise in attacks on Asian Americans since March 2020 is a troubling category of these assaults. Black people are also attacking Asian Americans. I'm actually going to be revealing the real statistics about this later, but she also goes on to lie and say that white people are the main perpetrators of anti-Asian racism. But in February 2021, a black person pushed an elderly Asian man to the ground in San Francisco. The man later died from his injuries. In another video from New York City on March 29, 2021, a black person pushes and beats an Asian American woman on the sidewalk in the front of the doorway. We can get into this later because I actually have all the statistics that show that this is just nonsense. The notion, because once again, they've got to do damage control for their narrative. White people are the main perpetrators of anti-Asian racism. Statistically, completely untrue. And I'll get into that later in the video.
Sorry, I can't just yell. I came to this country 5 years ago when I was 15, alone to a boarding school in Pennsylvania. And what I heard out is, if you don't speak English, go home. If you don't speak English good enough, go home. I don't date Asians, and I'd like to have sex with a girl from all the continents. That's why I want to date you. And while I was walking down the street from my high school to Walgreens, I was walking with 3 of my friends from both China and Taiwan. And suddenly, when we were walking, the green light was on, and when we were crossing the crosswalk, there is a car just rushed through us, driven by an African American, shouting that go back to your home, go back from where you are from. something like that. I don't remember exactly. And then a car, a white lady just parked right by us and say, "Are you okay? Are you hurt of anything?" We're not hurt. It's just shocked and scared of our safety. And this white lady kindly asked, can I call the police? Can I do anything for you? We were like, it's okay. Thank you very much for your care. The point I'm making here is that we should not distinguish people by their race or gender or anything. Black people can be racist. White people, sorry. Oh no. I will make. I will drag this out. Let her talk. Sorry. I just mean that we have to look people individually. There are people. Sorry, maybe I don't articulate myself good enough. There are good people, and there are people who are not that embracing to other cultures, who may not live up to standards of proper behaviors. But we have to look through hearts. We have to look into this person and see what she or he really is. Look from the heart, the action, not the race.
Well, I imagine that's not what they were hoping for. Suffice it to say, when you could just look and see the tension that builds up in that group of students when suddenly somebody is suggesting that there might be other people of color who also get in some way victimized by racism, and in this instance, victimized by a person of color, or more specifically, a black person. And the reaction that she got from the students was very negative, as you can see. Initially, they were kind of like just walking up to her and telling her she wasn't going to be allowed to talk. And one of them asked about how it was relevant. I guess what that was about was they were suggesting that they wanted to have a space for only people of color on the campus. And of course, they repeated the bullshit prejudice plus power for racism nonsense. If you guys want to hear more about my arguments about that, I have a whole series that I'm going to be doing, and I started it already with racism, but it's called Taking Words Back. In any case, it wasn't good for their narrative to have, an immigrant basically describing all of the same kinds of, experiences that are supposedly attributed to the racist treatment that immigrants get. But it didn't fit the narrative because in this case, she exposed that people of color, and black people in particular, can also engage in this kind of bullshit, and it's equally wrong when they do it. Nobody wanted to hear that. Now we're going to move on to a video of Jada Pinkett Smith hosting a panel on this topic. And there's some interesting things that get revealed specifically about the nature of black versus Asian racism. And really what it amounts to is the same cause that you always see for racism, which is that people in poverty-stricken areas fighting over resources and placement, and a xenophobic sense that this other group of people is coming in and opening businesses in our community and preventing us from opening those businesses. It just comes back to the same kinds of rhetoric that is always at the core of these issues. And that's why when I taught my kids about racism, I actually had them watch a film called Gangs in New York, which starred Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis. There's really no people of color in that film, yet there's plenty of racism. Because at the time, it was discussing the time period when the Irish were fleeing the potato famine and coming off the boats, and they were the Mexicans that were coming to steal everybody's jobs. But the people of color, particularly the black activists right now, are very jealous in their guardianship of their place as the most oppressed people. And you can't dare ever suggest that anybody else might have ever gone through any of that. And it's always only centrally a white issue. And it's just not true. Historically, it's not true.
Here's the hard truth. There is real animosity between blacks and Asians, and that is rarely talked about.
Brazen attacks against Asian Americans.
The man walked up and started hitting her in the face.
We want to warn you, the videos are graphic.
The recent surge of hate crimes against Asian Americans.
I've seen my grandma get yelled at. You're Asian, so you're a virus.
Has illuminated a painful divide between the black and Asian American communities.
You
see my skin as dirty.
Asian people just want to hang out with Asian people only.
Anti-blackness is rooted in our culture. It's very subtle, but is very deeply rooted.
Reports of blacks attacking Asians have fed the tension that goes back decades. In 1991, a black 15-year-old named Latasha Harlins was shot and killed by a Korean grocer during an argument over a bottle of orange juice. The store owner was convicted of voluntary manslaughter, but got no jail time. When justice wasn't served, outrage exploded, fueling the LA riots. The recent increase in social injustices has called for a racial reckoning for Black and Asian Americans.
I guess what I need to understand is, where does their animosity for us come from? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like that they have come into our communities, taken over our stores, taken over the hair and nail industry, and really blocked us from being able to thrive in that industry, because we're coming into those stores. You know, we're getting our hair and nails done, and what are they giving back to the community? And when we come into those environments and patronize their businesses, we're not even treated with respect and kindness. I've had some very volatile and passionate discussions with family members and friends. And most of my friends feel like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't have the bandwidth or the interest because they don't care about us. And they don't treat us with respect. So I don't care about anything that they're talking about. I'm worried about what's happening with my people, you know, because we have our own struggle.
And that's the majority. That is the majority. You're right.
So it's very difficult for there to be any real concern. I don't even feel like they want our help. Now, I may hear something different from the scholars. But from the average person, do they care? Are they interested in a relationship with me? I just had an experience in the airport where I'm standing in line waiting for coffee, and I had a whole conversation going. A white man my age came behind me, stood in line. We started having a conversation. A young couple in front of me, white, had a conversation. I've never had an Asian person come up to me that I didn't know to start a conversation, to speak to me, to give me eye contact in any way.
I feel like that's also a cultural thing as well, Gam.
It is cultural, but when I go on vacation and I go to a foreign country, I make it my business to try to be conscious of the culture there so that I can act accordingly. So I think that we're owed some of that when you come to our country and you start businesses. That's just even good business practice, to treat your patrons with respect and care. Like, that's just common sense.
Yep.
But we don't feel like we get that. And I also recognize that it's a very limited exposure that we have with the community. They're so separate. That's the only interaction that we really have.
And the cultures are so drastically different. That's what I've come to understand. But I hear you. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings culturally. The biggest misconception is that Asian is just Asian. You know, it's like Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Filipino. Like, you just throw them all in one.
But they're all so different.
So different. Just various cultures, right?
But it's Difficult to distinguish one from the other sometimes, too.
Not if you pay attention. But at the end of the day, what we can't allow is hate of any kind to survive, to exist. I hear this conversation endlessly. They didn't do that, so why should I have to do this? And they didn't do that, so I did this. And it's really hard because we do feel hurt. And we feel neglected. Exactly. And we feel overlooked. And we feel not seen. I get all of that. And that's what makes it so difficult. Because I understand. But I also know there's nothing in the world that makes a woman 65 years old in New York City from the Philippines getting beat up by a man and nobody helps. That makes no sense whatsoever. Hate is hate.
And here's the thing. The so-called negative thing that any particular group does is seen as representative of that group. Black people have a right to feel hurt and injured by the fact that everywhere in this world to be darker is to be dehumanized, and there's no question about that, which means that we should be especially careful not to reproduce that same hurt to other groups.
When that tension starts to brew, our communities aren't the ones that are benefiting from it.
Not at all. For black people to be demonizing Asian brothers and sisters with the Wuhan flu, the Chinese flu, who wins? White supremacists. So it pits us against each other.
And that exact idea of pitting minorities against each other is the most perfect path towards domination. I mean,
white supremacy is what? We're not talking about individual white brothers and sisters. We're talking about the conscious or unconscious belief in the inherent inferiority of some and the superiority of others.
And I think that's the thing. I think there's a lot of people in our community specifically who don't recognize the white supremacy construct that we're falling into, you know? That's the thing. Like how you just broke that down. How you've been breaking it down. It's like, I didn't really have the words, you know what I'm saying?
No. I mean, I'm at the red table. I got to bring my A game. You understand what I'm saying?
That's exactly it.
But it's got power. That's what's ruining and ruling us.
And it also is stoking fear amongst people whose livelihood and lives and the way they've always known things feels threatened. And that's the thing about this period right now. And white people are starting to recognize, wow, I really had no idea.
What's interesting, though, the ingenuity of white supremacy is it don't matter who's in control as long as the system is operating. So you could have a black head of Department of Housing under the Trump administration, and you still gonna have white supremacist ideology being pumped through that black mouth and body. The ingenuity of white supremacy is it doesn't demand a white body to be efficacious and effective.
That's a very important point. Lisa, have you personally felt the surge of animosity that is happening?
I have been teased and been on the receiving end of aggressions my whole life, but over the last year, the level of vitriol and just the hatred that is expressed has been really unnerving. I mean, even people wishing harm on my own children because we brought the coronavirus to this country. So absolutely, but it kills me that so many of our Asian elders and mothers and children are being attacked so senselessly for no reason.
At this table, we always want to hear from you. So, check this out. Recently, a Stop Asian Hate post on our Red Table Talk Instagram and Facebook page confirmed this deep divide. We received so many comments and responses like these that relate frustration, anger, and pain.
I'm supposed to care about Stop Asian Hate. I'm supposed to care about what's happening to Asian people. They're rude, they're disrespectful, and they're racist, if you ask me. Rushing us out their stores, following us around, watching us every move like we're gonna rob the whole store. But they don't mind taking them black dollars. And they didn't mind opening up these businesses in our neighborhoods. They have never helped me and mine do anything. So why would I jump on some Stop Asian Hate bandwagon?
That was the majority. And it was so deep that there were lots of posts that had to be pulled. That's how offensive they were.
How would you address that?
You know, I think it's really easy to say things like, well, this black person did something to me in this nail salon, or this Asian person disrespected me. Those are individual experiences, and that can't categorize
the whole
stereotype.
That's not the totality. They are so diverse. I mean, there are over 20 different Asian cultures living in this country with different languages, different traditions, and frankly, not only do I know very little about being Thai or Laotian or Cambodian or Vietnamese, I don't even know the first thing about being Chinese, because I'm not from China, I'm from America.
And this sister, bless her heart, I don't doubt her heart. I don't doubt the fact that this is her experience. I don't want to diss black people who have been mistreated. I'm not saying there are no rude Asian people in stores that have done exactly what this woman said. But here's the question. I would say this to black people. When we say this, and God bless this woman, right, white folk been saying that forever about us. You know, I don't mind, but these black people, they're just rude, they're loud, you can't get them to work on time, they never come prepared, they always got excuses, on and on and on. Is that a large enough sample size for you to determine this is the fundamental characteristic of Asian brothers and sisters? Or if we're gonna get real ugly about it, how many black people have stolen from them that their attitudes have been misshapen by the behavior of certain black people?
Of a few.
And you're gonna go, wait a minute, most black people ain't ripping you off. Most black people, right? So I would ask them, I understand your pain, but don't draw conclusions based on your limited sample size, because white folk have been doing that forever. And Jim Crow is based on that. White supremacy is based on that. You don't want all black people being judged by your knucklehead cousin.
This is what I'm saying to you. Why the rage, bruh? You're doing well, but you're a mean, mad white man.
Michael, let me ask you a question. What do we say to black people in the community who feel threatened and feel as though that the presence of Asians in our community are stealing their livelihood?
Why be mad at the Asian brothers and sisters who came here looking for an opportunity? Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Why do Asian people have those nail shops? Where could they get them? In the black community. Be mad at white supremacists who deny black people access to the loans to be able to own the shops in their own community. And the game at this point is black people can't get loans. The reason Asian brothers and sisters are on those shops, because they were able to get loans.
This is the thing, because I want to make this really clear. You are basically saying that it's the construct of white supremacy that makes it possible that Asians can get those loans before we can.
Come teach for me, because you just broke it down. You broke it down better than me.
I just want to make sure that it's clear.
That's exactly right.
So I want to take a moment and discuss these loans that Mr. Dyson is referring to that allegedly Asian people can get that black people can't get. It's interesting, first of all, to note that there's a huge contradiction in his claim, which is that he says that the reason why black people can't get loans is because the banks are run by white supremacists, but in the same breath says that Asian people are getting these loans. Most white supremacists I've spoken to are not any more fond of Asians moving into this country and starting businesses than they are of anybody else. They're generally xenophobic and want everything for white people. So it just doesn't make any sense. You know, he's not really, I mean, you know, but to just kind of put a stamp on it, according to, you know, the Minority Business Development Agency, immigrant businesses start with more capital than others do. The most common source of startup capital for immigrant-owned businesses is
personal or family savings, with roughly 2/3 of businesses reporting this source as starting capital. So the reality is, basically the Asian culture generally is very frugal with their money, very careful, very hardworking, and that's the reason why they have more initial capital, than other people. And that's not uncommon, and it's also not exclusive to Asians. There are people from many cultures that come over here.
African immigrants doing well in the United States. This is an interesting point because when African immigrants come over here, they work their butts off just like the other immigrants, and they do extremely well. But if we lived in some crazy white supremacist society, that wouldn't be true. Anyway, we'll get back to the video.
As immigrants who don't seem to encounter all of these issues of white supremacy holding them back.
I'm not saying they haven't done everything you said, but having said that, are you judging an entire race of people?
Yes.
Hmong, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Korean?
Right.
Based upon your interaction with some Asian folks who treated you like crap. That kind of thing is what we've been fighting against. That's what Martin Luther King, Ella Baker, and Joanne Robinson have been fighting against all of our lives. We got to do better. Black people attacking Asian people in the street. Now, here's the use of white supremacy. The disproportionate number of people who are attacking Asian people are not black, but it serves the narrative that see these criminalized black people who are out of control.
At this point, Mr. Dyson is simply lying, or maybe he's just ignorant of it, or maybe he's just engaged in confirmation bias. But unfortunately, the statistics don't actually bear out what he's saying. In this article here, entitled Race and False Crime Narratives, written by Heather McDonald, published in the Manhattan Institute, the article gave details and dates and links to a great deal of black on Asian hate crimes that took place nationwide. And basically she gets down to this point. In fact, the suspects in all of those cases were black. The news reports rarely mention that detail. Had the suspects been white, their race would have led each news report. A former member of the Oakland Police Department's robbery undercover suppression team tells me that this racial pattern of attack and its lack of coverage is long-standing. No one cares about Asian robbery victims, he says. We used to follow around elderly Asians, waiting for the bad guys to start circling. This has been one of my long-term frustrations. They are pretending to care now, but ironically blaming it on white supremacy, even though the suspects in Asian robbery attacks are almost exclusively, in this cop's experience, black. The New York Police Department compiles the most extensive data on hate crimes in the country. These data confirm the Oakland officer's observation. A black New Yorker is over 6 times as likely to commit a hate crime against an Asian as a white New Yorker, according to the New York Police Department data. In 2020, blacks made up 50% of all suspects in anti-Asian attacks in New York City, even though blacks are 24% of the city's population. Whites made up 10% of all suspects in anti-Asian attacks in 2020 in New York City, but account for 32% of the city's population. If we include black Hispanics in the black category, blacks account for 60% of all anti-Asian attacks in 2020. This is the source article for the reports that the author was using. I will make this available in the description of the video as well.
After months of brutal attacks during the COVID-19 pandemic,
we never know when we're at the wrong place at the wrong time,
and xenophobic messages against Asian American people that culminated in this deadly shooting in Atlanta, a study released this year spotlights that hate against Asian American people has been happening for years. The study is called Hate Crimes Against Asians. The report looks at numbers from the U.S. Census and the National Incident-Based Reporting System between 1992 and 2014. It compared hate crimes against Asian Americans to hate crimes against African Americans and Hispanic people. After crunching the data, researchers found victims in all 3 groups tend to share similar demographics, with hate crimes mostly targeting young men.
I wanted to take a moment to address this comment. I actually have a video specifically on this topic. There is social science that has made it clear that this is true for a long time. That effectively the social justice activism and the way they go about doing things literally creates more racism, more bigotry, more everything. That's been understood in psychology and sociology for decades. But the current branch of psychology, sociology is all basically made up of activists. And it's very clear that they do not want to see unity. They want more division. Whether or not that's the grifters who make money, like the people like Ibram X. Kendi who get paid, I think it was like $25,000 for a 45-minute Zoom call at a school. He didn't even have to go to the school, and they paid him that much money. Well, like he doesn't stand to benefit at all if racial grifting ends. Whether it's, any number of different people, like basically we used to understand how activism worked, and it was working. The current activism that's being engaged in is not. It's like it's dividing everything up. It's undoing everything. Like I made a point earlier that it's interesting that if you don't like gay people, then wouldn't it be interesting if you could find a way to convince them all to sterilize themselves? Why is that the solution to being gay, which is what's being proved? But also in the Black community, if you watch closely, you will see how desegregation is being said to be bad, and that Blacks should resegregate themselves, that there should be spaces for only Black people away from white people, that they're also trying to bring back the stigmas about interracial marriage. It's like somebody is just systematically convincing Black people that the best way to make their lives better would be to undo the civil rights movement. And then destroying their own cities. I have all kinds of scientific stuff about that, as LA still has not financially recovered at all. In fact, it's getting worse. So rioting literally just destroys your local communities. It makes life worse for the people who live there. And they talk endlessly about things like, we really need to talk about the Tulsa race massacre. We need to be discussing this more. And that was an instance of the KKK essentially going to a Black community and destroying it. And then they blame Black poverty on that. But they don't realize that at the same time, they're advising that everybody burn down Black communities right now, which literally creates more poverty, more. This is all stuff Martin Luther King understood. He didn't just not advocate riots because they're wrong. He didn't advocate riots because it isn't going to improve the situation of the Black person at all. It's not going to improve the lives of anybody who lives there. And anybody who just looks at the raw statistics would understand this. And that's what led me to the conclusion that whomever is really behind this, whomever is behind the curtain, so to speak, pulling the strings of the activist movements, is diabolically racist. Because I cannot understand why anybody would be giving this kind of advice. So anyway, let's get back to the video.
Between 18 and 34 who live near where they were attacked. And the analysis also revealed some differences. According to the study, Asian Americans have a higher risk of being attacked by strangers, are less likely to be assaulted in their homes, and are more likely to be targeted at school. It also found Asian Americans have a higher chance at being victimized by non-white offenders compared to Black and Hispanic people.
Here's a peer-reviewed journal article on this topic, titled Hate Crimes Against Asian Americans. Here's an excerpt from that article. Asian Americans also have relatively higher chance to be victimized by non-white offenders, 25.5% versus 1% for African Americans and 18.9% for Hispanics. I don't know exactly which demographic Mr. Dyson believes is doing this, but the statistics would say that his rhetoric on the issue is inaccurate. Not surprising. So I want you guys to be very conscious of the fact that somebody is going out of their way to be sure that any rhetoric or dialogue about anything race-related always has to be dialed back to being white people's fault somehow, and that generalizations about entire groups of people are unacceptable unless they're white people, and violence against any groups of people when motivated by race is apparently unacceptable unless it's against white people. The inevitable reaction to this is, as I said earlier, is that it only creates more racism. This tribal instinct that we have in the back of our heads, essentially to defend our group if we feel our group is being attacked, is what is created by the way that these activists go about doing things. It is completely counterproductive, and it literally creates the opposite effect. It is my view, and I haven't actually had a chance to really review any statistics, that racism as a problem has only gotten consistently worse. I will say that all of the racists that I speak to have said that these situations have done a great deal for their recruiting. So bear all of this in mind, and consider for a moment that the entire notion that black people can't be racist is completely asinine, and that suggesting that they can't is just basically giving them permission to be exactly the kind of people that are going to in turn create more racism as a response. Thanks for listening.
All right, so that was black racism against Asians. So again, I mentioned the statistics about that, so I'll ask the audience. I'm going to come down to 2 final possible videos, and then I'm definitely going to get off. I mean, I guess I keep saying that. But I'm going to have to open another poll for you guys. You'll have to excuse the lack of the super sexy logo. When I turned off OBS, my videos stopped skipping, so that's why I went in that direction. So let me pull up the polls again. It's going to be one of 2 videos that we will watch. Is either going to be addressing the issue of who the strong women really are, like what that's about. And then the other one will be about the science about social justice warriors. Do we watch the truth about strong women or science about SJWs? The poll is now open. Da, 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 da. Democracy in action, everyone. Please go to the poll and vote on which of the next videos we will watch together on this stream. 24 people present currently on the stream. Thank you for sticking with me today on V Radio. So currently, we got a duel going on. Man, the votes are just piling in. We got 8 people voting so far, with science about social justice warriors in the lead. But the poll's still going. 9 votes in out of 25 people watching. Please go to the poll and participate, folks. To determine what we will go over next. 10 votes in. Science about social justice warriors has so far taken a hefty lead, guys. But we got 15 people who haven't voted yet, so let's get it to at least 20, folks. What do we want to talk about? The truth about strong women or the science about social justice warriors? Let's see it, mofos. That's what up be up in his house. Still just 10 votes, guys. We got just a little longer to go. So far, science about social justice warriors has taken the lead, though, with 10 votes. If you're listening, oh, there goes 11 votes. Sweet. Do I hear 12? 12 votes. Truth about strong women went up again. 5% have dozed off. I hope not. I'm not that boring, although I've been told that my voice is soothing and relaxing. V Radio, the Bob Ross of activist journalism, bringing to you the truth with my velvet voice. The V in V Radio stands for velvet voice. Well, actually, that would be 2 V's, so maybe I should be VV Radio. No, VV Radio makes me sound like a drag queen. I don't think I'm going to use that. Yeah, let's not call me VV Radio. Maybe I could be triple V Radio. So like V Radio. No, I don't think that would work either. 12 votes out of 24 people watching, folks. It's head-to-head on which video we will watch next. The truth about strong women versus science and social justice warriors. Neil really wants to play strong women. Yeah, I do. I want to play some strong women. Kind of like guitars. I want to play them like guitars. Yep. No, it's just it's a good video that I did a long time ago. That's actually, I guess, one of the videos that led to Adam Friended deciding that he liked my stuff and wanted to promote me. But yeah, V Radio now singing Barry White songs. I don't sing Barry White, but I can sing some Chef from South Park. I want to make love to you, woman. I want to lay you down by the fire. You know, or one of my favorites, talking about you and me and her. Simultaneous loving, baby. 2 or 3. It's one of my favorite Chef songs of all time, right? Simultaneous loving, baby. All right, 24. Only 12 votes so far, folks. I'm going to close the poll here, going up in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 13 votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Do 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 12. Do 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 12. Do 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 do. Yep. I just had to do some Sesame Street there. Showing my age. So with 13 votes casted, we're going to watch the science about social justice warriors, and then I'm going to get my butt off of here because my headset is uncomfortable. So I also got some other stuff I need to do anyway. So, but I've enjoyed this stream that I've done with you guys today. Pretty long one. But I hope this helps make up for the fact that my guest had to cancel again. Once again, for those of you who showed up here because of the Mac Beggs interview, that has been moved to tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. again, hopefully for the last time. So slap in lover bots and 24 votes in 1 second. What are lover bots? I don't know if I want to know. Yeah. If you want to be my lover bot, first you got to be my friend bot. Let me see. Okay. Going back to the V Radio channel, we're going to find this video. People want to know about the science of social justice warrior activism and why it is a failure. Let me use my, do you guys ever watch Doomsday Preppers? Neil is attempting to survive extremely bad internet stuff. Today on Doomsday Preppers, we will discuss his preparations for the possible apocalypse. Tune in tomorrow for Doomsday Preppers. I've been working on the narrator of Transformers voice. The year is 2005. Optimus Prime was tuning into V Radio when he was attacked by the Decepticons. God, you guys are all probably too young to remember Transformers. Showing my age. Showing my rage. Okay. Science says social justice strategies for activism literally cause hatred and bigotry. Brought to you by V Radio. Now, a word from our sponsor. Nope, I don't have any sponsors. So you guys are just going to have to watch the show. All right, folks, ending the poll. We will now begin your edumacation. Edumacation. That's right. I'll turn this off. All right, here we go. Bringing on science. Weird science. Yep, we're going to science the shit out of these motherfuckers. All right. Here we go.
So back in 2017, the left-leaning website Quartz had published this article. The data are in. Young people are increasingly less racist than old people. They go on to quote some statistics of various polls that were used to determine that racism was on a serious decline from the 1960s. In the 1960s, almost half of white respondents in the U.S. suggested that they would move if a black family moved in next door, but the proportion of Americans reporting to the World Values Survey that they were uncomfortable living next to someone of a different race fell from 8% in the 1980s to 6% today. Again, in 1958, only 4% of Americans approved of interracial marriage, according to the Gallup polling. Support only crossed the 50% threshold in 1997. It has now reached 87%. Although people can lie to surveyors about their beliefs, the polling matches up with the behavioral change. In 1980, less than 7% of marriages were between spouses of different races or an ethnicity in the United States. That climbed to 15% by 2010. There were 6,336 racially or ethnically motivated hate crimes reported by the FBI in 1994. That dropped to 3,310 in 2015. However, moving ahead to 2021, hate crimes reached the highest level in more than a decade. There were 7,759 reported hate crimes in the U.S. last year, the most in 12 years, the FBI reported this week. But some experts and advocacy groups say the true number is probably even higher. The number of recorded bias incidents reported by the FBI was the highest since 2008, when 7,783 hate crimes were reported to the agency, federal data shows. The spike in 2020 follows a recent upward trend in bias incidents, and it was a 6% increase over 2019. So, what caused the sudden surge of racism? Now, some people, of course, like to suggest that somehow Trump getting elected on its own is what did that. But I've never really understood that theory, nor have I been able to get anybody to give me any actual statistics to correlate how Trump's election somehow led to an increase in racism. So, after doing some reading of scientific papers on the topic and speaking to competent racial activists like Daryl Davis, I have a different explanation. Let's have a look at what happens to the human mind when someone's specific group identity is attacked. Even if you think you are trying to attack them to bring them around to your way of thinking, it actually has the opposite effect. This is not a matter of opinion. This is scientifically proven. If you engage in hatred, you will beget hatred. Now, a lot of the studies that were conducted about this phenomenon, ironically, were conducted by left-leaning scientists, who usually were trying to find explanations for how racism took root in the right. But everything that they discovered would equally apply to people on the left. Authoritarianism is not unique to the right or to the left, and it can be a response to people feeling insecure. Let's read this excerpt from the article. Among the most important guides in this inquiry is the political scientist Karen Stenner. In 2005, Stenner published a book called The Authoritarian Dynamic, an academic work full of graphs, descriptions of regression analysis, and discussions of scholarly disputes over the nature of authoritarianism. It therefore had not had a wide readership. Her core finding is that authoritarianism is not a stable personality trait. It is rather a psychological predisposition to become intolerant when the person receives a certain kind of threat. It's as though some people have a button on their foreheads, and when the button is pushed, they suddenly become intensely focused on defending their in-group, kicking out foreigners and nonconformists, and stamping out dissent within the group. At those times, they are more attracted to strong men and the use of force. At other times, when they perceive no such threat, they are not unusually intolerant. So the key is to understand what pushes that button. Now, looking at this, I'm sure many leftists immediately are saying, well, yes, the right is inclined to fascism. And meanwhile, people on the right, who believe that communism and authoritarianism are not in any way separate, will say, well, yes, the left is inclined towards communism. What both sides don't recognize is that tribalism itself can cause an authoritarian reaction in a society, because people, feeling insecure will turn to authoritarians to protect them. This quote in particular stuck out to me because I've experienced this phenomenon. It's as though some people have a button on their foreheads, and when the button is pushed, they suddenly become intensely focused on defending their in-group. It occurred to me one day that I had an epiphany. That epiphany was that all of the closest to racist thoughts I have ever had generally came from interacting with racial activists. Not even getting beat up by black kids who hated white kids in the ghetto ever made me consider any kind of racist thinking. But interacting with racial activists would occasionally cause me to have twinges of those thoughts. The same would be said for every bordering on sexist thought I've ever had, coming from interacting with feminists, every bordering on transphobic thought I've ever had, coming with from interacting with trans activists. So if they're the activists, and they're supposed to be convincing us that we shouldn't hate certain groups, why do they have that effect on people? I remember discussing with a local Black Lives Matter activist my conversation with Daryl Davis, and specifically how Daryl would essentially rescue white people who had been converted into the cult of racism by humanizing himself to them and just demonstrating that racism is absurd by showing that he, as a black man, was human and even relatable. And the reply that I got from the Black Lives Matter activist was that I don't want to convince people. I want them to be afraid. Anybody who's ever studied the psychology involving racism knows that racism literally is caused by fear. An interesting note, when Daryl Davis went to Baltimore to interact with Black Lives Matter, the conversation went extremely poorly, and they threatened him never to return. In this article written by Bart Bonakowski, an associate professor of sociology at Harvard, Ethno-Nationalist Populism and the Mobilization of Collective Resentment. Scholarly and journalistic accounts of the recent successes of radical right politics in Europe and the United States, including the Brexit referendum and the Trump campaign, tend to conflate three phenomena: populism, ethno-nationalism, and authoritarianism. While all three are important elements of the radical right, they are neither coterminous nor limited to the right. In other words, yes, in fact, people on the left can get caught up in this kind of crap just as well. The resulting lack of analytical clarity has entered accounts of the causes and consequences of ethno-nationalist populism. So, when they talk about ethno-nationalist populism and how that can also come about, this is the black nationalist movements that, for example, critical race theory documents suggest were right, that somehow Malcolm X was right and Martin Luther King was wrong. Political and media discourse has channeled such threats into resentments towards elites, immigrants, and ethnic, racial, and religious minorities, thereby activating previously latent attitudes and lending legitimacy to radical political campaigns that promise to return power and status to the aggrieved supporters. This can happen to black people, white people, Hispanic people, anybody. If you can convince people that they're the aggrieved and promise to bring power back to you, to the people who are aggrieved, you can gain a lot of power. This is how a lot of dangerous people, whether it's Mao, Stalin, Hitler, have come to power over the years, is essentially through othering, creating a situation where you tell them, you guys are all victims, and the people that are the problem are this other group of people, and if you just follow me, we'll deal with them. Not only does this form of politics threaten democratic institutions and intergroup relations, but it also has the potential to alter the contours of mainstream public discourse, thereby creating the conditions of possibility for future success of populist, nationalist, and authoritarian politics. Now notice, he didn't just say white nationalists. This kind of thinking can literally infect the minds of anybody. And it's brought about by creating a circumstance of fear. You make people afraid that their group is a threat. And then it's really easy at that point, because it activates primitive parts of our minds that are related to tribalism, to rise up and defend one's tribe. In this study called Experiments in Intergroup Discrimination, they asked the question, can discrimination be traced to some such origin as social conflict or a history of hostility? Not necessarily. Apparently, the mere fact of division into groups is enough to trigger discriminatory behavior. They conducted a series of experiments where they created groups and, basically just artificially created groups within the people that they were doing the experiment with, and noticed this behavior. This same effect has been recreated in a more famous classroom study that we'll be going over here shortly. But it's important to remember that just the act of dividing people into groups will cause discriminatory behavior. And as I demonstrated earlier, that can lead to other effects like bigotry, xenophobia, etc. And this is not just limited to race. If you spend a whole bunch of time dividing people up by their gender, by their sexual identity, by their sexual preference, whatever, and just making that the core of all human interaction, then you're literally creating the circumstances for social phenomenon like racism, bigotry, sexism, etc. to take hold. You're creating it by making people hyper-aware of an idea that supposedly we're all different instead of all being the same. Tribalism happens when you believe that you're part of one tribe and then somebody else is part of a different tribe. Let's take a look at that experiment I mentioned earlier. So this social experiment was conducted in the 1960s by a woman named Jane Elliott. She since went on to kind of be really anti-white and woke in that regard. But the experiment was meant to teach children about how judging people solely by the basis of superficial characteristics is wrong. And it's not just that it's immoral, it doesn't make any sense. You can't hold an individual accountable for things done by people who just look like them, because our behavior and traits are not determined by how we look. That's why racism is the belief that race is a determinant of human traits. Note I didn't say anything about anybody needing to have any power over anyone because they believe that, because that's bullshit. But let's get into this video.
This is a special week. Does anybody know what it is?
National Brotherhood.
National Brotherhood Week. What's brotherhood? Treat everyone as though he was your brother. And is there anyone in this United States that we do not treat as our brothers?
Yes.
Who?
The
black people. Who else?
Indians.
Absolutely the Indians. Many places in the United States. How are black people treated? How are Indians treated? How are people who are of a different color than we are treated?
They don't get anything in this world.
Why is that?
Because they're different color.
You think you know how that would feel to be judged by the color of your skin? I don't. Do you think you do? No, I don't think you'd know how that felt unless you had been through it, would you? It might be interesting to judge people today by the color of their eyes. Would you like to try this?
Yeah!
Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Since I'm the teacher and I have blue eyes, I think maybe the blue-eyed people should be on top the first day.
Now, notice what she's doing here. She's literally dividing them up into groups, which, as the study that I just cited showed, doing this in of itself will create discriminatory behavior. Let's continue.
I mean, the blue-eyed people are the better people in this room. Oh, yes, they are.
Yeah.
Blue-eyed people are smarter than brown-eyed people. This is a fact. The brown-eyed people do not get to use the drinking fountain. You'll have to use the paper cups. You brown-eyed people are not to play with the blue-eyed people on the playground. Well, the brown-eyed people in this room today are going to wear collars so that we can tell from a distance what color your eyes are. Ready, Laurie?
Brown-eyed.
She's a brown-eyed. You'll begin to notice today that we spend a great deal of time waiting for brown-eyed people. I don't see the yardstick, do you?
It's probably over there. Hey, Miss Lady, you better keep that on your desk when the brown-eyed people get out of hand.
Oh, you think if the brown-eyed people get out of hand, that would be the thing to use. Who goes first to lunch?
Blue-eyed.
The blue-eyed people. Blue-eyed people may go back for seconds. Brown-eyed people do not.
Brown-eyed.
Don't you know?
Oh, they're not smart.
Now notice again, she created these groups and specifically encouraged dialogue that one of these groups was better or, whatever than the other. Let's continue.
And it seemed like when we were down on the bottom, everything bad was happening to us.
The way they treated you, you felt like you didn't even want to try to do anything.
It seemed like Mrs. Elliott was taking our best friends away from us.
What happened at recess? Were two of you boys fighting?
Russell called me names and I came in the gut.
What did he call you?
Brown eyes. They always call us that. They keep calling us brown eyes.
What's wrong with being called brown-eyed?
It means that we're stupider.
I watched what had been marvelous, cooperative, wonderful, thoughtful children turn into nasty, vicious, discriminating little third graders in a space of 15 minutes. Yesterday, I told you that brown-eyed people aren't as good as blue-eyed people. That wasn't true. I lied to you yesterday. The truth is that brown-eyed people are better than blue-eyed people. Russell, where are your glasses?
I forgot them.
You forgot them, and what color are your eyes?
Blue.
Susan Ginder has brown eyes. She didn't forget her glasses. Russell Ring has blue eyes, and what about his glasses?
He forgot them.
He forgot them. Yesterday we were visiting, and Greg said, "Boy, I like to hit my little sister as hard as I can. That's fun." What does that tell you about blue-eyed people?
So again, she's now assigning group identity based on these superficial, beliefs. In this case, the color of eyes. And this is important because this sort of thing is going on right now towards a certain demographic. And we'll get into that in a moment.
They're naughty.
The brown-eyed brown-eyed people may take off their collars, and each of you may put your collar on a blue-eyed person. The brown-eyed people get...
Just another note here, guys, because when I made this video, I hadn't read as much critical race theory as I have now. But one of the foundations of critical race theory is something they call race consciousness, which is that people should be conscious of their race at all times. And that's literally written in the original critical race theory documents by Derek Bell, by Kimberly Crenshaw. I didn't get that from Tucker Carlson or Fox News or any of the other things that they do to try to cover up for the truth about critical race theory. Critical race theory states that you have to be segregated and that that's better. Critical race theory suggests that, that we have to study the quote unquote true history, but the true history only includes demonizing white people over and over and over again. And that's why it becomes very clear that the more critical race theory you read, the more racist you're going to be. And they openly state that Martin Luther King, while being well-intentioned, was still this misguided guy, and that what they should have done was paid more attention to Malcolm X, specifically during the time period of his life when he was a black supremacist, racist, black nationalist. And critical race theory also states that it draws directly from black nationalism and black supremacy. Like, that's in the documents. I didn't make that up. It's not a paraphrase. You can read the stuff yourself. I think they're just, in many cases, hoping that nobody will bother to go back and read Kimberly Crenshaw, and Derek Bell and the original founders. They're not interested in that. They would rather instead just pretend that what we're talking about is just incorrect and that we need to stop watching conservative nonsense. In most cases, the people that I meet haven't even bothered to read any of that stuff, and that's the supporters of it. Again, what did I say earlier, guys? Bother to know what the hell you're talking about before you open your mouth. Would be a great thing for society if we actually started to emphasize on it. So let's get back to the video.
5 extra minutes of recess. You blue-eyed people are not allowed to be on the playground equipment. You blue-eyed people are not to play with the brown-eyed people. Brown-eyed people are better than blue-eyed people. They're smarter than blue-eyed people. And if you don't believe it, look at Brian. I use Orton Gillingham phonics. We use the card pack. The brown-eyed children were in the low class the first day, and it took them 5.5 minutes to get through the card pack. The second day, it took them 2.5 minutes. The only thing that had changed was the fact that now they were superior people. You went faster than I've ever had anyone go through the card pack. Why couldn't you get them yesterday?
We had collars on.
You think the collars kept you?
We just keep thinking about those collars.
Oh, and you couldn't think as well with the collars on. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. How long did it take you yesterday?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. How long did it take you today?
4 minutes and 18 seconds.
What happened?
Went down.
What were you thinking of?
This.
I hate today.
How do you do? I hate too.
Because I'm blue-eyed.
See, I am too.
There's nothing, it's not funny, it's not fun, it's not pleasant. This is a filthy, nasty word called discrimination. We're treating people a certain way because they are different from the rest of us. Is that...
Now, this kind of comes back to, again, what they said. If you're assigning differences to people, then you're going to create this situation.
fair?
No.
Nothing fair about it. We didn't say this was going to be a fair day, did we?
No.
And it isn't. It's a horrid day. Okay, you ready? What did you people who are wearing blue collars now find out today?
I know what they felt like yesterday.
I did too. How did they feel yesterday?
Down. Like a dog on a leash. Yeah. Like you're chaining them up into prison. Like you're shut up and you're throwing the key away.
Should the color of some other person's eyes have anything to do with how you treat them?
No.
All right, then should the color of their skin?
No.
Should you judge people by the color of their skin?
No.
When you see a black man or an Indian or someone walking down the street, are you going to say, look at that silly looking thing?
No.
Does it make any difference whether their skin is black or white?
No.
Or yellow?
No.
Or red?
No.
Is that how you decide whether people are good or bad?
No.
Is that what makes people good or bad?
So this is where it divorces from the current activism. which is you'll notice she'll say, or said, "Does the fact that someone's white mean anything?" And they all said no. But that's not how things are done anymore. We don't tell people that it's okay to be white. And specifically, if somebody were to do something like, say, post flyers around a college campus that say it's okay to be white, it would be labeled as hate speech. I wish I was making that up. That actually happened. So hate crimes have been on the rise, as we discussed earlier. I discovered an interesting little tidbit. Who's in second place? That would be the victims of anti-white hate crime. So despite being supposedly a white supremacist society, white people come in a solid second place beneath black people when it comes to being victims of hate crime. More white people are targeted for hate crimes than Hispanics and Asians and other groups. Interesting. Now let's look at the way that activism regards race now. And again, this could apply to any group. You could be talking about straight versus gay, trans versus cis, male versus female, anything. But we're using race for now. First of all, you tell one of the groups that they can't be racist. That no matter what they do, no matter what they say, they somehow cannot be racist. Then you tell the other group that they're inherently psychopathic, that they must be stopped, the very future of mankind depends on it, that they are bad for the environment, that they don't know how to cook and their food is bland, that they are inherently liars and have a lying problem, and that your children can't be friends with their children. And also that people of that group should be excluded. That basically you should be allowed to segregate yourself from them. What kind of reactions do you think you would get out of that people? The people that you have decided are this other group. What if you tell them that they lack empathy? This is where we run into a problem. Because if you do this, as we've already demonstrated, you're going to get a negative reaction from the people in question. Those people, in turn, are going to have discriminatory thoughts against you. They're going to be defensive against you. They're going to be afraid of you. And they will be othered. You'll be telling them that they're not part of the tribe. So they, in turn, will respond in a negative tribalist fashion to you. This is effectively what modern activism about race and a lot of other issues is doing. It is dividing us into groups and making it clear that your group identity is the determining factor, like the value that you have as a person, and what your role in society is. And it could get kind of funny because sometimes they start turning on each other, then you end up with stuff like this. LGBT student activist group says that gay men are not oppressed enough to deserve representation. Or this, the trouble with white women. Or perhaps, are Asians the next in line to be white? Then we have, straight black men are the white people of black people. Because, at this point, you, I guess, can say that they have the eye color, the bad eye color, anytime you want. And then they start turning on each other. The effects of this are, once again, just further division of society. Nothing good comes from this. So if people have a button in their minds that essentially triggers racist or tribalist thought, then why is our activism seemingly geared towards pushing that button? That's exactly what's going on. With all of the anti-white, anti-straight, anti-male sentiment, the only thing that's coming out the other side of that is more racism, sexism, etc. Somebody wants us divided. Who's they is usually what you would be asked. Some of you might remember a video I did earlier The first time I saw woke ideology weaponized for the purposes of dividing and conquering the people was at Occupy. We started off as an extremely diverse and unified group of people of different races, colors, creeds, etc. We were completely unified and everybody had an equal voice. As things progressed, that changed. There was a moment in particular when all of a sudden everything shifted away from discussing the struggle between the poor versus the wealthy, and instead to discussing the struggle between white people and black people, straight people and gay people, etc. And I watched as Occupy disintegrated. It also was one of the things that prevented Occupy from working with the Tea Party, which was something that was about to happen. I remember Ron Paul distinctly calling for exactly that. Hey, Tea Party, let's work with Occupy because we have common enemies. The enemies in question were the big bankers at the time. So who is they? Well, they are the same people who are not friends to middle-class, hardworking Republicans, and they're also not friends to the poor left. They are the real force behind what goes on this earth. The real power, the men behind the curtain, so to speak. Somebody wants us divided to ensure that we're not a threat to them. The social justice movement and our activism is literally geared towards creating more division, more hatred, more distrust. And the goal of that is to prevent us from working together to overcome them. So, what does this mean for you? If you're engaged in this kind of activism and you believe that you're ending racism or fighting it or doing anything to prevent racism from continuing to grow, you need to take a look at yourself and what you've been doing and realize that you've actually been accomplishing the opposite. We went from racism being on a decline to racism growing. But it's not just the race issue, as I mentioned earlier. As an excellent trans activist who recently came forward and did a video detailing the trans activist state of affairs, pointed out that a lot of the things that trans activists are doing will lead to more transphobia. The same thing is true of the extreme feminists who seem to be doing a fantastic job of fostering and essentially creating an environment rich for sexism to take hold. And just across the board, this strategy of inquisitions and witch hunts and gotta get ya is literally not accomplishing anything. You might get people to be quiet when you're around, but that doesn't mean you've convinced them of anything. That means that they've decided they don't want to talk to you anymore, and at that point, you've failed. Activism is not supposed to be about making people afraid. Activism is supposed to be about convincing people that you're right, that your issue has merit, and that people should follow it, that people should endorse it, people should work with you. If your goal is just to go out there and, sow hate and dissension, are you really working at that point towards ending bigotry and racism or whatever? Obviously not. You may not think that your goal is to go out and sow dissension, but as I've already demonstrated, social science has shown for a long time that if you go and attack somebody's group, you are inevitably going to make them defensive, they're going to stop listening to you, and the men behind the curtain, that's exactly what they want. They want us to be unable to listen and communicate with each other. Because as long as we're focused on each other, we're not paying any attention to them and whatever their agenda is for us. This is not about white supremacy or black supremacy in the end. It's about the supremacy of the super fantastically wealthy over the rest of us. Thanks for listening, folks. That's what I've got for you today. Please like, subscribe, share, ring.
All right, guys, sorry about that. I just realized I wasn't enabled. But anyway, so I have one final video that I'd be willing to show you guys if you guys want to stick around for it. I realized that most of my audience today is conservative, so I did a specific video that was addressed to conservatives. But for those of you who subscribed to me from last night on Good Logic, I think you guys can understand now what I was trying to say. That while I personally might have my own left-leaning beliefs, that the majority of my content is not really about that. I'm not interested in dividing America more. I feel that, we are Americans. The system works. The eagle has a left and a right wing. We vote. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose. But at the end of the day, we should all technically still count ourselves as Americans, right? And one of the things that Yuri Bezmenov said was the only way to cure ideological subversion, which is this state that we live in now where people are immune to facts and they're so divided, is patriotism, right? Patriotism is the cure, which is the reason why they're trying to make patriotism into this horrible, evil thing that we shouldn't have, right? Patriotism, they're leading us to believe, is nationalism and fascism. And don't get me wrong, patriotism can turn into nationalism and fascism if it's taken too far. I mean, that's what, the Nazis were. But patriotism can also just be, a good positive force, right? So anyway, I got one more. I put up a poll to see if you guys had time for a single more video. So far, 11 votes of yes out of 23. If I can get to 15 votes, then I will play one final video for you guys. What I've kind of learned is that it seems like the formula here is that I need to not run my OBS today. That's not normally a thing. As soon as I turned OBS on briefly, the video started clipping again. So, but yeah, Justin, you'll still probably like this video. It has to do with more of the division stuff I was talking about earlier. So, 11 votes out of 23 participate in the process. Would you guys like to listen to one more V Radio video before we're done today? And this time I mean it. I just have been having fun going over some of my old stuff. So I keep thinking, oh, but I should show them this one. So, all right. Well, 11 votes is good. I'll go with that. We got 25 people watching. I'm going to assume if you're still on, then you want to continue listening. So the next one we're going to go over was a video that I made specifically to my conservative audience. And again, it's not about convincing you of anything as far as changing your beliefs. Just some perspectives I want you to keep in mind. Because one of the things that I said earlier was that we've kind of gotten to a point where the division is so much more important to deal with before we can even talk about anything else. And there was definitely a very direct effort on the part of the media to convince conservatives to participate on their own side of this division. And I go over that here, but also I go over the fact that conservatives are starting to get this, right? I just interviewed a Republican yesterday in my co-show with Liberty Unleashed, and he kept talking about the corporate this and the corporate that. I was like, well, that's interesting to hear from a Republican, because that wasn't a very common thing for Republicans to say back in 2008. Used to be that only the left would bring up corporate influence. So anyway, this video is for you, my conservative viewers, but also those of you who are not conservative, I think will still enjoy it. Just a reminder, vradio.us does not work anymore. If you want to go to my stuff, go to hypage/vradio. But this also talks about Yuri Bezmenov, which Winning Reality's been talking about in the chat a lot, and ideological subversion. So let's go ahead and check this out. And this will be my final video of the day. I have to force myself to get some other work done today. So I will talk to you guys after the fact for a little bit, and then we'll be done. Thanks for tuning into V Radio. Remember, guys, like and subscribe. And if you ring the bell. And again, I'm not really worried about donations right now. I'm actually doing okay financially for once. But what I do need is to share the video. Please share these videos. It's really the only way that the algorithm is ever going to be defeated, is by manual sharing. Because just subscribing to me is clearly not enough. So let's get into it, folks. Hello, everyone. This particular episode is directed particularly at the right-leaning conservative element of my audience. However, the left-leaning part of my audience will also find it useful. I want to talk specifically about the efforts of communists to undermine and demoralize the United States, and the part of this story that is not spoken enough about. A lot of effort is justifiably being made to call out the efforts in academia to radicalize people into far-left communist beliefs. However, this is only part of the equation.
First, let me share with you a clip of Yuri Bezmenov, the Soviet defector who came to the United States to warn us of communist efforts to undermine our nation's sense of identity, demoralize and destabilize our society as part of an effort to eventually destroy the United States using methods the Soviets had used in other countries. This clip is part of a much larger presentation that I will be going into more depth about later. However, conservatives in particular need to consider the presence of bad actors within the United States who are unwittingly helping this process of demoralization. Let's take a look.
If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system.
So let's consider for a moment what he is talking about. Conservatives are correct to heed Yuri's warnings about communist efforts to undermine our system. But the group that Yuri is calling out here plays a major role in the plans of the communists. Note, obviously at this point we would swap out Soviet Russia for communist China so far as who is the likely culprit when it comes to manipulating the situation. But now we are going to talk about the role that the super wealthy play in this situation. As Yuri pointed out, the wealthy are selling the rope they will be hung with. Our economy has largely been sold to communist China. They continue to grow stronger while we grow weaker. One of the things the early part of the pandemic showed us was our dependence on China for much of our manufacturing. But what Yuri specifically is talking about is the obsession with profits from the top 1%, the same group that the Occupy Wall Street movement was trying to draw attention to. Now, a lot of efforts are put into telling conservatives to blame these people, or maybe these people, with our current economic situation. Basically, a lot of emphasis is placed on addressing the entitlements in our system and that how apparently the real leeches on our economy are the super poor. But you will notice that very little, if any, attention is given to these people and their role specifically in undermining our economic situation and creating a situation where capitalism doesn't work for everybody. And this is just one aspect of it. I'm going to get into more of it later. But Walmart specifically did a lot to destroy the middle class. And we look at the cheap stuff that we're buying and we think to ourselves, you know, this is great. This is capitalism working. Our prices are going down. But in order to get those prices, they created a situation where we've shut down our manufacturing and we're outsourcing it to places where people basically live not much better than plantation slaves in many cases to make our goods, something that people in the United States are not willing to do for obvious reasons that people who are in those countries can be forced to do through poverty. So this chart shows the U.S. jobs displaced by the growing goods trade deficit with China since 2001 in thousands of jobs. Where does this trade deficit come from? Well, basically, we have closed down our manufacturing and we've moved it to China and places like China, and the jobs go with them. And this creates lower prices in places like Walmart, but it also destroys the local middle class because they can't find good paying jobs anymore, and if they own their own businesses, their businesses are undermined. Now, whose fault is this? This obviously isn't something that the welfare people are putting together. This is something that the corporate welfare people are putting together. The top 1% play a huge role in this situation that is often ignored. Now, some efforts are, pushed by the conservative media to get you to blame these people. And these are the people who work in the sweatshops overseas, the places where our jobs went. Many of them live in circumstances that are not really that different than the plantation slaves that we used to have in the United States. But again, nobody's talking about who sent the jobs over there, and their role in the situation. Now, organized labor in the United States did an awful lot to prevent circumstances like this from existing within the United States. And that used to be enough. But now, due to advents in shipping technology, you can make your entire workforce in manufacturing look much like this and take them out of situations where they live like this. The super wealthy want situations where they have their boot on your throat, because that puts them in a circumstance of maximized profits, maximized power over you, the worker. Now this chart shows where the jobs are going. US-based multinational companies added jobs overseas during the 2000s and cut them at home. Cumulative change since 1999. As you can see, the up is all on the side of jobs outside the US. The down is on the side of jobs, in the US. And this trend just continued. It was facilitated by changes in our economic structure in the United States and in our laws that were put together in a bipartisan fashion. More on that later. Here's another graph that shows the effects of outsourcing on our economy. As you can see, it hurts American workers a hell of a lot more than it helps them in most of the categories presented. Now, another culprit that is frequently brought up when it comes to the issues of our economy and people leeching off of it, and specifically about why we may have difficulty finding a job in circumstances of economic difficulty, would be the illegal immigrants, or the undocumented workers, as the left has been manipulated to call them. And a lot of effort is put on to suggesting the solutions to this would basically just make it harder for illegal immigrants to get into the country, put up a wall, etc., etc. But have you ever noticed that the root cause of this situation never receives any kind of attention on the part of the right-wing media? And who are they? Why is it that nobody ever talks about the employers of illegal immigrants? Why is no attention ever given to their role in the situation? Why are there never any, Fox News pundits or whatever calling for this problem to be addressed? And I think the answer to the question has to do with the fact that your media, both right and left, is owned by corporations, and that they're more interested in getting the middle class to blame the poor, whether it's immigrants, or welfare moms, for all of their problems. And that's the reason why, as you can see, criminal prosecutions against employers are rare. The overall data shows that criminal prosecutions of employers who knowingly hire undocumented workers are rare, and most that are convicted receive little more than token punishment. So why is this? Why isn't this aspect of it ever addressed? Why are we just talking about building walls and, increasing border control, which I'm not saying, could not be a solution if this is what you think is the problem with the economy, but wouldn't it be easier to simply prosecute the people that are doing it over here? It would be easier, but it wouldn't be convenient for the people who actually own your government, and that would be those top 1% types I was talking about earlier. Consider for a moment the game here that they are playing. Again, you are being told as the middle-class conservatives that all of your problems would go away if we just dealt with anybody other than the 1% who created those problems. Now, if you have been conditioned into traditional thinking so far as politics, you will find yourself trying to rationalize a way as to how the situation was obviously created by the other tribe. The truth is, this situation was orchestrated with efforts from both of the major political parties, and this truth exposes a reality that people often don't consider. That truth is that there really is only one party. The party that Yuri was mentioning is playing a major role in helping the communists undermine our economy and our way of life. The super wealthy. It was both Reaganomics and NAFTA that brought us to the situation that we are currently in, that is making capitalism only work for some people in this country. Now, honest capitalists will admit that this is an issue. Free market capitalists will say that this is a perfect reason to simply remove government intervention, as the system that is supposed to protect us from white-collar crime is clearly corrupt. This, to me, comes off as basically the conservative version of abolish the police. Basically, it is naive to assume that because some cops are corrupt that we don't need cops. It is equally naive to assume that because some government regulators are corrupt, we should do away with government agencies that seek to protect the people and simply rely on the goodwill of wealthy people to not behave immorally. So let's take a moment to reflect on the history of the situation and how both sides contributed to the circumstances that we are in right now. Reaganomics, a historical watershed. The socio-economic impact of Reaganomics and its long-run deleterious legacy is documented. The preponderance of data indicate that economic growth was not particularly impressive in the wake of the tax cuts of 1981 or 1986. GDP did snap back to potential, but failed to accelerate beyond the rates achieved in prior or subsequent decades. The supposed incentives of supply-side economics failed to materialize. People did not work more, they did not save or invest more than they did before, and the benefits trickled down like molasses and got stuck at the very top of the income distribution. Instead, Reagan's presidency was a watershed in the U.S. economic development in the sense that it reversed many of the accomplishments of the New Deal and inaugurated an era in which low-skilled men's wages began a long period of decline and labor's share of GDP continued to fall. Reagan's true legacy is a dual economy that accompanied the hollowing out of the middle class, a more business-friendly regulatory and oversight framework for Wall Street that ultimately led to the financial crisis, a stupendous increase in the national debt from 30% to 50% of the GDP that put it on a path such that by 2012 it exceeded 100%. Anti-statism that contributed to the rise of Trumpism, a remarkable rise in inequality that gave rise to an oligarchy, and the benign neglect of blue-collar workers who eventually became Hillary Clinton's deplorables. Reagan put the economy on a trajectory to ultimately, even if not inevitably, led to the triumph of Trumpism and an economy of malaise. Now, to those of you who are my followers who obviously are Trumpers, don't take too much offense to what this person is pointing out. They are more or less pointing out that it was Reagan's contributions to our economic system that led to the situation that pissed you guys off that made you want to vote for Trump in the first place, because Donald Trump made a lot of promises about how he was going to fix our economy. Now, whether or not he did is a discussion for a different time. The point is that what created the circumstances that led to Donald Trump being appealing was basically a bipartisan effort. So they're pretty hard on Reagan here, but again, it wasn't just him. Bill Clinton signed NAFTA into law, so let's talk about that. The North American Free Trade Agreement was the door through which American workers were shoved into the neoliberal global labor market. By establishing the principle that U.S. corporations could relocate production elsewhere and sell back into the United States, NAFTA undercut the bargaining power of American workers, which had driven the expansion of the middle class since the end of World War II. The result has been 20 years of stagnant wages and the upward redistribution of income, wealth, and political power. NAFTA affected U.S. workers in four principal ways. First, it caused the loss of some 700,000 jobs as production moved to Mexico. Most of these losses came in California, Texas, and Michigan, and other states where manufacturing is concentrated. To be sure, there were some job gains along the border in service and retail sectors resulting from the increased trucking activity, but these gains are small in relation to the losses and are in lower-paying occupations. The mass majority of workers who lost jobs from NAFTA suffered a permanent loss of income. Secondly, NAFTA strengthened the ability of U.S. employers to force workers to accept lower wages and benefits. As soon as NAFTA became law, corporate managers began telling their workers that their companies intended to move to Mexico unless the workers lowered the cost of their labor. In the midst of collective bargaining negotiations with unions, some companies would even start loading machinery into trucks that they said was bound for Mexico. The same threats were used to fight union organizing efforts. The message was, if you vote in a union, we will move south of the border. With NAFTA, corporations also could more easily blackmail local governments into giving them tax reductions and other subsidies. Third, the destructive effect of NAFTA on the Mexican agricultural and small business sectors dislocated several million Mexican workers and their families and was a major cause in the dramatic increase in undocumented workers flowing into the U.S. labor market. This put further downward pressure on U.S. wages, especially in the already lower-paying market for less skilled labor. Fourth, and ultimately most important, NAFTA was the template for rules of the emerging global economy, in which the benefits would flow to capital and the cost to labor. The U.S. governing class, in alliance with the financial elites of its trading partners, that would be the people Yuri was talking about, applied NAFTA's principles to the World Trade Organization, to the policies of the World Bank and IMF, and to the deal under which employers of China's huge supply of low-wage workers were allowed to access U.S. markets in exchange for allowing American multinational corporations the right to invest there. Here we have China, once again, the extremely wealthy, purchasing the rope they will be hung with because they're selling our economy to China. Despite the rhetoric, the central goal of NAFTA was not expanding trade. After all, the US, Mexico, and Canada had been trading goods and services with each other for 3 centuries. NAFTA's central purpose was to free American corporations from US laws protecting workers and the environment. Moreover, it paved the way for the rest of the neoliberal agenda in the US, the privatization of public services, the regulation of finance, and the destruction of the independent trade union movement. The inevitable result was to undercut workers' living standards all across North America. Wages and benefits have fallen behind worker productivity in all 3 countries. Moreover, despite declining wages in the United States, the gap between the typical American and the typical Mexican worker in manufacturing remains the same. Even after adjusting for differences in living costs, Mexican workers continue to make about 30% of the wages of workers in the United States. Thus, NAFTA is both symbol and substance of the global race to the bottom. So, the end result of both NAFTA and Reaganomics working together is the situation that you see here. These circumstances, these economic circumstances, are the reason that both Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders were popular. They're also the reason why the system did everything they could to sabotage both of them. And also, as I pointed out in my previous video, because the left has their own problems with this, the reason why social justice matters are being pushed to the forefront as far as what should be your focus if you're an American citizen, instead of any attention being given to this situation. And in that video, which I guess I'll share in the cards at the end of this one, I pointed out that Hillary Clinton, for example, when addressing a crowd, specifically trying to turn them against Bernie Sanders, said, we could break up the big banks tomorrow, but what would that do to, gay rights, and how would that help black people, and et cetera, et cetera. It was all a distraction, for the left. And the right has just always been consistently distracted by, being told that their real problem is the poor. So, if you're, let's say, in the second column over here, maybe the 22%, or even the third column, which is, the 7%, you're being told that all of your economic woes are created by the column on the far left. When the truth is, the column on the far right, which is the 0.7%, are the reasons for all of these issues. They pushed for these economic policies. They are the ones that are destroying capitalism in the United States and making it unfunctional. So even if you're pro-capitalist, something has to be done about this. And you need to wake up to the fact that you are being manipulated to believe that your problem is the people on the left. Figuratively, and directly. And there are people who are on the left who are a problem. I spent a hell of a lot of time on this channel pointing that out. There's no question. And again, I'm not trying to convert you. You can have whatever political ideology you want. But even if you're a capitalist, this is not sustainable. This situation is exactly what Yuri was warning about. If you become so obsessed with profits that you make the rules of capitalism so broken, people are going to want to play a different game. If you want a more modern example of this, you can just look at the fact that for some reason those people on the far right of the column I just showed you are, 283 billion richer during the coronavirus pandemic. And, how exactly did that come about? Well, there was a lot of policies that were put in place to choke small businesses to death. And you can blame that on Democrats, I guess, but the truth is that's also a bipartisan effort. As I brought up in one of my previous videos, the response to the coronavirus came in 2 forms. On the left, they had this, 2 weeks of paid sick leave that would only have to be paid by the employers with 500 or less employees. So that was the small print part of it, but that was what the Democrat-controlled Congress at the time had put forth for coronavirus relief, which of course was only going to hurt small businesses and did not in any way harm anybody in that column on the far right. It did not harm any of the people that Yuri was talking about, the people who are so concerned about profits to the point that they don't even care about the long-term consequences of what it is that they're doing. But on the other side of that, the Republican-controlled Senate, all they offered was some relief checks that were going to go out and were going to be tax reduced in such a way that by the time they were done, the people who needed the most were going to get the least amount of money. And the wealthy people weren't going to get very much either. That's, meaning wealthy as in middle class. So there was really a bipartisan effort to ignore the people in that situation and only to uphold, again, Yuri's little group of capitalists. They were the only ones who did any better during the course of the pandemic. And once again, we're being distracted. We're being divided on this issue. We're not talking about the fact that the wealthy got 283 billion richer. We're talking about mask mandates or vaccine mandates. We're talking about, well, you're getting all that unemployment or what, that's what's basically being held to blame on all of this. And that's all a distraction. So in conclusion, thank you for taking the time to listen to this presentation, particularly if you were on the right and conservative. My objective was not and is not to try and change your political affiliations. My objective is to point out that both the people who give a damn about other people on the left and the people who give a damn about other people on the right have a common enemy. And if you are really concerned about a communist invasion, then we have to address this enemy in their role in creating an environment that is vulnerable to the infiltration of communist ideology. Yuri was warning us that the super wealthy are selling the rope they will be hung with. We as Americans of both the left and the right need to take action to be sure that we are not swinging from the gallows with them. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. If you like my work, please consider supporting me on Patreon. I now only need 80 patrons total at $10 a month to get... I'm actually not pushing for donations at this point. I'm doing okay. But I hope you guys enjoyed that presentation. I hope you've enjoyed this kind of marathon stream. We had some consistent viewers today. Thank you very much for joining us today. I see that Strategic Eyes is in the chat. Strategic back again. Yay! So we got Winning Reality. We got Strategic Eyes. Make sure you check out their channels. They're both really good content creators. Make sure that you guys have gone to hy.page/vradio. I'm going to go ahead and just show you guys that real quick. Let's pull it up right here. So don't forget that tomorrow morning is the interview with Mac Beggs, the trans wrestler, has agreed to come on my show for the purpose of discussing their participation in athletics. And they've made it clear that they're not, that no questions are off the table. I mean, I'm not going to have this isn't going to be a fireworks conversation, but I am going to ask them the direct questions. Why did you go to these tournaments? What about the issue of sportsmanship with regards to taking testosterone while competing with biological girls, et cetera, et cetera. So in any case, let me go take a look over here, guys. But yeah, go to hy.page/vradio, and here you can find my YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute. It says podcast on multiple platforms. So this would include Spotify. It links to what was my old Anchor podcast account. So there's a lot of different places like Podbean, I think. There's a bunch of other podcast places. And all my stuff gets turned into audio format for that. It's a feature of Anchor and Spotify. But anyway, there's also a Facebook group. And even if you don't like Facebook, just join the group, because I do an @ everyone every time I go live. And it's one of the only ways that people get notified that I'm even going live. I'm also on Twitter. You have to use a link to find me on Twitter because I'm shadow banned on Twitter. I don't know if that's changed since Elon took over, but people were saying that they had to just enter the web address in order to find me before. If you want to support me on Patreon, PayPal, and Subscribestar, those are all here. Again, I'm not really pushing those right now because I'm doing okay. I'm one of those people who tends to only ask for financial help if I actually need it. There is a Telegram channel also that I always, notify everybody when I'm up. Here's the Discord. I definitely push the Discord.
Not only is this another great way to be sure that you always know when I put out new content, but we have ongoing conversations. There are people on the left and there are people on the right who are debating there. Just be aware of the fact that you're not going to agree with what everybody there says. And there is a very strict rule about no personal attack. You can have any opinion you want. I mean, I've had to tolerate racists. I've had to tolerate theocrats. I've had to tolerate, all number of crazy people, as long as they conducted themselves well, and don't use personal attack, then I don't say anything. I've only ever had to kick somebody for ideological reasons like once. And that was because the person suggested that we should just line up migrants, including their children, and execute them as foreign invaders. I'm not going for that. Not just because that's out of this world ridiculous. It's also a great way to get your Discord taken down. Anyway, so I am on Getter. I don't really do much there. I am on Kick, which is like an alternative platform similar to Twitch without all of the censorship. I think it has a lot of potential, so I'm watching it closely, but I don't have a lot of followers there yet. Part of it is that it's going live there is kind of annoying. It is possible to do it at the same time I go everywhere else, but I have to like re-enter it every time. That's also why I'm not live on Rumble. Usually I just rely on the upload feature, because everything that I do here gets uploaded to both Rumble and Odyssey. And yes, I have a TikTok channel. Anytime I make a short video, I'll stick it on there. I was making shorts for YouTube for a while because I guess that was supposed to help you with the algorithm, but I never got any of my short videos identified as shorts. And honestly, as you guys can see, I mean, shit, it's been what, 6 hours now? Well, going on 7. I'm not a short-winded person. I don't discuss stuff, that takes 30 seconds or less to describe it or explain it, but Kick gives more money to creators, according to Sugar Bear over on Twitch. So yeah, that'd be cool. Well, again, I'm not really motivated by that right now, but I'm glad that they do. Somebody needed to. I really wish, I keep saying this. I really wish Elon Musk had just went ahead and bought freaking YouTube, because man, that would have made our lives so much better, and we would have uncovered like the YouTube files. We would have found out all the bullshit they're doing with the algorithm. When I was on Good Logic's channel last night, he shared a story with everybody that he and I were watching at the end of the first time that he brought me on, because he was always disgusted by the fact that I don't have as many subscribers as he felt that I should. And we were watching because I gained about 1,000 subscribers going on his show over the course of the show. And then we were watching my my subscriber number at the end of the show, and literally watched as 1,000 subscribers disappeared off of my list. And some of them came back, but a lot of them didn't. And the last time I was on Good Logic, it was kind of funny because I just had my subscriber list up, because there's like an analytic you can throw up, and it was bouncing up and down the whole time. Like I'd get 3 and then I'd lose 4, and then I'd get 2 and then I'd lose 1 or whatever. And like there were people who were on the stream saying, geez, I subscribed to you a half hour ago and somehow I got unsubscribed. So, I do hope, I know Elon Musk is talking about making a, what is it? He wants to make Twitter more of a competitor with YouTube. And if that could happen, that would be pretty sweet. As it is right now, I mean, really the only guy I know that's exclusive over there is Tucker Carlson. And man, he's been on fire on Twitter. I've been really enjoying his stuff. That is definitely one of those situations like Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi saying to Darth Vader, "You can't win, Darth. If you strike me down, I will just become more powerful than you could possibly imagine." And at this point, Fox firing Tucker was terrible for them, because not only is he getting way more views than he ever did on Fox, he's also just, he's got no chains. He's got no strings. He can say whatever the hell he wants. It's funny is I have a memory of this, and unfortunately I can't find the original video, but back in the time period I described to you guys earlier, when Ron Paul was being mistreated by the Republican Party and the media, Tucker Carlson started off as a Ron Paul supporter. Like he said, at this point, he's polling very low, but that will rise. Like there's a clip of him saying that when he was much younger. And, and then he just stopped talking about Ron Paul. And I'm sure that that's probably because Ron Paul was anti-war and Rupert Murdoch owns Fox News. And and he regularly gives out memos that, on what news you are and are not to hear. It's just like the Big Brother in 1984 giving you giving notes to the information league or whatever the hell they were called to determine, like what is and is not the truth. So be aware of that, guys. And thank you so much for tuning in today. Again, don't worry as much about donations right now, but please share my videos. That is the best way you can help me at this point, because again, I'm not motivated by money right now. It's more just like, you guys kind of help me with my sanity. I used to be, back in the day, I was a streamer. When Occupy was going around, I was walking around with a camera and I was videotaping and interviewing and writing articles and stuff. You can still find a lot of that stuff on my old channel, vradio.org, which you can find. If you go to my channel, it's one of the featured channels. I want to be clear, that's, hard left V back then. So you're not going to agree with everything I say, but you might enjoy some of the stuff that I uncovered, especially, I have videos literally from Occupy Detroit and Occupy Flint and stuff like that on that old channel. And now a lot of things have changed. For one thing, protests are a hell of a lot more violent, at least so far as anybody who's going to have a dissenting voice. I helped Mary Todd identify, different members of Antifa. My pro Kyle Rittenhouse stuff, for example, these are all things that would get you attacked, And currently I have a damaged spine. I have a broken ankle. My health is not fantastic. So unfortunately, my days of attending protests and live streaming are over, which sucks. And every time I watch like one of my friends like Jay Lee Quinn or WYSIWYG TV or, and Villain Report before he passed away, it sucks because I miss it so much. Live streaming news was fantastic back in the day. So now I'm just stuck with this. And I, as somebody who's disabled, I kind of have to seek a way to still interact with the world in a meaningful way, right? Aside from my sports coaching, I'm a wrestling coach, there's nothing else that I really do at this point, that helps the world. And some of it is also just like, from a young age, I just one of those people that I'm cognizant of what's going on around me, and it drives me freaking crazy when stupid things are being said, when lies are being spread. That was actually like one of the biggest things. Like, I don't think that when my feud with Sitch and Adam, which I still haven't done my final video to them, because Adam had agreed to a moderated debate with me on Joe Logic's stream. I don't know if it's going to happen now, but he had agreed with it. I retweeted it. He said he would debate me. So, but it's not my personal obsession with them, which is what they tried to make it out to be. They said some shit about the Iraq war that's just bonkers. And I can't stand that. That drives me nuts. You want to talk about something that'll bother me? That's what bothered me about the Rittenhouse stuff. If you're going to lie about something, you're going to hear from me relentlessly. I will not stop, right? And so, I made a video, reply to them. They never played it, despite the fact that they'll go on for 12 hours bitching about other people's content. And then Good Logic eventually played the whole thing. So a bigger channel reviewed it. So I kind of felt some closure there, but they also just said some just straight up lies about me on their stream that I do want to go ahead and settle. So that'll probably be my last video involving them, aside from the debate, provided Adam, keeps his word and is willing to debate me on the Good Logic stream. Thanks again, folks, for tuning in. Please check out all of the other channels: Winning Reality, Strategic Eyes, Logical Checkmate. Johnny Walker Dread just did some great stuff. Johnny Walker Dread has been uncovering that, I'm going to forget the fellow's name. He's a young Turks guy, black man, glasses, likes to present himself as if he's really smart or whatever. So Johnny Walker Dread has been going through his entire academic history, and the guy just straight up like has a bunch of diplomas, and some, like, in one case he got kicked out of school, like out of college, for like academic failure, like he just wasn't passing, so wait, what video did Good Logic review? Good Logic reviewed my rebuttal to Sitch and Adam. I was on Sitch and Adam's show, and they argued with me about Iraq, and it was kind of an awkward situation because I didn't know I was going on there to debate them. So I didn't just have a bunch of links on hand, but if you guys have seen how thorough I am in my research, if you want to see that video, I'll link it to you. But basically, I replied to what went on in that conversation. I played what they said, and then I gave my evidence, and they won't review it on their show. And I think it's largely because they know it's going to be very difficult to argue with. And especially now that Glenn Greenwald is exposing that the same people who brought us Iraq essentially are bringing us Ukraine, because the neoconservatives have just simply changed parties and found their way over to the Democratic Party. It becomes more relevant to talk about Iraq in the long run because it's the same people using the same playbook. But anyway, yeah, Johnny Walker Dredd is doing a great job of exposing this Young Turks individual who kind of was in the middle of everything with that City Bike Karen stuff. Well, it turns out that guy's like, all of his credentials are fake. Like the guy is just a total fraud. But he's essentially like the Brianna Joy, not the Brianna, but more like the Joy Reid of the Young Turks. Huge race grifter, needs to push that narrative, and they're all full of shit. So make sure you check out Johnny Walker Dredd. He's been doing extensive research on that topic. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. is when I'm supposed to be interviewing Mac Beggs. And they did text me this morning to say that they needed to move it to another day because they had asked for Monday because they knew that is when they would be home. Their whole reason for suspending it last time was that all they had was a laptop. They didn't even have a headset because they were out of their house. They were traveling in another state. That was why we held it back before. This time it was that they came back, got off their flight and whatever. It was like 1 a.m. jet lag and he didn't really get good sleep. So I'm fine with that. For an interview like this, they're going to have to be on their toes because they're going to be asking them some hard questions, about their participation in sports as a trans athlete. And they've said that everything's on the table. So, so anyway, this has been a long stream, guys. I did enjoy it. I'm glad that you guys had an opportunity to watch all of those videos. Again, I know a lot of you guys only watch streams. So that's why I played some of that stuff. I'm sure, for example, Tam, who's been around here forever, has probably already watched most of those videos. But either way, I think that a lot of them are still relevant and timeless. And I will talk to you guys later. I think I have another little video I'm going to do sometime later today because there are still people chanting, "We're coming for your children" at Pride festivals. This is a fantastic way to have more shootings happen. Like somebody has to stop them, because if you're going to suggest that it's just right-wing moral panic that people of the LGBTQ community are coming for your kids, and then in the same breath, you're going to say, "We're coming for your children," you're asking for it. Like that's just straight up dangerous and stupid. So thanks again, everyone. Au revoir. Sayonara. Goodbye in some other language. And stuff. Fare thee well. And goodbye.